245. There was a deathly silence on the battlefield. After a moment of astonishment, the large military formation with the youth as the center set off the uniform clanging of iron armors. The army was not here to watch a show. In an instant, spears and bows were raised, all of them aimed at the young sword immortal who claimed to be from the Great Li. Then Qin Pingon made a very inappropriate move. He put the locust wood sword back into the wooden box with his left hand and skillfully took off the wine gourd with his right hand. Then he suddenly raised his left hand high as if he was saying to the army of Zhou Xian, "Everyone, please wait a moment. It won't be too late to fight after I drink some wine." Immediately it caused a tidal wave of uproar. Even some of the captains who were good at fighting looked at each other. Could it be that this young sword immortal who killed the golden armored person with a single sword strike was really someone who could fight against 10,000 people? Could he be so leisurely from the beginning to the end, charging straight ahead and ignoring the army of 10,000 people as if they were nothing? How could they fight this aggrieved battle? They couldn't let their brothers fill a bottomless pit with their lives, could they? The compensation of 100 taels of silver was very high, but among the soldiers on the battlefield, who would be willing to watch the familiar lives around them turn into a pile of dead silver? The two natal flying swords 2E and 15 had made great contributions in the battle. Imperceptibly they helped Qin Pingon increase the illusion of invincibility. Green bamboo sword immortal's sword slashed at Song Yufan's sword aura. It surged forward like a tidal wave, but Chu Yi, who was flying recklessly, shuttled back and forth between the waves, nibbling away at it bit by bit. The military cultivator of Zhou Xian who was holding the giant axes in his hands was pointed at between his eyebrows by 15 who was so fast that the burly man had to withdraw his attack. He didn't want to exchange his life with Song Yufan, so he kept using the axes to block around his body. There was a series of crisp and pleasant clanking sounds, and the axes even sent sparks everywhere. Song Yufan took the opportunity to take a breath of fresh air. He stretched out his arm horizontally, holding the sword radiance and the bamboo scabbard at his waist. His whole body's sword intent skyrocketed, and his black clothes fluttered without wind. He was extremely happy to be able to fight with all his might again. After Qin Pingon raised his arm in a deliberately mystifying manner, he raised his head to drink and silently said in his heart, "Chu, continue to entangle your opponents. It doesn't matter if your moves are a little fancy." Flying sword number 1 was like a scoundrel who would not give up. He stared at green bamboo sword fairy, the little girl. 15 even gnawed on the heavy weapon double axes until they were unrecognizable. They were full of holes which made the burly man's heart ache. The green bamboo sword whiz, whose eyesight and cultivation were much better than everyone else's, was a grandmaster of swordsmanship who wanted to take the head of the old sword saint of Shui Kingdom. While defending against Chu Yi's attacks, he furiously shouted with a murderous look on his face. His words hit the nail on the head. The 2 times that the young man drank wine were fake. The change of breath was real. The battle between the martial Dao grandmasters was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Qin Pingon had already lowered his arm and pinned the blade-strengthening gourd to his waist. He leaped over the army formation and grinned at green bamboo sword immortal. Song Yuburn, who had changed into a new outfit, added fuel to the fire. He laughed and said, "Idiot." After losing his trump card, the old man in the brocade robe who used the talisman to invite out a golden-armored strongman smiled bitterly. He took out 3 green talismans, but the runes were no longer golden. 1 was silver and 2 were red. He threw them out again. Another 3 strongmen from the Taoist talisman sect landed on the ground. They stood side by side in front of the main general, De Wu. There was 1 silver-armored strongman and 2 bronze-armored strongmen. When Song Yuburn and the young sword immortal arrived in front of De Wu, the 2 sides had unknowingly switched offense and defense. Without the latter, Song Yuburn would have died in the battle. However, with the addition of an inexplicable troublemaker, Song Yuburn had a slight advantage. Chu Hao's judgment of the situation on the battlefield was very clear. He had been in the military for half of his life and had never been defeated in more than 30 battles. He still had this ability. As a result, this general with a gloomy expression quietly poured his martial zhenqi into the silver ingot-shaped military treasure in his hand. This was the most precious armor pill from his wife's generous dowry back then. In an instant, it flowed on the outside of Chu Hao's armor like mercury. The originally pitch-black military heavy armor turned into a set of snow-white armor covered in ancient cloud patterns. It was called the deity's dew armor, commonly known on the mountain as the dew armor. Although it was the lowest grade of the Jia pill of the military school, in the dozens of countries including the Shui country, there was not a single general who could own this item. Of course, it was not that these pillars of the country had no money in their pockets, but that there was a price but no market. Otherwise, even if the price was doubled, the generals would be willing to sell their pots and pans to buy one. 3,000 Jia pills of mountain snow, 300,000 taels of silver, in exchange for the best life-saving talisman. Who would not be willing to fork out this amount of money? It was just that they couldn't buy it at all. The military cultivators on the mountain had almost monopolized the armor pellet. The chi cultivators other than sword cultivators couldn't compare with the former two in terms of physique tempering. Therefore they wanted to buy the armor pellet as a protective talisman. How could the warriors at the foot of the mountain touch it? Wasn't that a waste of God's gift? Song Yubern began to move forward. He no longer had any worries about the rear. One man with one sword, he moved forward with an indomitable will. This was because Qin Pingon was helping to bring up the rear. Qin Pingon laughed. He took a step forward and moved more than 20 feet away. Come back. Chu Yi reluctantly let go of Green Bamboo Sword Fairy and moved back slowly. Obviously he was a little angry. In the blink of an eye, Flying Sword 15 had circled around Qin Pingon, blocking the spear tips and arrows that were swarming towards him. Green Bamboo Sword Fairy, who had been standing on the back of his warhorse all this time, sighed. He glanced reluctantly at the bamboo scabbard at Song Yubern's waist. This Pine Stream Sword Fairy, whose reputation in the Jianghu was even greater than Song Fingshan's, leaned back and pushed off with the tip of his foot. In an instant he flew backwards. He turned around in the air and stepped on the heads of the soldiers behind the banner. Just like that he drifted far away. After completely leaving the Shui army, the young sword fairy put away the piece of bamboo hanging at his waist and slowly walked towards the provincial capital. Looking back at the banner, he said regretfully, "If I want to seize that green immortal mountain bamboo scabbard again, I don't know how long I'll have to wait. If this Song Yubern can survive this time, he should be able to live for at least 20 or 30 years, right?" Green Bamboo Sword Fairy's desertion immediately caused the morale of the Shui army to fall into chaos. Chu Hao's eyes were somewhat puzzled. He turned his head and looked at the formations of the various garrisons. It was only slightly better than blowing up the camp. Logically speaking, they shouldn't be in such a mess. Although these 4 garrisons of the Shui army were far inferior to his own troops, 2 of them were elite infantry headquarters. They had been nurtured by border battles for many years and were far from being in such a sorry state. When Chu Hao saw the commander of one of the garrisons, not only did he not stop the terrible situation that was on the verge of collapse, he instead sat high on his horse with his arms crossed over his chest as if he was an outsider. Chu Hao's face immediately turned ashen. He was so angry that he clenched his teeth. He wanted nothing more than to urge his horse to gallop over and hack him into mincemeat. Chu Hao's expression changed greatly. He raised his butt and looked into the distance. He didn't know when, but the solid formation of the garrisons had become an obstacle to the rescue of the Chu clan's elite cavalry. It had already isolated him and dozens of his personal retainers from the 3,000 elite cavalry. Song Yubern was facing the strong man with the axe and the talisman invited by the old man in the brocade robe by himself. He still had the strength to spare and was observing Chu Hao's every move. Qin Pingon gradually discovered the strangeness of the development of the situation. The ferocious attack of the formation gradually decreased. Except for the group of Jianghu masters who had gathered to attack him, the arrows and spears in the army became sparser and sparser. In the end, they simply watched the fire burning across the river. Moreover, there were constantly generals who looked like commandants riding their horses in the gaps of the formation, constantly telling something to some of their subordinate Dakarches and elite soldiers. Song Yubern cut a brass strongman in half at the waist with his sword. The talisman, who had been beaten back to his original form, turned into ashes in the air. Then he slashed 2 huge axes with his sword. A long string of dazzling sparks exploded and shot out in all directions. The hot sparks from the axes shattered the armors of the soldiers in the distance. When they hit the armors of the soldiers in the distance, they even made a slight sound of metal and stone. It could be seen how shocking the cultivation of the #1 martial artist of the Kong country on the battlefield was. After forcing back the military cultivator of the imperial court of the Kong country, Song Yubern pointed the tip of his sword at Chu Hao and said with a smile, "I've come a long way to welcome you. I only invite General Chu Hao to the villa as a guest. As for the rest of you, if you want to fight to the death, then fight to the death. Standing under my sword, you are responsible for your own life and death." Under the big banner there was a loud bang. It turned out that Qin Pingon had unknowingly moved the battlefield with more than 10 Jianghu experts to a place less than 50 steps away from the big banner. Then he entrusted his back to the 2 flying swords of Chuyi and Shiwu and secretly used a mind talisman. He directly passed the small battlefield of Song Yubern and the 2 Qi cultivators and appeared 10 steps away from the horse of General Chu Hao, who was wearing the Sweet Dew armor. With a big stride he stomped heavily on the ground. Then he tilted his body upward and punched the head of the handsome horse with his right fist. The tall horse's head was smashed and its legs were broken. Chu Hao, who was second to none in the military talent of the Kong country and was only at the 3rd realm of martial arts, immediately fell forward. In the end he happened to be punched in the chest by Qin Pingon's left fist. Although the anima energy contained in the Sweet Dew armor condensed at the area where Qin Pingon's fist hit almost at the same time, Chu Hao was still smashed into the sky by the punch. He fell heavily on the ground 30 feet away, stirring up a cloud of dust on the official road. Qin Pingon continued to run forward. A squire of the Chu clan's elite cavalry rode forward angrily. The squire, who was skilled in horsemanship, tightened the reins and drove the horse to raise its 2 hooves high, stomping heavily on the head of the young sword immortal. Qin Pingon accelerated and dashed forward. He bent his back and appeared at the belly of the horse. Then he straightened his back in an instant and slammed his shoulder into the horse, causing it to fly backward with its hooves in the air. Qin Pingon went straight forward, exerting strength in his legs. It was exactly the same as the scene of the young eagle crossing the stream in his hometown. Chu Hao, who had just struggled to get up, was punched in the head. The Sweet Dew armor of the military school emitted a dazzling spiritual light. Chu Hao fell backward dizzily again. His eyes rolled and he completely fainted. Qin Pingon had also come to the side of this guy who vowed to be one of the top 10 generals of the continent. He squatted down and stretched out his hand to grab Chu Hao's neck. Then he stood up and lifted the neck of the Kong country's great general, who was suspended in the air, to the height of his shoulder. He shook it and turned to smile at Song Yusha. "Senior Song, I have caught him." The situation was already over. The 2 Qi refinement warriors of the royal family exchanged glances and saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. Song Yusha was not aggressive. He kept his Iran sword and put it back into the bamboo sheath. He cupped his fists and said to the 2 top Qi refinement warriors of the Kong country, "Sorry for the offense. Please pass a message to His Majesty. No matter how the imperial court deals with it in the future, the Sword Water Villa and I will take it on." Then the old man dashed forward. Sword auras fell like rain. The dozens of retainers and elite cavalrymen of the Chu clan who were desperately charging towards Qin Pingon were all chopped off. The old man landed beside Qin Pingon. "Let's go. As long as we leave the battle formation and return to the villa, we will be safe. The soldiers of the imperial court are disunited. They are no longer a threat for the time being." The entire Kong country's infantry fell into silence. The elite cavalrymen of the Chu clan who were blocked outside the infantry formation in the distance probably realized that something was amiss at De Wu's side. After communicating with the infantry formation to no avail, they began to charge towards the formation under the lead of a cavalry general. The infantry formation in front, which did not dare to fight against the elite cavalrymen with swords and spears, and did not dare to disperse without permission, slowly dispersed to the sides, trying to make a path for the cavalry to gallop. Qin Pingon said in a low voice, "I can still use the mind talisman one more time." Song Yusha laughed. "Then I will cover your rear this time. Remember not to turn around and cut through the formation. Retreat to the right side and we will return via the mountain path. Otherwise, the 3,000 elite cavalrymen of the Chu clan will be a little difficult to deal with." Qin Pingon nodded. He took a deep breath and grabbed Chu Hao's neck, activating the mind talisman. Only now did everyone know why the young sword immortal was able to disappear on the spot several times. The young man's figure disappeared without a trace. but Great General Chu Hao's figure was almost floating horizontally, like a woman's long sleeves dragging in the air. When the young sword immortal finally revealed himself, he began to display the graceful bearing of a celestial being who rode the wind. But for some reason, the young man with the sword on his back staggered at the beginning, and only after that did he seem to be walking on flat ground. Song Yusha dashed forward and followed Qin Pingon away from the battlefield. After several ups and downs, he and Qin Pingon soon turned into two black dots and finally entered the mountain forest on both sides of the official road. Once they entered the mountain forest, the outcome was already decided. Song Yusha thought of Qin Pingon's stagger and asked worriedly, "Did you suffer from internal injuries?" Qin Pingon smiled and shook his head. "There is a little ancestor who is throwing a tantrum with me. I'm fine." The first time he rode the wind above the army, he actually stepped on Chu Yi in 15. The second time, Chu Yi was unhappy and purposely let Qin Pingon step on empty air. Then it returned to the blade's strengthening gourd to sleep. Fortunately, 15's flying speed was extremely fast and could keep up with Qin Pingon's pace. Song Yusha sighed. Legend has it that there is a martial arts master who successfully reached the martial god realm in the north. Not only can he hover in the void at will, but he can also ride the wind and fly just like a sword immortal riding a sword. Remembering what Zhu He said at Chess Block Mountain, Qin Pingon nodded and blurted out, "That is the 8th realm of martial arts, called the Ascendant Realm. Because it can ride the wind, it is also called the Distance Travel Realm. It is very cool." Song Yusha was confused. "Isn't the realm above the 6th realm called the Martial God Realm?" Qin Pingon was also confused. He shook his head and said, "I heard that is not the case. The realm above the 6th realm does start to focus on spirit refinement, but it doesn't seem to be qualified to be called martial god. I only know that the 7th realm of the Golden Body Realm is qualified to be called Master. The 8th realm is the Ascendant Realm, the 9th realm is the Peak Realm, and then there is the 10th realm. Now there is one in Dali Song Zhangqiang. He is the uncle of the guy next door to me in Mud Bottle Alley. I have seen Song Zhangqiang once in the alley. He is very powerful and looks like a master." The sword saint of Combe Country felt like he was listening to a book from heaven. Qin Pingon saw the expression on the senior's face and quickly swallowed back the words that were about to come out of his mouth. For example, the barefoot old man who taught him the fist art in the 3rd realm of martial arts was a 10th realm martial artist. Moreover, the old man with the surname Cui was the first 10th realm master in the Aquarius continent after hundreds of years. Song Yufan quickly understood and smiled. "You are just a frog at the bottom of the well. No worries, no worries. As long as there is a great scene above the 6th realm of martial arts, then it is a great thing. Otherwise, if all the beautiful scenes in the world are seen by the gods on the mountain, then wouldn't us martial artists have no face at all? It shouldn't be like this." Qin Pingon, who was still holding Chu Hao in one hand, nodded his head. He thought that if old Song could go to his hometown, he would definitely have the same taste as that fellow in the bamboo house. In the end, there were still some people who wouldn't sit at the same table and drink just because of the difference in martial arts realms. This old Song beside him was really amazing in Qin Pingon's eyes. So no matter where this old man went or who he met, he would be respected. After Chu Hao's true qi was used up, the dew armor turned back into a silver ingot and fell to the ground. Qin Pingon picked it up with the tip of his foot and put it into his bag. Then he used a bit of strength and shook his wrist, causing that General Chu who had woken up but didn't dare to open his eyes to faint again. Song Yufan smiled knowingly. To encounter such a young sword immortal from Great Li, it could be said that Chu Hao was blessed. Qin Pingon asked, "What's next?" Song Yufan sighed. "No matter how eager the 3,000 elite cavalry are to save their master, they won't be stupid enough to attack the Sword Water Manor. My grandson Fengshan is obviously behind this imperial army. They are already in a mess and won't assist the Chu clan's elite cavalry to attack. They will only retreat to the provincial capital and wait for the changes." Song Yufan's face was a bit gloomy, but the sudden death of the sword immortal of the Tsai kingdom, the appearance of a demon in Yanji County and our Sword Water Manor, I think the academy will make a move. Qin Pingon asked, "Academy? Is it the Lakeview Academy, one of the 72 Confucian academies?" Song Yufan sighed. "Yes. For thousands of years, the Aquarius continent has been peaceful on the mountain and at the foot of the mountain. The academy is the credit of all the imperial courts. However, I never thought that this time the Sword Water Manor might stand opposite the Lakeview Academy. Once the teachers of the academy appear, the manor will probably be like this imperial army. The people's hearts will be scattered, and the manor's century-old reputation will be destroyed overnight. Qin Pingon had some impression of the Lakeview Academy. First, it was as famous as the former Cliff Academy founded by Mr. Qi. Second, it was the disturbance of the wedding dress ghost. On the way back from the Great Sui Kingdom to the Huangting Kingdom, the young Cui Dong mentioned some incredible inside stories that were related to the scholars of the Lakeview Academy. The last one was the first gentleman of the Lakeview Academy, Cui Minghuang, who once represented the Confucian school of the Aquarius continent to enter the Lizhu Cave Heaven. But why did Senior Song, who dared to take the head of a general in the army, have such complicated emotions when he mentioned the academy? Song Yufan mocked himself. Facing the academy, I don't have the courage to fight to the death. I'm so worried. Qin Pingon didn't quite understand. Song Yufan seemed to see through the young man's mind. With his hands behind his back, he slowed down in the forest and looked at the sparse sunlight shining through the leaves like grains of gold on the ground. After a moment of silence, the old man finally said helplessly, "Don't you know that the words of the teachers of the academy are the greatest truth in the world? I once saw with my own eyes a sage from Lakeview Academy. At such a young age, he was able to make the sword god of colorful robes nation come out to welcome him from afar and ask for advice on morality and knowledge. The young sage was wearing a high hat and broad belt, sitting upright and still. Sitting opposite the sword god who was like a child, that lofty bearing was really another kind of invincible." Song Yufan smiled. "So, 100 or 1,000 Song Yufans can't compare to the words of the academy's teacher. You are wrong and you should be punished." Qin Pingon asked a question. What if the teachers of the academy don't make sense? What if the gentleman and sage also make mistakes? Song Yufan smiled and said, "There will be the teachings of the sage." Qin Pingon was deep in thought. He grabbed a general by the neck. The latter's feet were dragged on the ground in the forest, making rustling sounds. 246. It was common sense that one needed to rest after a battle. Since the army of the imperial court was no longer a threat and Song Fengshan was guarding the manor, Song Yufan wasn't in a hurry to return. He was waiting for Chu Hao to wake up so that he could ask him some questions. As long as a martial artist didn't harm his body, soul and vitality, he could recover to his peak after a period of rest. The duration differed from person to person. Song Yufan originally thought that the martial god realm was Qin Pingon's so-called golden body, ascension and mountain peak realms. It was said that the transformation of the old and new true qi could be completed in an instant. Outsiders wouldn't be able to see the truth, so there were no flaws. Green bamboo sword deity wouldn't appear when he was waiting on the battlefield. Therefore there was a domineering saying in the underworld of the Aquarius continent, martial gods are at the peak before they die in battle. However, Song Yufan only heard about it from rumors and Qin Pingon only knew about the realms. As for the martial path mountain peak, the three realms of spirit refinement were still shrouded in fog. Song Yufan saw that Qin Pingon didn't look too good and felt that it was abnormal. Logically speaking, after a martial artist left the battlefield, his aura should be stable. However, Qin Pingon showed signs of fatigue and stopped walking. He couldn't help but ask, "What happened? Did you suffer an internal injury?" Qin Pingon first checked on Chu Hao. Chu Hao's breathing was slow and steady and there didn't seem to be any signs of him waking up. However, Qin Pingon didn't say anything. It was as if he had followed Lu Xianyang around the mountains when he was young and caught a snake. He only needed to shake the snake's body to loosen its tendons and scatter its bones. Then he shook his wrist and completely knocked out the general of the Combe River Nation. Chu Hao, who thought that he had concealed himself well, cried out in grief. His vision turned black and he lost consciousness. With such a bulsh T-sword immortal who didn't care about the rules of the pugilistic world, he was really at his wits' end this time. Qin Pingon then explained to Song Yushao, "Because I am not a sword cultivator from the mountain, it takes me a lot of effort to control the two flying swords. Although they can kill enemies on their own after leaving the blade's strengthening gourd, I still need to divide some of my spirit into the flying swords like their scabbards. Otherwise they would not stay outside the Qi Palace or the blade's strengthening gourd for too long. Also, I have used the mind talisman a bit too much and the two breaths were a bit rushed. I feel a bit uncomfortable now, but it doesn't matter. As long as there are no major battles in the near future, I can make up for it by breathing in and out. Song Yufan felt relieved as he walked in the forest. The shade of the trees and the sunlight complemented each other. The old man felt relaxed and happy. It was not only because the knot in his heart had been untied, but also because he had met a young friend whom he could entrust his life to. His hope for Jianghu had been rekindled. Even if people's hearts were no longer what they used to be, Jianghu still existed. The old man suddenly laughed. Qin Pingon, although you have a blade-strengthening gourd and don't need to spend a lot of heavenly materials and earthly treasures to repair the flaws of your natal flying swords, that's another matter. Chu Hao actually invited the green bamboo sword immortal from Xianxia country to help him. This time, without your help, I would definitely have died under the siege of the army. Therefore, when I return to the villa, I will take all the light snow money as a reward. It's not a lot, less than 2,000 pieces after so many years. Fengshan went to the Immortal's Ferry to buy Tsang water and used half of it, so I can only give you 800 to 900 pieces of light snow money. Speaking of this, the old man was a bit embarrassed and mocked himself. I never thought that the life of sword sage Song Yushao from Brushing Water Country was worth less than 1,000 pieces of light snow money. Qin Pingon thought for a moment and nodded. Senior Song, I only need 300 to 400 pieces of light snow money. You don't have to give me all of it. Song Fengshan will definitely need it in the future. Although in the square-inch item of the flying sword 15, there was a pile of light snow money that the green-clothed child had used to buy the ordinary snake gall stone, as well as 8 pieces of even more precious light snow money, so it wasn't a small amount. However, under Wei Pai's recommendation, Qin Pingon had seen with his own eyes the scene of Oxhorn Mountain's Tuizhai. He was worried that when he arrived at the Immortal's Ferry, he would miss out on the mountain item that he liked. As for Senior Song and the Sword Water Villa, Qin Pingon believed in the old man's words. The green hills did not change and the green waters flowed forever. Qin Pingon's choice to accept the money, but not all of it, was beyond Song Yushao's expectations. The old man couldn't help but laugh. You're so polite. You're not polite at all. Shao, do you not know what the older generation of Jianghu people would say? Would they pat their chest and say, between brothers talking about money hurts feelings. If you treat me as a brother, don't talk about this anymore. Otherwise we won't be brothers anymore. Qin Pingon shook his head. It's even more uncomfortable to owe people money. At least I'm like this. Song Yushao had a deep understanding of this and nodded. That's true. The old man finally added, that's how it should be. In the mountain forest, the mountain breeze blew, the green leaves swayed, and the tree shade was cool and refreshing. Because of Qin Pingon's physical condition, Song Yushao couldn't walk fast. However, since there was no trouble in his heart, the old man took it as he enjoyed the scenery along the way. Song Yushao only reminded Qin Pingon that the next time Chu Hao woke up, he wouldn't knock him out. He had something to ask. Qin Pingon didn't have anything to say. After determining Chu Hao's martial arts cultivation, the cautious Qin Pingon also felt relieved. He didn't want to carry Chu Hao on his back in the mountains, but he couldn't carry Chu Hao by his neck. After thinking about it, Qin Pingon simply dragged one of Chu Hao's legs, like a mountain king patrolling his territory, and used a broom to sweep the dead branches and leaves in his courtyard. Green Bamboo Sword Deity wasn't afraid of being chased by Song Yushao and the young man. He followed the official road back to the provincial capital leisurely. Suddenly, he turned his head to look at the forest by the road in the distance. After he stood still, he reached out to grab the green bamboo hanging by his waist. From the forest, an acquaintance of Green Bamboo Sword Deity slowly walked out. He was 70 years old and had a chiseled face. At first glance, he didn't look like a Jianghu person who was easy to get along with. There was a sword hanging by his waist. The scabbard was wrapped with green threads made of unknown material. It was much longer than the long sword of an ordinary swordsman and was extremely eye-catching. Green Bamboo Sword Deity walked out of the official road and walked towards the swordsman of ancient Yu Kingdom whom he had met several times. The two stopped at the same time with a distance of 20 steps between them. The old swordsman smiled. Su Lang, it's been 5 or 6 years since we parted at the riverside, right? Green Bamboo Sword Deity said indifferently. Lin Gushan, why are you looking for me? If you have something to say, just say it. I'm not in a good mood now. The old swordsman was not bothered by the arrogance of a junior from the Jianghu. He went straight to the point. I've been entrusted by the imperial tutor this time to kill Chen Pingon. We've fought before, and a Qi refinement warrior from the royal family and Madame Snake and Scorpion died in the hands of Chen Pingon. Now only the owner of Maimei Tower and I are left. We're unwilling to stop here. Previously, I've witnessed an exciting show of immortals chiseling the formation. I was wondering if I could join forces with you to hunt down Chen Pingon and Song Yushao. After we succeed, regardless of whether Song Yushao is dead or alive, you can do whatever you want with him. Chen Pingon will be brought back to ancient Yu Kingdom by us. Su Lang glanced at the dense forest in the mountains and asked 2 questions. Can we make it in time? Do we have a chance of winning? Lin Guxian, the venerable swordsman of ancient Yu Kingdom, nodded and said, the owner of Maimei Tower is best at assassination. He will make the first move and launch a sneak attack to delay the 2 of them. As for the chances of success, I can only say that it depends on the effort. Even if the 3 of us join forces, I can't guarantee how many of us will survive in the end. Su Lang smiled and said, if Senior Lin says that the chances of success are high, then I won't nod my head. Lin Guxian asked, does this mean you've agreed? Su Lang nodded and said, you go and support the owner of Maimei Tower first. I want to go back the way I came and look for the deputy general of the Chu clan's elite cavalry as well as the 2 Qi refinement warriors from Combe country. As long as the 2 of you can stop Song Yushao and Chen Pingon, I can increase the chances of success. Lin Guxian was somewhat hesitant. Su Lang smiled and said, we've joined forces in a hurry this time. We'll gather if there's an advantage, but we'll scatter if there's no advantage. It's normal that you don't trust me. But at the very least, you have to believe that beheading the old sword sage of Combe country with your own hands is a great temptation for a sword immortal from Songshi country. Lin Guxian sneered and said, are you going to take the head of the venerable swordsman of ancient Yu Kingdom's head as well? When that time comes, you'll be the only sword immortal in the pugilistic world of dozens of countries. Wouldn't that be even better? Su Lang twirled a strand of black hair hanging down from his temples with 2 fingers on one hand. He bent his other hand and lightly tapped on the green bamboo, appearing casual and undisciplined. Your sword, Lin Guxian, has never caught my eye. Lin Guxian, who had an extremely bad reputation in the pugilistic world, narrowed his eyes and said with a fake smile, you sure talk big. Su Lang's expression was calm. The truth has never been pleasant to hear. Lin Guxian sneered and said coldly, no matter what, Song Yushao and Chen Pingon are our true enemies today. The owner of Maimei Tower and I will wait for good news. If you guys had come late, I can't guarantee that the vengeful owner of Maimei Tower will not take revenge on you, Su Lang. I, Lin Guxian, will definitely seek justice from you and the royal family of Songshi country. Su Lang extended a hand and gestured for Lin Guxian to go first. The venerable swordsman swept away. Su Lang also turned and swept towards the official road. But halfway through, Su Lang suddenly stopped. He saw an innocent and charming girl dressed in a light yellow-pink dress, standing in the middle of the road without a speck of dust on her body. Su Lang slowly walked forward. The young girl fished out a secret letter from her sleeve. There was a vermilion seal on top of the letter to prevent the sender from opening it privately. The young girl said with a smile, Song Fengshan wanted me to give it to you. He said you'll know once you open the letter. That guy also said that if you agree you have to nod your head in front of me. Alright, Song Fengshan promised that in the next 60 years of the pugilistic world, you Su Lang will steadily occupy half of the world as a sword immortal. Su Lang pondered for a moment, then fished out 2 gloves sewn from snow-white silk from his sleeve. After putting them on, he beckoned with his hand. Throw it over. The young girl was one of the 4 evils of the Brushing Water country, the nanny of the ancient temple. She left the Sword Water Manor this time to not only keep an eye on Song Yufan, but more importantly to find an opportunity to personally deliver this secret letter to Su Lang. This renowned green bamboo sword immortal was actually a relative of the royal family of the Songshi country. However, due to his impure bloodline, he had long lost the opportunity to inherit the throne. Su Lang carefully removed the seal. After opening the letter, he quickly skimmed through the contents of the letter. The corner of his mouth hooked up. Then, with a shake of his wrist, he shattered the letter. Taking off the gloves and putting them back into his sleeve, Su Lang nodded. Miss, you can go report to Song Fengshan. Since the Sword Water Manor is so sincere, I, Su Lang, will return the favor. Miss, Tell Song Fengshan that there will soon be some good news related to the old sword saint. As for the letter, I hope Song Fengshan will keep his word. Immediately the young girl felt light. She placed her hands behind her back and intertwined her fingers. She smiled sweetly. Although Song Fengshan doesn't understand romance, he's still very steady when doing things. We devils who've lived for hundreds of years still need to be experienced. So Su Lang, you can rest assured. In the future you'll be the ruler of more than 10 countries. It's better to sit on the dragon throne than to sit on the dragon throne. Su Lang smiled. Then I'll take advantage of your auspicious words. Great sword immortal Su, if you lack someone to sleep with in the future, just let me know. I'll be at your beck and call. The young girl threw a coquettish glance at the handsome man and let out a string of bell-like laughter. Her figure fluttered and dissipated. Then she turned into a billowing green smoke and rose from the ground. Soon she disappeared in the air. Su Lang continued to move forward alone. However, he began to weigh the pros and cons. Was it to rush for quick success and get the benefits in his pocket early? Or was it to join forces with Song Fengshan and let him push him to the high position of the ruler of Jianghu? Su Lang suddenly laughed involuntarily. There was a suggestion in the secret letter that was really interesting. Song Fengshan promised that there would be a mighty Jianghu campaign between them every 10 years. The two of them would engage in a battle of the pinnacle. When the time came, Song Fengshan would inherit the title of Sword Sage of Swordwater Manor. As a sword sage, he would engage in a so-called battle of life and death with Su Lang, who had the title of Sword Immortal. In the letter, Song Fengshan had even chosen 3 locations for the battle. The first was when Song Fengshan challenged Su Lang. The location was chosen at the peak of the main hall of the Xianxia Kingdom's imperial palace. Su Lang won. The second was chosen at the peak of the waterfall of the Swordwater Manor. Song Fengshan won by a slight margin. The third was arranged at the burial mound of Yanji County in the Tsai Kingdom. Su Lang won. Su Lang felt that it was rather interesting. Therefore he decided to take the heads of the revered sword sage of the ancient Yu Kingdom and the head of the Maoyao sect as a form of reciprocity. Su Lang quickly saw the figures of the Comb Water Kingdom's imperial army. His mind was still filled with Song Fengshan's interlocking plans. He muttered, "Jianghu can be played like this?" In the end, this sword immortal of the Xianxia Kingdom did not head straight for the army. Instead, he turned abruptly and rushed towards the forest alone. It was still 3 against 2. However, this 3 was Song Yushan, Chen Pingon and Su Lang. They would deal with Lin Gushan and the head of the Maoyao sect together. After Su Lang entered the mountain path in the forest, he deliberately slowed down his pace. He smiled and said, "The Jianghu is dangerous." In the provincial capital, there was an inconspicuous and secluded residence. Esteemed guests from the capital were staying here. Although the residence could not be said to be extravagant, it was unusually clean inside. There were various decorations and it was filled with the simple elegance of a scholarly family. Furthermore, the location was quiet and noisy. Clearly, a great deal of thought had been put into it. There was a woman who lived like a prince standing in the courtyard. Although she was not young, she maintained herself well and still retained her charm. If one did not look closely at the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes, she seemed like a young woman in her 30s. At this moment she was bending over and tossing food into a large vat to feed the fish. There were a dozen or so goldfish with exquisite bodies raised inside. There were also numerous lush green water lotuses. The 2 colors of gold and green complemented each other beautifully. Other than this woman with a luxurious bearing from the capital, there was only a sturdy maidservant with a saber in the courtyard. There was no one else. However, there were mysteries hidden in the alleys and streets around the residence. Not only were there elite guards, there were also several martial arts experts hidden in the marketplace. There were some capable old bailiffs in the provincial governor's residence who had long arrived here to secretly guard the place. From this, it could be seen that this guest from the capital must have a great background. However, under the heavy protection, the maidservant with a saber in her hand who was even more burly than a man collapsed to the ground without any warning. Behind the maidservant, a handsome young master holding a folding fan appeared. He fanned himself with a cool breeze, causing the hair on his temples to flutter slightly. He smiled at the woman who was still bending over to feed him. The plump woman's figure was fully displayed. She was charming and gentle. The young master only felt that this scene at this moment was too beautiful to behold. It was not a wasted trip. The woman stood up, turned her head and silently looked at the young man. The young man smiled and said, "Madam, we have met before in the capital." The woman's expression was calm as she mocked. "When did the children of the Han family of Xiaozhong Mountain have the guts to arm wrestle with a great general?" After the young master put away his folding fan, he covered his face with both hands and slowly wiped it down. In the end, a face that the woman was extremely familiar with was revealed. The young man laughed in a voice that the woman was also extremely familiar with. "What about now, my good madam?" Before the woman screamed in shock, Han Yuanshan, a child of the Han family of Xiaozhong Mountain, stretched out a finger and gently shushed her. "Madam, don't worry. I Han Yuanshan only like to steal hearts. I have never stolen or snatched a woman's body. However, I believe that one day Madam will be willing to recommend herself to sleep with me." At this moment Han Yuanshan, who was using the face of Chu Hao, pointed at the fish tank. After pausing for a moment he continued, "Helping each other in difficult times, the joy of fish and water." In the Yanji county of the beautiful clothes country, there was an old Confucian scholar with a jade pendant hanging from his waist. He stood on the city wall with a serious expression. In the imperial study of the beautiful clothes country's capital, there was also an old Confucian scholar with his hands behind his back. He also had a jade pendant hanging from his waist. The old man stood by the window without saying a word. The emperor of the beautiful clothes country stood beside him in trepidation. He did not even dare to sit down. In the ancient Yu country, there was still a green-robed Confucian scholar in his 30s. He still had the same jade pendant hanging from his waist. He sat in a coarse carriage that he had hired and then looked down on the young coachman along the way. When he was still 20 miles away from the ancient Yu country, he was dumbfounded. With his good eyesight, he saw that there were thousands of elite cavalry and a large group of high officials standing there. There seemed to be a man wearing a yellow robe standing by the side of the road with his hands behind his back. It seemed like he was waiting for someone. The scholar in the carriage put down the book in his hand and said to him, "Stop the horse when we reach the relay station. Don't worry, they are waiting for me. Other than the deposit that I paid earlier, the reward that the ancient Yu country's imperial court gave you in private will be the rest of my expenses." After saying this, the young scholar packed his book box and said with a smile, "It is not easy for us to come out. Now that we have reached the Combe country, don't make our mountain chief angry again." And in the Sword Water Manor, the martial arts alliance leader ceremony was about to begin. In the main hall, there were fewer faces that had appeared at the banquet previously. However, there were many famous Jianghu big shots from both the good and the bad. Most of the Jianghu heroes of the Combe country were present. Song Fengshan sat high up in the main seat. When he saw these influential people, he did not have much of an emotional reaction. There were people who were opportunistic, people who harbored evil intentions, people who judged the situation before placing their bets. There were also people from the imperial court who thought that they were going to see a big joke. Not far from Song Fengshan sat his wife. She was dressed to the nines. Her graceful bearing was probably not inferior to that of the concubines in the palace. Of course, Song Fengshan had a card up his sleeve. The people below also thought that victory was in their grasp. However, neither side had expected that the arrival of an uninvited guest would destroy their many years of painstaking planning. There was no report from the gatekeeper at all, and no disciple of the Sword Water Manor moved to stop him. After seeing the person who had announced himself, almost everyone subconsciously bowed and greeted the guest with Confucian etiquette. The young man dressed in Confucian robes and a headscarf had a jade pendant hanging from his waist. With an indescribable pace and rhythm, he walked unhurriedly into the main hall where the heroes of the Sword Water Manor were gathered. After he crossed the threshold, he looked around and once again introduced himself. Lakeview Academy Sage Shoji. Within the main hall, almost everyone stood up and bowed to this person. The young man returned the greeting and then took 2 or 3 steps forward, looking at the young master of the Sword Water Manor. Song Fengshan's expression was gloomy. The young woman sitting nearby signaled with her eyes that they should not act rashly. The young sage from Lakeview Academy said calmly, "Is Han Yuanshan of the Han family of Xiaozhong Mountain in the manor?" Song Fengshan suppressed the anger in his heart and twitched the corner of his mouth. He slowly said, Unfortunately, Han Yuanshan was in the manor yesterday, but he is no longer here today. He said that it was a sudden decision and that he wanted to travel the great rivers and mountains. May I know why this teacher from the academy is looking for him? If it's not urgent, I can pass on the message to Han Yuanshan. The young sage smiled. Han Yuanshan is a scholar of the Sword-Water Kingdom and is already a disciple of our Confucian school. However, he cultivates the martial arts of the devil path. He has evil intentions and has harmed the country. I want to take him to Lakeview Academy to receive punishment. As for how to deal with him, the academy will decide when he arrives. Song Fengshan, I am not speaking as a sage of the academy. I just want to advise you that it is not too late to rein in the horse at the edge of the cliff. It is not too late to mend the pen after the sheep have been lost. Song Fengshan put his elbow on the armrest of the chair and held his cheek. He tilted his head and looked at the sage of Lakeview Academy with a smile. He calmly sized him up. It was rumored that every time these indescribably noble teachers left the academy to carry out orders, they would hang the jade pendant given by the sage of the academy on their waists. It could record what they had seen and cultivated along the way to show that their words and deeds were open and above board. The style of the jade pendant was the simplest and most elegant peace token in the world. However, different sages and gentlemen had different characters engraved on the side. However, without exception, there was a deep meaning. It often contained the expectations and advice of the sage of the academy. Song Fengshan was extremely rude and had no intention of answering. The young woman naturally had to smooth things over. She stood up and bowed to the sage of the academy. She smiled and said, "If Han Yuanshan is really like this, the Sword-Water Manor will act impartially and righteously. We will do our best to help the academy capture this person." Zhou Xian looked at the woman and said in a low voice, "If the bridge of longevity had not been broken early, you would not be able to stand here and boast shamelessly. Otherwise, your end would not be any better than Han Yuanshan. People of the diabolism are stirring up trouble in Jianghu. There are chivalrous people who will get rid of the diabolism. However, if you dare to invade the mountains and rivers of a country, the academy will not let you off easily." Song Fengshan sat up straight and stared at Zhou Xian. "You better be polite when talking to my wife." Fengshan. The young woman turned her head and called out softly. Song Fengshan saw her anxious eyes and sighed in his heart. He leaned back on the chair and did not speak anymore. At this time, Do Yong, the self-proclaimed hierarch of the diabolism, took a sip of wine and slammed the cup on the table. He sneered. The young sage turned to look at the Qi refinement warrior and said, "After I finish the business of the academy, I will take off the jade pendant on my waist. I hope that you, Do Yong, can still smile at that time." Do Yong squinted at the teacher of the academy, who should be less than 30 years old, and said, "Others are scared to death of the reputation of Lakeview Academy. I am also scared. However, because I know the rules of your academy, I am not afraid of you. I know clearly what the threshold of a Confucian sage is, what the bottleneck is, and how big the gap is between a gentleman and a sage. Therefore, you Zhou Xian, don't use words to intimidate me. To put it bluntly, if you take off the jade pendant, I will still be afraid of your academy and will not dare to fight with you. However, if you, Zhou Xian, have the ability to take off the Confucian robe and headband and act like a man of Jianghu, then I, Do Yang, will not beat the shit out of you. I will take your surname." Do Yang's words were domineering and satisfying. Even some of the righteous big shots felt that although this person had committed many evil deeds and had set off many bloody storms in the Jianghu, the fact that he could say such words in front of a sage from Lakeview Academy showed that he was indeed worthy of the name Jianghu. Could the Combe country be considered as having such a big shot of the diabolism surpass the colorful clothes country and the Guyu country in the Jianghu? The sage Zhou Xian smiled slightly. He lowered his head and whispered to the jade pendant, "Teacher, listen to this. How can I tolerate this? It's fine if I don't beat up those sages of the academy. However, when I am outside and thousands of miles away from the academy, do I have to tolerate a Qi refinement warrior of the diabolism? Alright, you will definitely say that I have to tolerate it again and again and that I can be a gentleman again. However, I really can't tolerate it." "What? Teacher, what do you want to say? Hey, can you hear me? Oh my, why is there a problem with the jade pendant? Teacher, you must discipline those guys in the academy's manufacturing bureau when you go back. In that case, let's not talk anymore. When we return to the academy, teacher, please help me change a jade pendant." In the end, the crowd saw the young master of the academy, who was full of nonsense, reach out and tightly grasp the jade pendant that seemed to be trembling on its own. He shook it vigorously. In the end, he made a gesture with 2 fingers and turned it gently. A breeze lingered around the jade pendant and wrapped it up like a cocoon. Only then did the young sage take off the jade pendant with a smile and put it in his sleeve. The young woman walked to Song Fingshan's side when no one was paying attention. She smiled bitterly and said, "Feng, I remember now. This person is one of the direct disciples of the sage of Lakeview Academy. Among the disciples, this person is the youngest and has the worst temper. His ability. Even if he is not the best, he is definitely ranked second. He obtained the identity of a gentleman at the age of 20. At that time, it was very sensational and he was hailed as the best candidate for a righteous gentleman after Cui Ming Huang. It is very likely that the sage of the academy will personally inspect and assess him. Therefore, Lakeview Academy has protected him very well." Do Yang sat there in a daze and swallowed his saliva. Although he did not know that Zhou Ju was Zhou Yuan, Do Yang still caught traces of the content of beating up a sage and returning to being a gentleman. Therefore, Do Yang stood up and wanted to apologize. It was not shameful to admit defeat to a Confucian gentleman. Zhou Quan, who had temporarily left the academy as a sage, stretched out his hand and pointed 2 fingers at the insufferably arrogant devil Do Yang in the Comb Kingdom. He smiled and said, "Our Confucian ancestors once wrote a great poem and asked the descendants, 'Have you not seen a river of broken stones as big as a bucket?' The descendant Zhou Ju answered, 'I have seen it.'" With the burly Do Yang as the center, a strong wind swept through the area within 3 meters. The fierce wind was like a tornado on land, crazily surrounding this giant of the demonic way. Do Yang's end was truly a bone-thin corpse. The strong wind dissipated and the bones fell to the ground. The young sage did not even look at the skeleton of Do Yang. He raised his head slightly and looked at Song Fengshan. He asked, "Now do you know that I was already very polite when I spoke to your wife?" Song Fengshan was so angry that the veins on the back of his hand popped out. However, the young woman beside him reached out and pressed down hard on the back of his hand. She smiled and said, "We husband and wife are naturally aware of Teacher Zhou's kindness." Zhou Ju smiled and said, "Since Han Yuanshan is not here, I will not disturb your alliance chief ceremony. I will go find him. You can continue." The sage of the academy turned around and walked towards the door. Coincidentally, an old man and a young man were returning to the Swordwater Manor. They walked side by side towards the main hall, as if they had gone through a series of dangerous battles. Their bodies were stained with blood. Neither of them stopped or made a sound. They just passed by each other when they crossed the threshold. The young sage kept staring at the youth with the sword on his back. The latter felt strange and looked back at him. Their gazes met. Even though the youth had already entered the main hall and no longer looked at him, the young sage who had once been a gentleman of Lakeview Academy still kept turning his head to look at the youth. 247. Zhou Ju, the sage of the academy, walked out of the hall followed by the sword sage of the Brishui country. Their departure slightly made up for the momentum of the villa. After all, the Lakeview Academy was far away. It didn't matter if a sage left, not to mention that he didn't denounce the villa, which meant that the villa's 100 years of operation wouldn't be affected. Moreover, Song Yufan was still in Jianghu of the Brishui country. Even if he didn't use his sword and wasn't in the villa, as long as he was traveling in some corner of Jianghu, Song Fingshan's position as the chief of Wulin would be stable. But in an instant, Song Yufan suddenly turned his head and took a few steps forward. Intentionally or unintentionally, he first blocked Qin Pingon behind him and then strode straight over the threshold. The old man straightened his clothes, bent down and cupped his hands in front of his chest toward Zhou Ju. At this time, the people in the hall were shocked to find that the sky outside the gate rippled, and a 30-foot-tall old man in a Confucian robe appeared. His figure was ethereal and filled with divine qi. The sage had come to the villa in person. Brilliant, majestic and profound. Before Song Yufan noticed the mystery, Zhou Ju quickly withdrew his sight from the young man with a sword on his back. He shook his sleeves and removed the magic inhibition on the Academy's safety jade token, revealing his true appearance. The jade token engraved with the words, "Anger Control," was quietly placed on his waist again. When Song Yufan saluted in Jianghu almost at the same time, he bowed and said, "Greetings, sir." The old man was like a tall statue worshipped in the imperial temple. He looked down at his disciple Zhou without showing any joy or anger. He said slowly, "I'll let someone else handle the matter of Han Yuanshan from the Brushui country practicing diabolism. You should return to the academy immediately." Zhou sighed, straightened up and said helplessly, "Sir, can't we talk about it?" The sage of the academy said bluntly, "No." Zhou said with a sad face, "It's tough." The sage looked at the old sword sage of the Brushui country on the other side of the threshold. He cupped his hands in front of his back and said with a smile, "Congratulations, Mr. Song, you're about to break through the realm. It's said that every time you travel in Jianghu, you visit Confucian temples everywhere to offer incense. If you have time, you can come to our academy to cultivate for a while after you break through the realm to stabilize your Jinshan realm." Song Yulan was more and more convinced. He did not remove the gesture of cupping his fists. "Thank you for your grace, sage." Although he didn't know what kind of grand magic the mountain elder of Lakeview Academy had used, he was able to come to Shu Shui country from the academy so quickly. The mountains and rivers that were thousands of miles away seemed to be just a few steps away from the saint of the academy. The scholarly sage who was in charge of the Lakeview Academy smiled. Because he was tall and big at the moment, hovering in the air, he could see all the people of Jianghu in the Combe country at the threshold. The elegant old man took a deep look at the young man with a sword on his back behind Song Yuzuan. His complicated and deep eyes flashed away. It seemed that there was appreciation, recognition, regret, and some nostalgia. In the end, the old man did not say anything. He withdrew his gaze and reminded Zhou again, "Don't deliberately delay the journey. Return to the academy quickly." Zhou's eyes lit up. "Is it about the north?" The sage of the academy turned a deaf ear to his disciple's unintentional disclosure of the divine secret. He did not want to say anything in front of the academy. He just smiled at the Jianghu guests in the hall. The Great Way leads to the same destination. Martial arts are also important in cultivating the heart. Only then can you understand the mystery of the way of heaven and nourish the foundation of martial arts. I hope you don't forget your chivalry. Our Lakeview Academy is also willing to open the door to you for self-reflection and self-understanding. The saint's words of advice were like the spring wind and rain, but he stopped when he was done. It gave people an indescribable feeling. Everyone in the hall was immediately convinced. This was the real temperament of a sage and the style of the academy. Therefore the heroes of the Combe nation, both black and white, who had already stood up, bowed in unison. Compared to Zhou's status as a member of the academy, which had intimidated him, this time he bowed to Zhou with even more respect and admiration. The figure of the mountain elder of Lakeview Academy dissipated in the air, shaking out waves of golden light ripples. Before leaving, the sage glanced at the young man with the mind's eye and sighed with emotion. Qi Jingchun of the cliff really chose this young man from Dali, who was temporarily at the threshold of the four realms of martial arts, to be the protector of those direct disciples. Except for a few people in Lakeview Academy, no one knew about this. The sage also saw it with his own eyes at this moment, so he followed the clues and deduced some of the scenery in the distance. At the same time, the sage warned Zhou with his mind, "Zhu Ran, no matter what you see on the young man, don't act rashly. Remember to be careful with your words and actions." Zhou replied with a smile in his mind, "Sir, how can I not know this principle?" The sage had left, and Zhou found that the jade pendant on his waist had disappeared. It turned out that his teacher had taken it away. Zhou no longer looked back at the hall and just sighed. It was not until he walked out of the gate of the Sword Water Villa that he looked back and smiled. What an eye-opener. Zhou was only a sage of Lakeview Academy, but even a great gentleman like Cui Minghuang of the Aquarius continent dared not underestimate Zhou. It was not only because of Zhou's Confucian cultivation that could not be underestimated, nor was it because of the experience of being a sage and then being beaten back to a sage. It was because Zhou could see some scenes that even the sage could not see. Regarding this talent, the sage of the academy had personally instructed the mountain elder of Lakeview Academy to take care of Zhou carefully and not let him go astray. In Zhou's eyes, the people of the world truly lived up to their name. All cultivators, especially the disciples of the Confucian school, would manifest their psychic energy into strange images. Most of these images would take the form of tiny people the size of grains of rice, about the size of a fingernail. They would appear on the body of the person in front of Zhou or in his qi dwelling. For example, there was a sage of the academy who seemed to be full of vigor, but his small figure was stooped and stumbling, as if he was climbing a mountain with a heavy burden and was sweating profusely. There was a teacher who was known for being old-fashioned and rigorous in his studies, but there was a flying woman with heavy makeup hovering near his head. There was a lifeless and lethargic student of the academy, but there was a small figure of a bearded swordsman in his heart, heroically traveling in the Qi residence. The sage that Zhou had once beaten was full of benevolence, righteousness and morality. In the academy he had always been known for his rigorous style and wonderful writing. However, Zhou could see that between the pages of the sage's books, there were butterflies and bees, full of the smell of cosmetics, and there was also a sharp flying sword covered in honey flying randomly. Zhou could not stand such a person, but he scrupulously adhered to his teacher's teachings and endured until one day, when the sage was stripped of his title as one of the 72 academies in the Cliff Academy. It was rumored that Qi Jingchun had died, and the Cliff Academy had moved from Dali to the Great Sui Kingdom. The disciples of the Cliff Academy were deserted, and the disciples of that literary lineage were on the verge of extinction. The sage then publicly hit Qi Jingchun when he was down, wantonly attacking the scholarly knowledge of Qi Jingchun as a means of fishing for fame and compliments, hoping to win the favor of some old teachers and successfully become a gentleman. Zhou did not have a good or bad impression of the rival literary lineage, but he did not have a good impression of the sage who had a honeyed mouth and a sword in his heart. The key point was that this person used the purpose of his teacher's essay to attack the Cliff Academy, which was really annoying. In the end, Zhou beat him up, beating him so badly that the guy was too embarrassed to go out for half a year. Cui Minghuang was a painting of mountains and rivers, which covered a vast area, but smoke was everywhere and it was fragmented. In this person's heart there was not a single small person. As for the chief gentleman of the Aquarius continent, he was distinguished and elegant, and his name was known throughout the continent. His original form was actually a simple old farmer, diligently guarding his crops. Zhou had this strange supernatural power since he was young, and he had an eidetic memory, and his literary thoughts were like a fountain. At the age of 9 he secretly entered the academy and followed his teacher to learn the teachings of the saints. At the age of 14 he became a sage, and after that he stayed in the academy built by his teacher, living in seclusion and only interacting with his senior brothers and sisters. At the age of 20 he became a gentleman, and through the appraisal of a ritual instrument in the Confucian temple, Zhou was quickly found to be a gentleman again, and there was hope for him to catch up with the two great gentlemen of the Aquarius continent. Zhou walked on the road from the Swordwater Villa to the small town and sighed, "I feel a little ashamed." Walking on the empty road, a figure appeared out of thin air beside the sage Zhou and asked softly, "Juran, did you see something strange?" Zhou smiled and said, "I, good teacher, can you not scare your disciple like this? If you scare such a good seedling you can go and cry." The ethereal figure of the academy's mountain elder walked side by side with Zhou. Zhou smiled and said, "Teacher, this time I don't want to talk to you, you'll be starved to death." The old man in a Confucian robe laughed and said, "All right, you can wait to be beaten when you return to the academy." Only then did the sage really leave. Zhou was alone on the foreign road and he was amazed and shook his head. There was a golden body literary gall that was given to him by someone, but it was compatible with his spirit without any rejection. Therefore the young man had the aura of a Confucian scholar and a trace of the aura of a gentleman. As the young man walked, there was a breeze in his sleeves, and his shoulders seemed to be carrying flowers and trees facing the sun. The grass was long and the orioles were flying, which was even more beautiful. There was a little person sitting on the ground, burping and swaying a scarlet wine gourd. There was a little person with straw sandals standing on the water and walking on the mountain. There was a little person flipping through books with a hairpin in his hair. He lowered his head and read an article as if there were obstacles everywhere, so he frowned and scratched his head in worry. There was also a little person counting money, sitting cross-legged and smiling. From time to time he would pick up a coin and bite it in his mouth or wipe it with his sleeve. There was also a little person full of jewelry running around handing out something here and another with both hands, as if he was constantly giving away his favorite things to others. He had so many strange ideas and all kinds of deep-rooted obsessions, but his mind was still clear. How could there be such a strange young man in the world? Zhou stopped smiling inside. He said that he should emulate those who were good, but he did not want to be such a young man at all, because it should be quite tiring to be such a person. However, if he could become a close friend with such a person, it should be quite good. Zhou was thinking about something, and suddenly his body rose from the ground high into the clouds and flew away. Beneath his feet was the mountains and rivers of Xianxia country, and between the sea of clouds he could vaguely see the ups and downs of the mountain range. Zhou muttered to himself, "This time I've seen the heavenly lord of Taoism in the Zhulu continent. Why don't I listen to that person's suggestion and choose a bigger blessed land, and as a banished immortal, go down and experience the scenery of other places? Otherwise, with my current realm, I've been unshakable for many years. It's like squatting in a latrine pit and there's no movement at all." Of course, Qin Pingon did not know that the sage Zhou had seen so many of his secrets. The arrival of the sage of Lakeview Academy might be a once-in-a-century wonder to the people of Xianxia country, but to Qin Pingon, it was actually not that shocking. Whether it was in his hometown Liju Grotto Heaven or later in the Great Sui Kingdom, Qin Pingon had seen too many incredible things. Even in the painting of mountains and rivers by the old scholar, Qin Pingon had seen the great god of Sui Mountain in the central continent, and he had even personally delivered the sword that split the mountain. In the hall of the villa, Qin Pingon did not stay for too long, because after Song Yubern said a few words he quickly left. The old man's words stirred up great waves in everyone's hearts. The tens of thousands of imperial soldiers who came to besiege the villa have retreated. The young maid, one of the 4 evil spirits of Xianxia country, actually returned to the villa with the 2 of them, but she did not dare to face the sage of the academy, so she hid in the dark. Fortunately, the sage and the sage did not make a fuss about it, which made her very happy that she had survived a disaster. After confirming that the 2 of the academy had left the villa, she entered the hall and sat down to talk with Song Fengshan telepathically. However, the girl was a qi cultivator and her magic was related to the Heart Lake, while Song Fengshan's was a warrior, and his magic was condensed into lines. One needed to be in the 5th realm of qi cultivator, while the other needed to be in the 4th realm of martial arts. Song Fengshan's wife began to maneuver to appease the heroes. Song Fengshan, who had not said a word, looked relieved. Apart from feeling relieved, Song Fengshan's feelings were somewhat complicated. His grandfather Song Yubern had really blocked the army with his sword alone, and had even chiseled the formation and captured the general, Chu Hao, which saved Song Fengshan a lot of planning. Not only that, his grandfather and the hidden young sword whiz Su Lang, who had been persuaded by his secret letter, had joined hands to kill the sword whiz of Guyu Kingdom Lin Gushan, and the owner of Mineo Liang Tower, who had set up an ambush. Lin Gushan's head was cut off by Su Lang, and the green pearl became the best evidence of Su Lang's sword whiz killing the sword whiz. Unfortunately, the assassin of Mineo Liang Tower had escaped with injuries due to his secret skill, which might be a variable. Song Fengshan smiled secretly to the girl. "According to the agreement, after everything is done, I will help you become a mountain god of the Xianxia country, and you will be able to have a golden body and enjoy incense. However, I will say the ugly words first. After becoming a golden body god, if you want your realm to skyrocket and lie down to enjoy life, you still have to act according to my plan. In the next few decades, you have to go against your nature and do good deeds to win the hearts of the people. If you break the contract, you will not be able to change your tyranny. You will ruin my plans for a small profit. When that time comes, we can only meet on the battlefield." The girl smiled charmingly in her heart. Young Heightslord's plan is flawless. I do not dare to make trouble for myself. Song Fengshan said seriously, "I will have to trouble you to make a trip to the prefecture capital and inform Han Yuanshan that the situation has changed. After the Lakeview Academy is done, there will be people who will find trouble with him. As for whether he will still use the identity of Chu Hao to enter the center of the Xianxia country's imperial court, it will be up to him to decide." The girl sighed and stood up. She was ready to go to the prefecture capital to inform her lover Han Yuanshan. "In and out of bed, I have a hard life. Oh, by the way, remember to ask the young man named Qin Pingon for a jia pill that he took from Chu Hao. No matter if young Heightslord bought it with money or exchanged it with favors, you must keep it. In the future, if my Yuanshan insists on seeking riches in danger and pretending to be Chu Hao, this Ganlu Jia pill will be the key. Song Fengshan replied, I have my own plans. The girl knew that this person was ruthless and cold-blooded, so she did not say anything more and left the hall. The old man and the girl walked to the courtyard that the villa had arranged for Qin Pingan. Previously, on the way back from the mountains, the head of the Mianliang Tower had been lying in ambush for a long time and ambushed Qin Pingan. Then the sword Venerable Lin Gushan had arrived and entangled Song Yufan. If Qin Pingan and Song Yufan were at their peak, there would be no doubt about the outcome. They would definitely crush the two assassins from the Guyu kingdom. However, Qin Pingan's will of the spirit was severely damaged. He was not as skilled in controlling the Chu Yi and Chu Yufan as he was in the army's formation. As a result, he was evenly matched with the head of the Mianliang Tower. Song Yufan had a slight upper hand, but Lin Gushan's momentum was at its peak. He could not free himself to help Qin Pingan kill the elusive top assassin. After that, the green bamboo sword fairy and the young female nanny appeared one after another. Both sides seemed to have an ally as reinforcements. Logically speaking, Lin Gushan's side had a higher chance of winning. Su Lang and Lin Gushan joined hands to attack Song Yufan. The young female nanny and Qin Pingan faced off against the head of the Mianliang Tower. After that, the situation changed drastically. Su Lang chopped off Lin Gushan's head. The head of the Mianliang Tower saw that the situation was not good and fled again. Qin Pingan tried his best to control the Chu Yi flying sword 15 and pierce through his abdomen. However, the assassin still managed to escape the battlefield successfully. The young female nanny seemed to have used all her strength. With her demonic cultivation, she was able to turn the world upside down. However, the truth was not necessarily so. After all, the life and death of a foreigner had nothing to do with the overall situation of the Combwater nation. Moreover, he had accidentally died in the deep mountains and forests. Maybe it would be better for her. When they reached the courtyard, the bearded man and the young Taoist priest were not in the villa today. They had been persuaded by Qin Pingan to go to the small town early. They said that they would leave today and go to the immortal ferry at the border. Qin Pingan did not hide anything. He told his two friends the reason for the matter. Zhang Shanfeng insisted on following, but was stopped by Su Yuanxia and dragged to the small town. After sitting down at the stone table, Song Yusha said softly, General Chu Hao is most likely dead. Qin Pingan did not comment on this. Just like at the waterside pavilion, the woman with the saber pointed the tip of the scabbard at him. It was like a Jianghu person walking in the Jianghu. Then Chu Hao leading the army to the Sword Water Villa was like a general on the battlefield. Qin Pingan took out the deity armor pill from his sleeve and handed it to the old man. When the young female nanny asked for this item, Qin Pingan was unwilling to take it out. Song Yusha waved his hand and said, Chu Hao was captured by you. Of course this armor pill is yours. Qin Pingan shook his head and said, Senior, you should take it. Since the demoness asked for it, this armor pill is definitely not a matter of money. I just don't like her behavior, so I don't want to give it to her. Song Yusha laughed and said, Otherwise the villa's savings will all be given to you. Otherwise it will be against the rules. I will have a knot in my heart owing money and favors. As for whether Fengshan has the expenses of the mountain, let him deal with it himself. Anyway, this guy is very capable. I don't believe that he can't get a few thousand snow coins. Qin Pingan grinned and said, You're really a friend. In fact, it doesn't matter if I owe you a favor. Next time I come to the villa, you can treat me to more drinks. Song Yusha clicked his tongue and said, Owing a favor is more uncomfortable than owing money. You said it. Now it doesn't matter if a friend owes you a favor. What? Does the world's reason belong to you, Qin Pingan? Qin Pingan took off the sword cultivating gourd and drank a mouthful of wine leisurely. He had no worries and no burden. After traveling in Jianghu, he drank a mouthful of wine, not to deceive others. It was really nice to take a breath on the battlefield. Senior Song, you don't treat me as a friend. Just pay back the money and the favor in one breath. It's refreshing. If worst comes to worst, I won't come to the villa to drink huadiao wine and eat hot pot when I pass by Shushui country. Song Yusha hesitated for a moment and had no choice but to accept the military armor pill. He joked, What's wrong with you? I'm a little confused. Qin Pingan blinked and said, When I was an apprentice of the dragon kiln in my hometown, My master who taught me to burn porcelain told me a principle. Give a cow for a favor but don't spare a needle for business. Song Yusha was stunned and asked, "What's that?" Qin Pingon blushed and said, "It means that if you have a good relationship it's okay to give a cow to a friend. But in business the money of a needle has to be recorded in the account." Old Man Yao's uncouth logic was still not mentioned in the books. But in the Yanji county of Tsai country, Taoist Chongmiao said something similar before he died. So Qin Pingon felt that this crude principle was most likely correct. Song Yusha laughed heartily and pointed at the young man. "Kid, you'll be rich in the future." Qin Pingon cupped his fists and smiled brightly. "I hope so." Song Yusha smiled and stood up. "I won't keep you in the villa. I'll go to the small town and treat you to a hot pot. Then you and your friends can go to the ferry." Qin Pingon nodded. After the old man went to find Steward Chu, he went back to his room in the small courtyard and changed into a clean set of clothes. He left a talisman paper made of golden material on the table. It was a talisman paper with a talisman drawn on it. The young man pressed it down with a wine cup. When the two of them left the battlefield, Qin Pingon accepted 300 Xiaoxia money from the old man. He just wanted to make the old man feel at ease. No matter how much the young man's temperament had changed, for example, from a bumpkin who never touched wine to a little drunkard who knew the quality of wine. But some things could not be changed. Even after hundreds or thousands of years, it would still be the same. To be at a disadvantage was a blessing. To be greedy was to lose. These principles were mentioned in the books, and there was more than one book. In the end, the old sword sage of Shushui country came with a small package and 2 jars of wine. The two of them met in the courtyard. Qin Pingon's wine gourd was filled with wine again. There was 1 jar left, which he would use when he went to the small town to eat hot pot. The old man said that he would help him carry the package with the Xiaoxia money and some small items. After leaving the small courtyard, the white-haired old steward of the villa stood at the door. He cupped his hands and said to Qin Pingon with a smile, "Young Hiro-chan, come to the villa often in the future. From this year onwards, the Sword Villa will prepare a lot of Huadiao wine for you to brew and store. I guarantee that you will be able to drink the most authentic aged wine every time." Qin Pingon cupped his hands and said, "I won't stand on ceremony." Song Yulan and Qin Pingon flew out of the villa again. The old steward stood in the same place for a long time and did not want to leave. He smiled with gratification. Looking at the old manor lord now, he was really different from the old manor lord who had been lethargic for decades. At this moment the old manor lord was in high spirits, just like when he traveled the Jianghu in the past. Therefore, the Jianghu of our Shushui country would definitely be able to be romantic for decades. The old man strolled back and met with the 2 maidservants who were in charge of the courtyard. The old steward, who was usually serious in speech and manner, smiled a lot more, making the young swordsman feel flattered. They felt as if the sun had risen from the west. When the 2 arrived at the small town, the spies planted by the imperial court had all left on their own after receiving the news. They met Su Yuanxia and Zhang Shanfeng in the restaurant. The 4 of them still stayed on the 2nd floor and ate hot pot. Because of Song Yulan's self-introduction last time, the manager of the restaurant was a little reserved. After being scolded by the old man with the catchphrase "melon hammer," he recovered a little. Zhang Shanfeng could not eat spicy food, but he did not want to get stage fright, so he had to eat while crying. Qin Pingon said seriously that drinking wine could relieve the spicy food. As a result, the young Taoist sprayed a mouthful of wine all over Qin Pingon. At the table, the old man drank a little too much. He did not use the martial arts realm to dispel the smell of alcohol in his stomach. He kept toasting to Qin Pingon and the other 2. He also nagged at Qin Pingon a lot of things in his heart. He chatted casually when he thought of something. Qin Pingon being reasonable is not something to be happy about. Girls don't like it and men are no better. It's hard to survive in the world and you have to listen to people nagging at you when you're about to die. Don't you think it's annoying? It's fine if the reasoning is wrong, but you can't do it even though you know it's right. Isn't that even worse? The young man was already tongue-tied after drinking and eating spicy food. He retorted, "I'll occasionally say some reasoning, but I really don't quarrel with people. At most I fight." The old man also said, "If a girl tells you in the future, Qin Pingon, you're a good person." The young man's face was full of anticipation. "Then it'll be okay?" The old man slammed the table and gloated, "You son of a bitch. Okay, my ass, your relationship is definitely over. The young man was dumbfounded. He quickly drank a big mouthful of wine to calm himself down. After eating and drinking, the three of them bade farewell to Song Yulan at the end of the street. As the three of them walked further and further away, Song Fengshan silently appeared beside the old man with an iron sword hanging on his waist. The old man looked into the distance and sighed. Song Fengshan snorted. Am I your grandson or is he? The old man laughed. Although Song Fengshan's words were angry, there was a smile at the corner of his mouth. It turned out that the old man had packed nearly 2,000 light snow coins from Swordwater Villa in that bag. He did not leave a single one for the villa. At the table, Qin Pingon was constantly urged to drink by the old man. He was drunk. When he walked away, his footsteps were swaying and his whole body reeked of alcohol. For the time being, he did not have the time to care about the small bag on his back. An old man was indeed an old man. The young man was still too inexperienced. 248. Today the first chapter is 7,000 words. Now the second chapter is 11,000 words. I made up for yesterday's leave. For the 700 miles before arriving at the Swordwater Villa, Qin Pingon had a lot on his mind, so the three of them were a little depressed. This trip to the Immortal Ferry at the border was completely different. Moreover, because they had talked about a lot of things and revealed a lot of secrets, the relationship between the three of them became more solid. One time when they slept on the mountain peak, Xianxia talked about it while drinking. Zhang Shanfeng also rarely talked about his family and sect. He took the wine gourd from Qin Pingon and drank a lot for the first time. Especially when he talked about his master, the Fire Dragon Immortal, he scolded him. However, although he was merciless, the young Taoist's face was full of nostalgia. The peachwood sword was placed horizontally on his knees. When he talked about something, he had to drink to hide the tears in his eyes. During this time, the young Taoist sneezed several times. The bearded man joked, "What's wrong? Your master is a continent away. How can he hear your complaints? Is he an external Taoist master of Longhu Mountain?" Zhang Shanfeng said resentfully. What heavenly master? The old man had never been to the central divine continent in his life. Every day he talked about going to Mount Longhu to pay respects to the ancestral court. However, his waist was sore today, his legs were sore tomorrow, or he would sleep soundly. Every time he slept, he would sleep for 10 days to half a month. The longest time he slept was when it snowed for 2 months. The old man stood on the edge of the cliff and slept in the snow for 2 whole months. He only woke up when the snow completely melted. Before that, the disciples had already prepared a trip to Mount Longhu with their master, but it was all for naught. In short, the old man did not have the slightest sincerity. His senior and junior brothers complained and tried to persuade him again and again, but the old man turned a deaf ear to them. They could say whatever they wanted, but the old man just ignored them. Qin Pingon also took the initiative to talk about Mr. Qi. After all, Mr. Qi appeared in the ancient temple of Shu Shui country that night and met with Su Yuanxia and Zhang Shanfeng. However, he only mentioned the Lizhu cave in his hometown. He said that he was born and raised there and that Mr. Qi had taught in the school there for many years. It wasn't that Qin Pingon didn't want to talk about it. If he really did, with the help of alcohol, he could talk to his 2 friends about Mr. Qi all night. However, he did not dare to talk too much. During the short journey back with the young Cui Dong, the shameless disciple complained that Qin Pingon was silent. He was always showing off and talking about many things on the mountain top, such as the interesting plans of the sages in different continents. Even though the young Cui Dong deliberately only in bits and pieces, the real inside story, the real story was hidden. However, Qin Pingon already knew the importance of importance. Qin Pingon also talked about the process of his waterfall construction and the improvement of his realm. Su Yuanxia was a martial artist and was amazed. Even though she had expected it, she still gave Qin Pingon a thumbs up and said that he had a bright future and would definitely become a great guru in the god refinement realm. Seeing Zhang Shanfeng's blank face, Su Yuanxia gave an example. She said that Qin Pingon's current realm, if placed on the mountain, was about to break through the bottleneck of the lower 5 realms, and could step into the 6th realm, the cave-dwelling realm, at any time. Only then did Zhang Shanfeng come to a realization. Then the young Taoist wailed, saying that the results of his diligent cultivation every day had been taken away by a dog. Qin Pingon laughed and teamed up with the bearded man to make fun of Zhang Shanfeng. because Zhang Shanfeng did not need others to comfort him. This guy's tenacity was actually not inferior to Qin Pingan's. He was never afraid of anything except for one thing: not having money in his pocket and not having enough to eat. If there was one more thing, it would be that the young Taoist did not do a good job subduing demons on his journey to the south. He had always felt guilty. The rest of the journey was calm and tranquil. After experiencing the treacherous storms of Yanji County and seeing the liveliness of Jianghu at Sword-Water Manor, the three of them felt rather lonely. Fortunately, they quickly arrived at the border pass. The three of them all had official documents to pass through. Although the checks were strict, they still smoothly passed through the city gate and headed for the governor's manor. In the package given by Zhou Xian, in addition to nearly 2,000 pieces of snow money, there was also a letter written by the old man. As long as Qin Pingan handed it to the governor's mansion, he would be able to obtain permission from the imperial court to enter the forbidden area. Qin Pingan arrived in front of the tightly guarded mansion and went up to talk. He did not expect that these border guards could not understand the language of the Baoping continent. Qin Pingan also did not know the official language of the Sword-Water country. For a moment he spoke like a chicken talking to a duck. It was very awkward. Fortunately, the guard at the gate indicated for Qin Pingan to wait for a moment and let someone go in to report. Very quickly, a scholarly old man in a Confucian robe walked out. Qin Pingan handed over the letter to the governor's mansion. It was signed by Zhou Xian of the Sword-Water Villa. The old aide of the mansion took the letter with both hands and did not dare to be negligent. He led the three of them to a seat in the side hall. After tea was served, he ran quickly to the official hall where the governor handled military affairs. After a while, a short and dark old man walked in. He was not wearing armor or the uniform of a military official. His expression was wooden. He held 3 bronze seals in his hand and handed them directly to Qin Pingan. Then he turned and left without a word. When the three of them left the governor's mansion, Qin Pingan and Zhang Shanfeng were somewhat confused. That ordinary-looking governor of the Sword-Water country was too swift and decisive in his actions. The bearded man with the long and short swords at his waist explained, "The generals who have truly climbed from the bottom to the top are not the type to boast." Then he smiled and said, "In the officialdom this is called the noble speaking late." Zhang Shanfeng said unhappily, "He didn't even say a word. What's there to be late about?" The two of them had heard Qin Pingan talk about the disturbance at the Sword-Water Manor and knew the attitude of the court toward the manor. Xianxia couldn't help but sigh emotionally. To be willing to meet the three of us at this moment and even take out 3 clearance seals, this governor can be considered righteous. His friendship with the old sword Saint Song must be excellent. Qin Pingan nodded and said, "Someone who can be friends with the old senior Song can't be bad." Xianxia and Zhang Shanfeng looked at each other and smiled. The latter clicked his tongue and said, "Qin Pingan, these words of yours are quite knowledgeable. You even know how to brag about yourself in a roundabout way." Qin Pingan added, "Someone who can be friends with the old senior Song can't be bad." Xianxia gave him a thumbs up. These words are honest and chewy. Zhang Shanfeng put his arm around Qin Pingan's shoulder and praised, "Your words are so smooth and impeccable." The three of them laughed as they left the pass from the south gate and continued to head south. Each of them had the same clearance seal hanging at their waist. After about 100 miles, they would enter the forbidden area under the jurisdiction of the immortal fairy. On the way to a small mountain, the three of them stopped to rest. Qin Pingan started a fire to cook. During this time, there were people in the dark who looked at them from afar. After seeing the clearance seals at their waists, they no longer paid attention to them and left quietly. The three of them ate and didn't drink any alcohol. They were about to enter the ferry where the Qi cultivators gathered on the mountain. It was better to be careful. This time Xianxia was more to send off Qin Pingan and Zhang Shanfeng. However, it would be better if there was a ferry to the Qinghuan country in the southeast of the Aquarius continent. As for the shops at the ferry that sold treasures and heavy weapons, Xianxia was a pure martial artist. Now that she had another divine weapon, she was completely uninterested. Other than wanting to buy an offensive sword, Zhang Shanfeng also wanted to buy some rare talisman that was similar to the divine travel talisman. He also wanted to find someone to appraise the price of the pair of Azure Immortal Mountains divine sky bamboo chopsticks. The young Taoist would definitely not sell the white bowl that condensed spiritual energy into sweet dew, as well as the ancient Yu country's armor pill that Qin Pingon gave him at a cost. He wouldn't even take out these two treasures to prevent others from coveting them and causing more trouble. He definitely wouldn't touch any of the items that Qin Pingon brought out from the Luopa mountain. He would keep the superior snake gall stone that Xiaoyang returned to him on the Kuan ship. After Liju Grotto heaven fell, the snake gall stones in the Dragon Whisker River and Tiefu River had all become ordinary stones. It was said that the snake gall stone was a special product of Liju Grotto heaven. This meant that every time one was used there would be one less in the world. Qin Pingon already knew that this was a rare commodity worth hoarding. The later he sold it, the more he would profit. He had to hide the golden body script given by Yanji County's city god, Shenwen. He also had to keep the golden body fragment and the silver body fragment that he obtained twice. Shenwen valued the Taoist master seal that was engraved with the words, City God of Tsai Country's Toji County's seal of protection. He even said that only the virtuous can wield the divine weapon. It was said that this seal needed to be combined with the Five Thunders spell to unleash its mighty power. Qin Pingon immediately thought of Zhang Shanfeng, who was an external Taoist priest of Longhu Mountain, and Lin Shui, who was currently studying at Cliff Academy but was practicing the Cloud Gem book. However, after careful consideration, Qin Pingon felt that it was inappropriate to give it to one of them. He felt that even if he were to give it away he should leave it for later. First he had to wait until Qin Pingon understood what a virtuous person was. Then he would have to wait until Zhang Shanfeng or Lin Shui could be considered virtuous. If it was in the past, Qin Pingon would have given it away without a second thought. But now he would not. As for the piece of ebony that was struck by lightning and still had some vitality left, the large white bowl with the diagram of the 5 great mountains, and the talisman that hid the withered bone amorous ghost, Qin Pingon would take them out and ask for their prices. As for whether they would be sold as pawns he would see when the time came. He believed that the fairy shop would not force him to sell them. The Swordwater Villa had close to 2,000 pieces of snow money. Adding the snow money and snow money from the little boy in green, it would add up to a total of 4,000 pieces of snow money. When Qin Pingon thought of this he was somewhat happy. However, he thought of another matter and could not be happy. Wei Pai and the old man surnamed Cui had once said something similar. Before Qin Pingon entered the inverted hanging mountain he must first reach the 4 realms of the martial way. Because only then would he be able to gain a firm foothold on the Great Wall. Using the most abundant formless sword intent in the world to temper his body and strengthen his spirit, it would definitely be of great benefit to any pure martial artist of the Qi refining 3 realms. According to the old man, if he did not even reach the 4 realms, he might as well not go to the Great Wall and embarrass himself. Even if he could walk up he might not be able to climb down. He could only stay below the Great Wall of Sword Qi and deliver the sword to that girl. After that he, Qin Pingon, could only stare helplessly and obediently return to the Luopa mountain to be the Mountain King. Qin Pingon wanted to stay there for a while longer. Very quickly a group of people passed by on the path below the mountain. There were 7 or 8 people, old and young, all dressed differently. None of them looked like ordinary people. The 3 people on the hillside only glanced at them and did not look anymore. When outside, be careful of Taoist priests and monks. Wade through mountains and rivers, avoid young women. This was an unwritten rule on the mountain. If you met a fellow Taoist who you did not know the depth of, don't look at them for no reason. Who knows if you will meet someone with a bad temper. Those people also glanced at the 3 of them and did not look at them anymore. Although they had not reached the ferry, how long could they walk for dozens of miles? Parting was imminent. Originally they had agreed not to drink, but because Qin Pingon habitually drank a mouthful of wine, Zhang Shanfeng said that he also wanted to drink. Qin Pingon passed the wine gourd to him and Xianxia also took a mouthful. So they took turns like this. The 3 of them sat at the top of the small mountain, each taking a mouthful of wine, silently drinking without rest. In the end the bearded man muttered, "I was once born in the army and I was in the fierce border army. It was only because I could not stand people dying around me every day that I began to wander around Jianghu. I did not expect that in the end people would still die. You may not believe it, but I, Xianxia, was born in a scholarly family. That year I gave up my brush and joined the army. Of course my family is not a rich family, but it can be considered a county. I have not been back for many years. A good hometown where my parents are still alive, but now it seems like a hometown. The bearded man drank until his beard was full of wine. He sat cross-legged, his eyes hazy with drunkenness. During my years in the border army I read some books early on. They talked a little about loyalty to the country. Most of the fellow soldiers in the army do not talk about these things. They earn military merits, earn money, and avenge their brothers who were one step ahead of them. Killing the enemy on the battlefield is just killing the enemy, nothing more. But on the battlefield, when the enemy slashed you with a knife or shot you with an arrow, then when you sew the needle and pull out the arrow, there is only pain and no pleasure. A bunch of old men lying in a wounded soldier's tent full of blood and filth, crying out in pain. No one should laugh at each other. The young Taoist leaned back. He really could not drink anymore. Qin Pingon could not carry two people on his back at once. He looked up at the blue sky. Master always said that I have a good perception and a good foundation. Back then I did not participate in the imperial examinations, but went up the mountain to cultivate. This life will definitely not be a loss. But how would I know where my perception and foundation are? If they were also taken away by dogs, I really want to beg those dogs to give them back to me. You don't need them. But I, Zhang Shanfeng, need to go down the mountain to subdue demons and devils. I need them. With my cultivation I will not have to feel guilty anymore. I will not cause those people who pay me to do things to be separated from their families and become homeless. There was one good thing about Qin Pingon drinking. Even if he drank too much he did not speak much. So he silently listened to his two friends pour out their hearts. Sitting on the ground he hugged the wine gourd with both hands and looked into the distance. He glanced at the north, then turned his head to look at the south. At this moment, Qin Pingon did not have too many worries. In the end he went down the mountain to the ferry. The young Taoist, who was thinking that he could not get drunk, had already been carried by the bearded man. Su Yuanxia's footsteps were steady, but she talked a lot when drunk. She loudly recited a few frontier poems and finally said, 8,000 cups of good wine are not enough. She burped and did not say anything else. Qin Pingon smiled and said, beauties, 2 is still too much. Su Yuanxia rolled her eyes. What a waste of a sword immortal. Qin Pingon immediately corrected her. Great sword immortal. The young Taoist mumbled in his sleep, and the great heavenly master. This immortal ferry at the border of Shu Shui country and Xianxia country was actually a bustling town without a city. This gave Qin Pingon the illusion that he had returned to his hometown in Longquan. The streets were bustling with people. There were not many qi cultivators, but more ordinary people who had been here for generations as well as various merchants. The streets were filled with shops. When they arrived at the town, Zhang Shanfeng had already woken up, but he still had a headache and felt dizzy. Qin Pingon and Su Yuanxia had already sobered up. Su Yuanxia softly reminded them, let's not think about shopping around. Let's just find the place with the best location and the biggest shop. This was the valuable experience of Jianghu. Then the three of them found a big shop with a plaque that said, Qingfu Square. It was 5 stories tall and had an imposing aura. It occupied a vast area and there seemed to be a large courtyard behind the building. Ancient trees towered into the sky, and there seemed to be the sound of flowing water. They did not know its specific use for the time being. The couplets on both sides of the shop's entrance were written, my shop is fair and honest. My shop's price is fair. Put yourself in my shoes, please come back later. It was this rich and overbearing Qingfu workshop. On the street outside the shop, there were no shop assistants soliciting business. However, after the three of them walked into the shady lobby, a young woman in luxurious clothes walked over slowly. There was a green flying insect on each of her shoulders, as if it was carved out of jade. She directly asked in the elegant language of the Aquarius continent, would the three of you like to appraise treasures or buy the shop's collection? When the woman asked, 2 green flying insects had already flapped their wings and flew around the 4 of them, emitting a soft chirping sound. It turned out that it was to cover up the conversation between the 2 parties and not let others in the shop hear it. Su Yuanxia smiled and said, let's appraise the treasures first and then look at the quality of your collection. If there is something suitable and the price is fair, it won't be too late for us to buy it. The woman stretched out her hand and pointed to a place, smiling and saying, the appraisal of heavy weapons is on the 1st floor, the spirit weapons on the 2nd floor and the Dharma treasures on the 3rd floor. The staircase is over there. The three of you can choose by yourselves. I will follow you all the way. Xianxia nodded and strode towards the staircase. They would definitely stop at the second floor. No matter how good the spirit weapons were, there was a limit to the price. What if they had an immortal weapon? Even if Qin Pingon and Zhang Shanfeng wanted to sell, the bearded man did not recommend to do it at this ferry. The woman followed behind the three of them and smiled slightly. Since they were going straight to the second floor, then her luck was not bad this time and she could make some money. The other ladies on the first floor who had similar looks and bearing had some envy in their eyes. However, Qingfu Square had already arranged for the daily welcoming of customers. The size of the road to wealth would depend on their own luck. However, after a year there was not much difference. Even if someone suddenly became rich with the rules set by Qingfu Square's 500 years of history, they would not let others know, unless that person spilled the beans. When they reached the second floor, the woman began to lead the way again. The corridor was paved with a beautiful piece of lichen produced by the Tsai kingdom. The embroidery was not inferior to the one in the lobby of Jianshui Villa. She led the three of them to the door of a room and gently knocked on the door. After getting a promise from an old voice, the woman pushed the door open and entered. She stood at the door and waited until the bearded man and the other two had crossed the threshold. Then she gently closed the door. There was a big table in the room, and behind it sat a hale and hearty old man. There was a small incense burner and the aroma was spiraling. There was also a potted ancient cypress plant. The ancient cypress plant was curled and extended horizontally. A row of little people in green squatted on the branches. They were originally whispering, but when they saw the arrival of the guests, they stood up together and stood on the branches of the ancient cypress plant. They bowed and said in a childish voice, "Welcome, distinguished guests, to our shop. May you be rich." It was indeed the work of immortals. Seeing this, Qin Pingon was stunned. Xianxia was experienced in Jianghu and knew how to hide her emotions. Zhang Shanfeng was originally from the mountain. Although he was very poor now, when he cultivated in the sect he actually had a lot of knowledge. Therefore the country bumpkin who gave the game away was actually Qin Pingon. With such a small detail, the young woman put more attention on Xianxia and Zhang Shanfeng. She felt that the young man with straw shoes and a sword on his back was most likely a wild individual cultivator who stepped on the path of cultivation because of a small opportunity. She did not need to spend too much time on him. The old man smiled and asked, "Treasure appraisal? What spiritual weapon?" "I'm best at appraising bronze, calligraphy and painting and fine wood materials. I also dabble in other miscellaneous items. I dare not say that I'm proficient in everything, but I've sat in this room of Qingfu Square for more than 40 years. The number of times I've misjudged can be counted on one hand. You can rest assured and take out your treasures." Zhang Shanfeng took out the pair of bamboo chopsticks from his sleeve and handed it to the old man. The old man, who was originally sitting on the chair, shone brightly and did not hide his surprised expression. He stood up and took the pair of green bamboo chopsticks with both hands. After sitting down, he carefully put the chopsticks on the table in front of him. He took out a special silk handkerchief from the drawer and carefully wiped his palms and fingers. Only then did he pick up the chopsticks with the engraved, divine cloud bamboo, and looked at it patiently without saying anything for a long time. After putting down the divine cloud bamboo, and picking up the green immortal mountain, the old man sighed and looked up at the young Taoist. He said with a face full of regret, "The material of this object is excellent. Not only is it definitely from the bamboo sea cave, but it is also most likely made from the divine cloud bamboo of the green immortal mountain." After the green immortal mountain closed off the mountain for 100 years, the price of items made from the divine cloud bamboo of the green immortal mountain could be said to have skyrocketed. It is not an exaggeration to say that it has skyrocketed. It is a pity that it was not made into a pair of pocket-sized ghost whipping whips, but into a pair of chopsticks. Too extravagant. Too much. At the end of his words, the old man gritted his teeth and almost beat his chest and stomped his feet. He almost cursed the previous owner of the chopsticks for wasting God's gift. The old man stretched out his hand and stroked the 3 words, "Green Immortal Mountain," on the chopsticks. He could only comfort himself softly, but if it was made into a divine cloud bamboo whip, the customer could directly go to the 3rd floor. How would I have the chance to see this object? The green immortal mountain of the bamboo sea cave. In such a big cave, there is only one mountain goddess, and that is Madame Zhou of the Green Immortal Mountain. You must know that the founder of the School of Novels once described this legendary Madame Mountain Goddess in such a way: beautiful appearance, likes to go barefoot, and has extremely green hair. With just a few words he outlined the elegant demeanor of a peerless goddess. The old man was completely immersed in his own reverie. Although the woman leading the way in Qingfu Fong was a little embarrassed, she was very happy in her heart. She was going to earn a big commission today. Fortunately, those sluts on the third floor who were best at putting on airs wouldn't be able to earn the money. The women on the third floor looked more like fairies than the other. They looked cold, but they were actually full of schemes. Whoever had the money would be the most handsome man in the world. Regardless of age, they were all vixens who liked to seduce men. After the deal was done, they were even willing to shamelessly give their bodies to the customers and lead them to the private courtyard at the back. They were so shameless. Shameless. Alas, she did not know when she would be able to work on the third floor. When had she ever been bad at serving people in bed? Even for female customers, she also had her own unique methods. She was confident that she could serve them comfortably. Zhang Shanfeng had to interrupt the old man's thoughts. Old mister, I just want to know how much this pair of chopsticks is worth." The old man quickly came back to his senses and looked at the woman with a smile. "Chuang, do I still have one more share in Qingfu Fong this year?" The young woman was a little surprised, but soon smiled sweetly and said, "Mr. Hong, you do have one more chance to keep the treasure in your pocket. But according to the old rules, you have to show it to the second owner on the top floor first before you can keep it for yourself." The old man laughed heartily. "Of course." Then the old man said to the young Taoist seriously, "If this pair of chopsticks is said to be beneficial to cultivation, it is really not much. But if it is placed in the secular dynasty at the foot of the mountain, it will definitely be a treasure that the high officials and dignitaries will fight for. Because every time the chopsticks pick up food, it will be tainted with some spiritual energy. Therefore it can strengthen the body and prolong the life. As long as there is no serious illness or disaster, it is not difficult for the ordinary people to increase their life by 3 to 5 years. Moreover, the two names of Qingshan Mountain and Shenshao Bamboo can also increase the price by a lot, especially for people who like it." The old man glanced at the green bamboo chopsticks on the table and said with a face full of joy, "Qingfu Fong, or I, Hong Yonghua, am willing to offer 450 pieces of snow money. Don't worry, I can guarantee that whether it is the upper floor of Qingfu Fong, or in this fairy town, the other 16 shops, big or small, will not offer a higher price. Generally, the market price will at most be 300 to 400 pieces of snow money. I really like this item. This year, I have another chance to keep the appraised item in my pocket, so I am willing to offer such a high price. Taoist, what do you think? Are you willing to part with the bamboo chopsticks?" The old man looked at the young Taoist with pleading eyes. "For 150 pieces of snow money, this price really can't be higher. If you are afraid that I am picking up a bargain and don't believe in the golden name of Qingfu Fong, and are afraid that I am cheating you, it's okay. We can go to the second owner together, or you can go to the shops on the street again." Zhang Shanfeng glanced at Xianxia and the bearded man nodded slightly. Zhang Shanfeng grinned and stretched out a hand. "One price, 500 pieces of snow money, and I will sell it." The young woman turned her head and covered her mouth to laugh. Well, with Mr. Hong's stubborn character, he only looked at the first sight and did not care about the value. Once he took a fancy to something he liked, he would definitely cut off his flesh no matter how painful it was. "I will make you happy, I will make you happy, that money can't buy." The old man slapped himself and then stood up. He was still more happy than distressed and said generously, "It's settled. Chuang, take this pair of chopsticks carefully and send it to the top floor for the second owner to appraise, lest I am suspected of abusing my position for personal gain. After the price is confirmed to be fair, then I can pay for it out of my own pocket. Of course, your share will be included." The woman carefully kept the bamboo chopsticks and left gracefully. The bearded man knew that Zhang Shanfeng had profited from this transaction, and he had profited a lot. Only Qin Pingon was still standing by the table, secretly lowering his head and bending over, staring at the little boys in green. He felt that these little boys were interesting, silly and cute. He was thinking if he should collect some of them himself and give them to the girl in the pink dress in Luopa Mountain. She would most likely like it, and it would save her from being bored in the bamboo house. And those little boys felt that such a country bumpkin could not even recognize them, so it was quite interesting. Both sides were quite happy to see each other. The old man sat behind the table humming a little tune and was even happier. The young woman returned quickly, smiling as she handed over the pair of bamboo chopsticks from Green Immortal Mountain. The second owner said congratulations on having one less regret, but he also said that the next time you invite him to drink, you are not allowed to show off this pair of chopsticks to him. The old man spat. How can I not show off? Then he quickly put away the pair of bamboo chopsticks, opened the drawer, took out 5 pieces of small summer money, and handed it to the young Taoist with the peachwood sword on his back. Although generally speaking, small summer money is 100 pieces of snow in a big shop, everyone knows that in private transactions, each piece of small summer money will cost an extra 4 or 5 pieces of snow. Zhang Shanfeng smiled and nodded. After receiving the 5 pieces of small summer money, he saw Qin Pingon still foolishly winking at the little boys in green. He gave Qin Pingon an elbow and smiled. Don't play dumb with me, take it. I'll pay you the interest first, but I still owe you the principal. If you feel bad, you can deduct the 5 pieces of small summer money from the principal. As for the rest, I'll really owe you first. We'll talk about it in the future. Clearly, after knowing the true price of the Guyu Kingdom's Jia Pill, Zhang Shanfeng did not feel that they could be friends. He pretended as if nothing had happened, and could really settle the matter according to the 500 pieces of snow. Qin Pingon calmly accepted the 5 pieces of small summer money and kept them in his sleeve. He said, "We're even. If not, I'll return you the money and you'll return me the item?" Zhang Shanfeng remained silent. Xianxia smiled as she patted Zhang Shanfeng on the shoulder. "That's it, or you'll be too pretentious." Only then did Zhang Shanfeng grunt. Qin Pingon put his arm around Zhang Shanfeng's shoulder and said with a smile, "If you really feel bad, why don't you sell the peachwood sword?" Zhang Shanfeng elbowed him again and scolded jokingly, "Go away." Qin Pingon jumped away. A gentleman uses his mouth, not his fists. Xianxia shook her head like 2 children. The woman from Qingfu Workshop was a little surprised. She stared at the side profile of the youth with a sword on his back. Could this be the true local tycoon? Zhang Shanfeng smiled at the old man. "I have nothing else to sell." The old man was greatly disappointed. However, Qin Pingon followed up and said, "I have something for you to appraise." The old man immediately sat up straight and stretched out his hand with a smile. "I think I'm in for a treat again." Qin Pingon took out the white bowl with the 5 great mountains true form drawing from his sleeve and placed it on the table. The old man's eyes were calm. He held the bowl with both hands and spun it slowly. After putting it down, he said, "The drawing on the surface of the bowl should be the 5 great mountains true form drawing of the ancient Yu Kingdom. Qingfu Workshop is willing to pay 150 pieces of snow coins. If it was the 5 great mountains true form drawing of the great dynasties, the price would be several times higher. However, the 5 great mountains of the ancient Yu Kingdom contain limited spiritual energy. When drawn on this white bowl, the effect will be greatly reduced." Speaking of this, the old man was a little emotional. He talked about a storm in the trade on the mountain. Thinking back, the shop that made a huge profit because of this bowl was the Bao Zhai that secretly stocked up a large amount of Dolly 5 Great Mountains bowls a few decades ago. His shop really made a lot of money in the past few years. After that, countless small shops followed suit and bought. Who would have thought that Emperor Dolly would lose his mind and change all the 5 great mountains? Haha, many shops lost everything because of this. Fortunately, our workshop owner had a unique vision and stood his ground against the objections of the masses. He did not buy even a single Dolly 5 Great Mountains bowl at a high price. This saved Qingfu Workshop from a disaster. After Qin Pingon listened patiently to the old man's words, he asked softly, "Old mister, what is the effect of this bowl?" I'm sorry. Once we talk about the power of Qingfu Workshop, I can't control my mouth. Young master, let's get down to business." After the old man apologized, he pointed at the white bowl and said with a smile, "The 5-colored earth is something that every country and dynasty must have. Where does the 5-colored earth come from? Other than the treasured lands of the mountains and rivers that are nurtured by oneself, it can also be man-made. This type of bowl is used to take the soil from the 5 great mountains and put it into the bowl. After a period of time, according to the quality of the 5 Great Mountains bowl and the quality of the 5 Great Mountains bowl, a small handful of 5-colored earth will be produced. Of course, the 5-colored earth can also be sold. With the appearance of young master's 5 Great Mountains bowl, if you have enough 5 Great Mountains soil from the ancient Yu kingdom, it can be sold for this amount of 5 Great Mountains soil. The old man spread out his palm. The young woman covered her mouth and laughed secretly. Qin Pingon asked tentatively, "How much is 50 snowflakes?" The old man could not help but say, 5 snowflakes. Then the old man explained, "Many of these spiritual weapons that can continue to make money are priced according to 60 years on the mountain. 5 snowflakes a year after 60 years, it will be 300 snowflakes. Ah, young master, don't be anxious. You might think that Qingfu Workshop is cheating you and is only willing to buy this bowl at half price. This is because the 5 Great Mountains bowl is a little special. In some unstable countries, their 5 Great Mountains true form bowl might be worthless. Think about it, if the country is gone, where is the 5 Great Mountains? Then where does the 5-colored earth come from? If not for the fact that the ancient Yu kingdom is still stable, Qingfu Workshop would not be interested in buying the 5 Great Mountains bowl and would be willing to pay half price. This is fair. Qin Pingon thought for a while. Can we not sell this bowl? The old man smiled. Of course you can. To be honest, if I buy this bowl for Qingfu Workshop today, when the ancient Yu kingdom changes overnight, I will have to bear the risk and my salary will be deducted. Qin Pingon kept the white bowl with a chuckle. Although it was not 50 snowflakes a year when he thought of 5 snowflakes a year, that was a full 5,000 taels of silver. Do you know how much the earliest house in the Peach Leaf Alley in Dragon Spring Town cost? It did not even cost 1,000 taels of silver. Of course, now that the Dragon Pearl Grotto Heaven had collapsed and bordered the territory of the Dali dynasty, the prices of houses in small towns had skyrocketed. However, 5,000 taels of silver could still buy a few houses in Dragon Spring County City. The most important thing now was to quickly write a letter to Wei Pai and the old man surnamed Cui, asking them to help collect the soil of the 5 Great Mountains of the ancient Yu kingdom. Then when he returned from the inverted mountain, he would personally make a trip to the 5 mountains of the ancient Yu kingdom and take as many kilograms as he could. He hoped that there would be enough space for the Flying Sword 15. Xianxia suddenly said softly, "This bowl can be sold." Although the old man had lost his composure because of the pair of green immortal mountain bamboo chopsticks, he was actually very shrewd when doing business. "Brother, do you think that the Dali cavalry will definitely go south? Therefore the ancient Yu kingdom might not be able to protect its territory?" "I don't think so. With Lakeview Academy overseeing the central region of the Aquarius continent, I believe that the Song clan will not go south. Even if that day really comes, there are so many dynasties and vassal states in the middle. If they attack them one by one, how many years will it take for the Dali to go south without stopping?" Since the old man had exposed it, Xianxia did not hide it anymore. She smiled and said, "Even with Lakeview Academy's obstruction, I still feel that it will not take long for the Dali to go south." The old man smiled and did not say anything. He did not want to argue with others on this matter. Qingfu Workshop was only doing business and harmony made money. Xianxia smiled at Qin Pingon and said, "Safe in the bag." Qin Pingon looked at the bearded man. The latter's gaze was firm. Qin Pingon nodded and took out a white bowl without hesitation. He placed it on the table and said, "Sir, do you still want to buy it?" The old man laughed heartily and said, "I will not cheat anyone. I will buy it without any mistake. If Qingfu Workshop makes a loss in this transaction, just take it that I have bad taste. If you want to deduct my money, so be it." They exchanged the money and the goods. Qin Pingon received 150 pieces of little snow money. As Xianxia said, it was safe in the bag. After that, Qin Pingon took out the ebony and the talisman with the voluptuous ghost attached to it. The old man appraised them one by one and was full of praises for the ebony. He promised that he was willing to pay 300 pieces of little snow money. He said that the Qi refinement warriors of the School of Agriculture and the medical school would be interested in this item. However, he was only willing to pay 50 pieces of the talisman, which was made of good material. Qin Pingon thought about it and only sold the ebony and took back the talisman. Qin Pingon and Zhang Shanfeng had nothing to sell. It was time to spend money like water. The old man sent the guests to the door with a smile. He did not forget to say to Xianxia, "Come again in the future if you have the chance. Let's take a look at the situation in Guyu country. Whoever loses will treat to a drink. How about that?" Xianxia smiled and said, "Sure. Actually, no matter who wins or loses, It is not a loss to be able to drink with old Mr. Hong. The old man laughed out loud. Just because of this sentence I will treat you to a drink next time. Xianxia cupped her fists and bade farewell. When she heard that Zhang Shanfeng wanted to buy a Taoist talisman sword that could slay demons, the young lady brought the three of them directly to the fourth floor. She chose a big room with a wooden sign that said "Cold Light." There were people from Qingfu workshop guarding the door. After the lady greeted the person, she gently pushed the door open. Rows of sword racks were next to each other. The room was filled with sword aura and there were all kinds of swords. Zhang Shanfeng had just stepped over the door when he suddenly said that he did not want to look anymore. This made the young lady feel disappointed. However, Qin Pingon said, "Ignore him. Let's look at the swords." Zhang Shanfeng did not want to enter the room no matter what, so the bearded man dragged him in. The young lady introduced more than a dozen magic swords of different prices. In the end, although Zhang Shanfeng was dejected, he could not help glancing at one of the ancient bronze swords. The scabbard had long been lost and the word Shenwu was engraved. Because there were many scars on the sword, even if the sword was made of excellent materials, Qingfu Workshop only offered 400 pieces of snow coins. Qin Pingon bought it without hesitation. When he took out the money, Qin Pingon hesitated. The young lady smiled and considerately took the initiative to leave the room. When she returned to the cold light room, Qin Pingon had already piled the 400 pieces of snow coins on a sword rack. After checking and confirming, she put the ancient sword, Zhenwu, into a scabbard that had already been prepared and handed it to Qin Pingon. Walking out of the cold light sword house together, the young lady led the three of them not out of the main entrance of Qingfu Workshop, but from a second-floor air bridge to a high-rise building in the backyard. Then they walked out from there and left Qingfu Workshop through a side door in the backyard. After the young lady told the three of them the route of the ferry, some rules and prices, she waved goodbye to the three of them. When she turned around, the guard of Qingfu Workshop had already closed the side door. With her back to the door, she secretly clenched her fists. Her face was full of joy, but she quickly recovered her calm face and quickly walked back to the main building of Qingfu Workshop. Her face was full of sadness, and she sighed and complained to her companions about the poverty of the three guests. Qingfu Workshop was less than 2 miles away from the ferry. There was a ferry to Yunsong country. Although it was still a long distance away from Qingwan country, it was naturally much faster than Su Yuanxia's walking. Moreover, after getting off the ferry in Yunsong country, one could immediately board the ferry to Qingwan country. Therefore, Su Yuanxia would take this ferry to leave Shui country. The ferry that Qin Pingon needed belonged to an old route that had existed for thousands of years. It had a long history. Although it wouldn't go directly to the southernmost old dragon city of the Aquarius continent, it would still greatly shorten the long journey by hundreds of thousands of miles. When they approached the ferry, Qin Pingon, who was holding the Zhenwu sword, and the young Taoist priest almost stopped at the same time. The young Taoist priest lowered his head and didn't dare to speak. Su Yuanxia sighed and said to Qin Pingon with a smile. At that time, Taoist Chong Yao of Yanji region inadvertently mentioned that in the southeastern part of the Aquarius continent, which is near the Qingwan country that I want to go to, there will be a huge water and land Taoist ceremony held half a year later. At that time, countless Taoist immortals will gather and there will be a few famous Taoist immortal masters of the Aquarius continent. Of course, Zhang Shanfeng wanted to go and take a look, but he didn't know how to tell you. He always felt that if he changed the itinerary at the last minute, it would be too disloyal and unfair to you. Now that you bought this sword, this guy felt even more ashamed to say goodbye to you. After all, he said that he would accompany you all the way to Old Dragon City. I reckon that this guy now has the heart to die. Alright, Qin Pingon, you can use this Zhenwu to dig a hole in the ground and bury him. Once and for all. Qin Pingon jumped up and slapped Zhang Shanfeng's head. Look at your silly look, you're like a sissy. Who are we? Don't you look like a child? Sword take away. Money, person scram. The young Taoist priest didn't raise his head, but his shoulders were slightly trembling. Qin Pingon didn't speak anymore. After throwing the Zhenwu sword to Su Yuanxia, he quickly left alone. When the young Taoist priest raised his head with red eyes, that young man from Dali Longquan who carried a sword on his back had already walked far away. As if he sensed Zhang Shanfeng's gaze, the straw sandals youth raised an arm high, clenched his fist and waved it with all his strength. 249. I recommend two places. One is the Jianlai Circle on the Zhongheng app, and the other is Jianlai's Baidu Tieba. Deities often appear there and many of the analysis posts are very good. The ferry that Qin Pingon took was not at the same place as the ferry to Yunsong country. After paying 10 snowflakes, taking a wooden plaque and returning the talisman seal from the governor's office, Qin Pingon followed dozens of people to the ferry. The location was actually the entrance to an underground karst cave. The cave was 50 to 60 feet wide, and it was covered with cliff carvings of immortals from past dynasties, such as Fish Scale Fairyland, Longevity of the Sun and Moon in a Jar, and Yaolin Cave. Most of the strokes were forceful. After entering the cave, it suddenly opened up and the light was bright. The group walked down the stairs and after the time it took to burn a stick of incense, they entered a huge cave hall. On the east and west walls, there were lifelike paintings of flying in the sky. The women's faces could be clearly seen and their bodies were plump, but they did not give off the feeling of being bloated. On the shore of the ferry there was a 3-story ship. The stern of the ship had carvings of dragon heads and dragon tails. Other than its huge size, which was almost comparable to a dynasty's Great Lake warship, its style was no different from a secular ferry. Other than Qin Pingon's group, there were already more than 300 people gathered there. There were all kinds of shops at the ferry and most of them were exquisite. They did not hang plaques or couplets and only hung signs outside their doors. They sold paintings, pastries and fruits, as well as some local specialties around Chaoshui country. For example, there were small lichens and cockfighting cups from Tsai country, pine needle paintings from Songshi country, and elm leaf carvings and root carvings from ancient Yu country. Qin Pingon had paid 10 snowflakes to rent a single room on the second floor. Actually, the first floor only cost 3 snowflakes, which was 3,000 taels of silver. Although it was a celestial ferry and the journey was long, this price was still very shocking compared to the expenses of a secular dynasty. Fortunately, Qin Pingon was someone who had ridden on the Kun boat before, so he was not surprised. He also sold the 5 Sacred Mountains real shape bowl and the Thunderbolt ebony at Qingfu Square, earning an additional 450 pieces of snow coins. His profit was not bad. Plus, Qin Pingon needed to practice his boxing and walking stance every day, so he had to fork out more money. It was not easy to save. There was a fairy chi cultivator sitting on a wooden armchair on a small stone platform by the shore. He held a teacup that was covered with partridge spots and he drank countless mouthfuls. But the tea was still not empty. He reminded everyone in a clear voice that the ferry would depart south in an hour. Before boarding the ferry they could buy some cheap and good local products to bring back to their hometowns. Then he emphasized the lichens of the colorful clothes kingdom and the potted plants of the mountain orchid kingdom, exaggerating and flattering them. He even mentioned the signboards of the 2 shops. Indeed, many ferry customers were tempted and went to the 2 shops to spend a lot of money. This made the shopkeepers of the other shops either roll their eyes or envy. Money could make the world go round. They did not have the money to build connections, so they could only do this. Qin Pingon stood silently in the crowd. He suddenly thought of Lu Gaohua, the son of the governor of Yanji County, and the tree spirit scholar of the ancient Yu kingdom. He also thought of the cockfighting cups that they had brought with them. He heard that the prices were several times higher elsewhere, so he also went to buy a pair of cockfighting cups. 1 snowflake for 2. He put the boxwood box that contained the porcelain cups into his bag, and then went to buy some fresh fruits with real money, carrying a big bag of them in his hands. In the sea of people, the youth wore straw sandals and carried a sword case on his back. He also carried a bag of fruits. Although there were many people and people were only 2 or 3 steps away from each other, compared to the hustle and bustle of the county market, this immortal ferry was much quieter. Most of the people gathered together and whispered to each other. Few people spoke loudly. Some children who could not control their lively nature were also held back by the hands of their family elders, who firmly forbade them from running around. After all, this was the legendary gathering place of immortals. The chi cultivators on the mountain who went out would not engrave the name of their sect on their foreheads, let alone reveal their true state of cultivation. There were a total of 10 realms in the 5 lower realms. There were only so many realms. They were dead, but humans were alive. Saints were similar in nature, but their habits were different. The road to Tao was long and they could easily cultivate for decades or even centuries. Who knew what kind of temperament a qi cultivator would have in the end? If one did everything without any scruples and only relied on a pair of fists and cultivation to do whatever he wanted, he would definitely be trampled on by others one day. However, he was fortunate to be born in an immortal mansion that had the word sect in it, such as the Divine Grandeur Sect, the Wind Snow Temple of the Zhenwu Mountain, and especially the Lakeview Academy that shocked the Aquarius continent. Even if he was not a direct disciple, he was still qualified to run amok in a continent. Unknowingly, it was like hanging a peace sign. Otherwise, he would have a teacher in the Golden Elixir realm or the Nascent Soul realm who taught him. This was also a powerful protective talisman. The grudges on the mountain could be the result of a few lifetimes of ordinary people. Therefore, it was better to squash enmity rather than keep it alive. The Wind Thunder Garden and the Xingyang Mountain were the best examples. What happened to the once high and mighty fairy Su Jia now? Her world's first-class blade-strengthening gourd was taken back to the sect. Her sword heart and cultivation were both shattered. It was said that there was no news of her at all. How many young qi cultivators who adored her were still grieving? Qin Pingon was silent. He just took off the wine pot and drank, waiting for the ferry to depart to the south. This trip was 200,000 miles south. At the ferry landing, there would be other immortal ferries that would go straight to the old dragon city. From there, they would cross the continent to the inverted mountain and enter the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Therefore, there was no chance for him to travel the Jianghu with his friends. Even if he wanted to drink, he could only drink alone. The ferry was about to set sail. The guests began to board the ferry one after another. Qin Pingon found his own room on the second floor. Compared to the heaven room on the Kuan boat that he boarded at the ferry landing of Wutong Mountain, it was very cramped and narrow. There was only a bed and a small balcony that could only allow 2 people to stand outside. Qin Pingon put down the bag of fruits that cost more than 10 taels of silver. He took off the sword case and the bag and sat on the clean and comfortable bed. For some reason, he thought of the wooden bed in his ancestral house at the Mud Bottle Alley. Qin Pingon leaned back and lay down. The poor were afraid of winter while the rich were afraid of summer. However, it seemed that the rich also had many ways to avoid summer heat, not to mention the qi cultivators on the mountain who had great magical powers. Qin Pingon sat up and rolled up his sleeves and trousers. His wrists and ankles revealed the vague appearance of a talisman. His vital qi flowed slowly as if there was an invisible burden. It did not look very eye-catching. Moreover, there was no record of it in the true elixir works that Li Shixing gave him. This was the work of Old Yang. It was called the 8 Tales of Vital Qi Talisman. The old man did not explain it in detail. He only said that it could help pure martial artists to use their vital qi to refine their body when they were sleeping. Moreover, as long as Qin Pingon reached the qi cultivator realm, the 4 talisman would automatically disappear. If he could not break through the bottleneck, Qin Pingon would go to the old dragon city at the southernmost tip of the Aquarius continent. He would go to a dusty medicine shop to find Jing Dafeng and ask the former gatekeeper of the small town to help him remove the shackles. Qin Pingon rolled up his sleeves and trousers and walked to the balcony of the ferry. According to the local records of the Combe country, the formation of this underground waterway was when the last real dragon in the world was chased by the immortals. It dived into the ground and opened it up with its huge body. Finally, it drilled out of the ground at the entrance of the Combe country and rode the wind to the north of Dali. After the final battle, there was the small cave of Dali Pearl. Therefore, this waterway was also commonly known as the Dragon Road. There was a waterway on both sides of the waterway so that the ferries from the north and south could travel between them. In the middle there was an endless fence. Every 10 miles, there would be a fluorescent lantern hanging on the stone wall, illuminating the nearby waterway. But at night, the lantern would be extinguished so that the passengers could rest and sleep without being affected by the light. There were some noises next door on both sides. It seemed that there were many people living there. The restrictions on the second floor of the ferry were relatively lax. At most 5 people could live there. There were no beds to lie on so they could sleep on the floor. After all, it was not a small expense to spend 10 pieces of snow. It was not easy for a qi refinement warrior to cultivate, especially for an itinerant cultivator who had no roots in the mountains. Earning money, especially big money, was extremely risky. If there were no shortcuts and connections, it was no exaggeration to say that one's head was tied to one's belt with one's hard-earned money. It was only human nature that one wished to break every piece of snow into 8 pieces. Qin Pingan's room faced the waterway on the other side of the waterway. The ferry began to move forward. He found that there were already many people holding fishing rods near the railing on the first floor. There was no bait on the hooks, just empty hooks. However, the fishing hooks flashed with fluorescent light and were directly thrown into the underground river. They were actually dragging fishing. From time to time there were really stupid palm-sized fish being hooked. They were pulled onto the deck and thrown into the fish basket. But if they caught a snow-white finger-long silver shrimp, the fishermen would be very happy. It turned out that this thing had a great origin. It was a unique thing in this underground river. In Combe country it was simply called river dragon. In the south it was nicknamed silver. This thing could absorb water essence and reiki. Young shrimp were half an inch long. After more than 10 years, it could grow to the length of a finger. After 100 years, it could only grow to the length of 2 fingers. It was like the jade armor of a general, but it was exquisite and clear. Such a 100-year-old river dragon was full of reiki and extremely delicious. It could be sold at the sky-high price of half a piece of snow in the south. If the passengers on the first floor could catch 6 big silver, it would be a wasted trip. They could make a lot of money and kill time. Why not? However, it was easy to catch a 1-finger-long river dragon, but it still depended on fate and luck to catch a 2-finger-long river dragon. The river at the Combe country's ferry port had been excavated for thousands of years. It was rumored that someone had once caught a 3-foot-long river dragon. Its golden shrimp tentacles shocked everyone. In the end, it was sold to the old Dragon City lord. Unfortunately, no one knew how much the rich immortal of the half-continent offered. Qin Pingan had liked fishing since he was young. It was rare that he did not think about anything. He leaned on the railing and stared at the fishermen for a long time. He thought that there should be fishing rods on the ship, but he did not know if it was expensive. If 1 or 2 pieces of snow could be bought with money, then he could go to the railing to try his luck. Back in the house, Qin Pingan ate fresh fruits that did not have any reiki. He began to think about the matter of practicing martial arts. The journey of 200,000 miles took 2 months. During this time they stopped at the Immortals' ferry ports and restocked. In total it took about 4 to 5 days. The speed of this ferry was much slower than that of the Kun ship. This was normal. The Kun ship was the cross-continent ferry of the North Continent. It was far from comparable to this ferry. Qin Pingan did a rough calculation. If he did not eat and sleep he would have 4 to 6 hours a day. He would try to practice martial arts for 9 to 20 hours a day. Coupled with the fact that his punches had changed from slow to fast, which was a huge advantage, he could practice the 6-step stance 3,600 times a day. In 2 months, 60 days, he could practice the martial arts for about 200,000 times. It sounded like a very simple calculation, but when it was put into practice, Qin Pingan, who was very skilled in martial arts, knew that it could drive people crazy. Even Qin Pingan, who thought that his strength was good, felt that it was a little difficult. In the past, when he practiced martial arts, whether it was going to the Great Sui dynasty or going south to Shui country, he encountered mountains and rivers along the way, each with its own scenery. But this time he had to face the wall in this Fangzhong area as if he was withered. The most important thing was the stance walking. It was 2 different things compared to the suffering he suffered when he practiced martial arts with the old man in the bamboo house. The latter was more of a test of physical pain and the drifting of the spirit. The former seemed easy and leisurely, punching out one punch after another, but the later it was more like a blunt knife cutting the flesh. It was just like the snowy day when he entered Dali from the ancient plank road in Huangting country. In the end, every breath he took was like swallowing a knife. No wonder the old man said that when a martial artist tempered himself, he not only had to fight with the heaven and earth, but also had to endure the pain of the mountain crushing the body. He also had to fight with his own heart, slowly stewing the word fixed. Qin Pingan took a deep breath. After closing the balcony door, he began the stance walking. His footsteps were light, his punches were fast, and his fist intent was flowing. After that, it was boring day and night. Qin Pingan did not even go to the ferry restaurant to eat. He only ate dry food and wine to fool around with 3 meals a day. Even though the weather in the underground river was cool and refreshing, Qin Pingan was still sweating profusely. He walked out of the house and stopped at the wooden door at the edge of the balcony. After 1 round of punching, he turned around and did it again. Over time, the floor of the house was covered in sweat. Every time he practiced until he was exhausted, he would take a short rest. In this narrow room, unlike when he traveled far away, he always had all kinds of worries. He just calmed down and practiced his martial arts. There were 24 hours a day. Excluding the 4 hours of sleep and several breaks in the middle, the end was a full 18 hours of punching. He was completely oblivious to himself. It seemed that there was only such a small place in the world. There were no mountains or rivers, no surging rivers, no mountain wind, and no snow. It was as if spring, summer, autumn, winter, sickness, and death were all between the abbot. 20 days later, the wooden door of the viewing balcony did not open even once. In the night, Qin Pingon lay on the ground. His clothes were soaked and the floor was wet. He was like a fish that had been pulled ashore, gasping for breath. Qin Pingon grinned. He wanted to laugh but could not. If the master of the Maoyao Tower, who was proficient in assassination, sneakily attacked him at this time, what should he do? He looked down at the sword-cultivating gourd. He could only rely on these two little ancestors. In the next 10 days, Qin Pingon had to take off the wine pot at his waist and even the straw sandals on his feet. He rolled up his sleeves and trousers and walked back and forth in the room barefoot to practice his martial arts. From the body-refining realm to the chi-refining realm, Qin Pingon seemed to be only one breath away from stepping over the remaining foot. However, that foot seemed to be deep in the mud. No matter how hard he tried, Qin Pingon could not pull it out. After a whole month of practicing his martial arts, his progress was still slow. He could only pull that foot out of the mud a little. In between practicing his martial arts, the world outside was not completely silent. After the neighboring passengers on both sides got used to the fairy life, they were no longer restrained. The room on the left was like a room full of Jianghu heroes. Every day they would drink and eat big bowls of meat and talk about the Jianghu. It was just that during their conversations, they mostly chatted in the official language of other countries. It was rare that a few words of the Baoping continent would pop out. When Qin Pingon practiced to the extreme every day, he would jump out from the mysterious state of selflessness. The slightest movement would be as loud as thunder in spring. Therefore, when he listened to the chatter over there, Qin Pingon only felt a little irritated. On the other hand, the guests on the right next door were like the immortal masters of the small sects on the mountain who were traveling down the mountain. They were relatively quiet. However, they had to practice twice a day. They had to recite the sect's rules in unison. The sound insulation of the wooden boards was not good. These chi cultivators of the lower 5 realms also used their unique breathing techniques. It was also a troublesome matter. If these were still tolerable, then there was something that would happen every few days. Qin Pingon did not know whether to laugh or cry. Those who lived on the 3rd floor of the ferry above his head were all rich people. Probably above Qin Pingon's room was a pair of immortal couples from the mountain. They were unusually affectionate and there were often creaking sounds of the bed that could be heard through the floorboards downstairs. That was not all. The female chi cultivator was probably also someone who could not control her emotions. She would often cry out softly. Obviously, she had been bullied badly by the man. Qin Pingon could not understand. Since the woman was suffering so much, then she should not give in to her man every time. Since they were husband and wife, why not both parties talk about it openly? Qin Pingon could not do anything about this. He could not possibly go upstairs and knock on the door and tell the man that he should take pity on his Dao companion in the future and not ask for a yard after taking an inch. Qin Pingon was an outsider. How could he say such things about other people's bedroom? Moreover, he was not reasonable and would definitely not be reasonable. It was just that Qin Pingon also realized that although he did not like the disturbance upstairs, the Jianghu people on the left were very fond of it. Once there were creaking sounds of the bed and the woman's sobbing, they would immediately stop talking and everyone would laugh. Qin Pingon learned the truth from a few sentences that he could understand from the Aquarius continent. They were actually observing a peak battle of the martial arts grandmasters and were discussing it very attentively. And the immortal masters on the mountain on the right also seemed to have telepathy. When the 4 of them encountered such things, they would always tacitly remain silent. However, their breathing was obviously more chaotic than usual. It seemed that they were very angry and also very annoyed. Fortunately, Qin Pingon began to gradually adapt to these worries that hindered the state of mind of the martial arts. There was one day in the middle of the day when the bed above his head shook loudly. The woman was crying incessantly. Qin Pingon just quietly drank his wine and ate his dry food. He only hoped that the floor would not collapse and that the woman and the bed would not fall on top of his head. The ferry stopped at other ferries several times along the way. Qin Pingon did not even open the door before, so he did not experience the local customs of the southern countries. Qin Pingon calculated the time. It was probably the grain of Mang season now. If it was in his hometown, it would be a busy farming season. There was a saying that the grain of Mang seeds were urgently planted. Even some young and strong men who baked porcelain in the dragon kiln would be allowed to go home to help. That year when he was the head of the dragon kiln, although he had a bad temper and liked to scold people, he was very magnanimous in this kind of matter. Other kilns usually only gave 3 days of leave, but Old Man Yao would give 4 to 5 days. It was just that Lu Xianyang and Qin Pingon were pitiful kiln workers who had lost their ancestral land early on. Because the kiln was short of manpower, the fire in the dragon kiln did not care whether you were short of manpower or not. Therefore, in his early years, Qin Pingon was more tired than the people who worked in the fields. Qin Pingon had been practicing martial arts for an entire month. Unknowingly, he had already walked the stance 100,000 times. His greatest interest at the moment was to know if any of the fishermen on the ship had caught a rare river dragon as long as 2 fingers. After another day of practicing until noon, Qin Pingon suddenly found that there was still some wine left in the sword-nourishing gourd, but the dry food was not enough for 3 meals. He had to hang up the wine pot, carry the sword case, wear the straw sandals, and open the door for the first time. He was going to a restaurant at the end of the ship to buy some food that was easy to store. It was not far away. Because it was lunchtime, it was the time when the passengers went out. When Qin Pingon went out, the group of Jianghu heroes in the room on the left were also going out to look for food. Qin Pingon slightly slowed down his pace, keeping a distance of 5 or 6 steps, and followed the 5 people. One of them could not help but look back at this strange neighbor whom they had met for the first time. Soon, someone pulled his sleeve, indicating that he should not make trouble. That person quickly withdrew his gaze. The young swordsman carrying the wooden case walked the Jianghu alone. Although he was young, he looked calm and steady. Indeed, it was best not to provoke him. If he was really a 1-in-a-million swordsman, they could not afford to offend him, even if they were not from bad backgrounds and were from famous sects at the foot of the mountain. On the mountain and at the foot of the mountain, it was better to be safe than sorry. If they took this immortal fairy, it would be 1 in a million. If they were unlucky, they would be stuck in their teeth even if they drank cold water. If they were really unlucky and met a 1-in-a-million swordsman, what should they do? Arguing with the chi trainers on the mountain? This Jianghu martial artist once had the honor of seeing a swordsman fight with his own eyes. He was quite far away. That young swordsman was only in his 20s, but after his natal flying sword was unsheathed, his sword chi was like a rainbow, sweeping everything before him. In the face of several famous Jianghu bigwigs, such as the Jianghu swordsman who spat out sword chi, or the boxing grandmaster who was invulnerable to swords and spears, all of them made a hole in the head of the swordsman on the mountain. Ordinary chi trainers were still fine. After all, there were hundreds of schools of thought, and not all of them were immortal masters on the mountain who were good at attacking. However, to compete with a swordsman on the mountain, especially a swordsman who had cultivated a natal flying sword, was like an old man who had eaten arsenic and was tired of living. Along the way it was peaceful. He bought a few kilograms of dry biscuits from the waiter in a crowded restaurant. After paying, he returned to his house. After closing the door, he opened the wooden door of the balcony and stood on the balcony, eating the dry biscuits and drinking wine with the sword-nourishing gourd in one hand. There were still some fishermen on the railing of the first floor, but Qin Pingon chewed slowly and drank wine slowly. After watching for half an hour, he only caught some ordinary fish. Not even a young silverfish was hooked. Qin Pingon suddenly remembered something. The youth Cui Shi had once practiced the sword furnace stance with him out of boredom at the peak of a large mountain. He said that there was a high-grade blessed land in the world that was extremely special. It was connected to a heavenly abode, and the two were completely different from all the other heavenly abodes. The Shin Ho sect of the Southern Stream Kingdom in the Aquarius continent had a blessed land all to themselves. It was called the Qing Tan Blessed Land. The blessed land was somewhat similar to a vassal state, but it was much larger in size and had its own system. It contained the rules of the heavenly Tao and was of different sizes and heights. It was often rich in production and could be continuously seized by the celestial sections. The structure created was that the bigger the sect, the bigger the mountain, the higher the peak. For example, the Black Pearl Cave was one of the 36 small caves in the world. Back then, the pair of Dolly double walls who turned the tide and continued the Song family's throne walked out of the Black Pearl Cave. They were the heroes of the Dolly dynasty who were close to the water and enjoyed the moonlight first. The world was huge. Qin Pingon had traveled far twice. Even though he had not walked out of the Aquarius continent, he had already experienced it. The small town that Old Yang mentioned was unimaginably huge. Qin Pingon had also experienced it. However, during this trip to the south, Qin Pingon missed many places. He did not have time to visit some places and had to take a long detour. For example, Xianxia Island in the Book Slip Lake where Gu Kan and his mother were. Qin Pingon hoped that the mother and son would live well and not be bullied by others. However, he also hoped that Gu Kan would not turn around and bully others after becoming a Qi refinement warrior. In the end, she would not become a mountain immortal like the young master of the old dragon city, Fu Nanhua. Some places were not suitable for the time being. For example, Xingyang Mountain where the mountain-moving ape was, Qingfeng City where the Su family was, and Jinwu Mountain where Ma Kushuan was. If he went there, he would not be able to reason with them and he would not be able to defeat them with his fists. If he was not in the Dragon Pearl Grotto heaven, he would only be trampled to death by others without the restrictions of Mr. Qi and Master Wan. Qin Pingon was still aware of this. Qin Pingon drank his wine. At the restaurant, he learned that the boat would be stopping at Yanfu Ferry for half a day tomorrow. He could get off the boat and enjoy the scenery. Near the ferry was a famous scenic spot called the Tay Lake. At this time of the year, the mountain flowers were blooming. As long as he walked out of the ferry and walked towards the nearest mountain, he would be greeted by the chirping of birds and the fragrance of flowers along the way. If he was lucky, he could even catch a flower spirit called the Vanilla Lady. They were naturally fragrant and elegant. They were the best living creature-scented sachets and were deeply loved by female Qi refinement warriors and wealthy madams. Qin Pingon felt that it was good to go out for a walk. He could relax and take a breather. After staying in seclusion for a whole month, he felt that he was going to rot. After making up his mind, Qin Pingon turned around and left the balcony. He closed the door and continued to practice his boxing. At dawn the next day, the ferry docked at the shore. The karst cave hall was small and exquisite. It was filled with fragrance. Compared to the spacious and spectacular Combe country, it had a different charm. The ferry shook slightly. Qin Pingon, who had slept for less than 4 hours, opened his eyes. He got up and began to pack his luggage. He had to bring everything with him. He did not dare to stay in the room on the boat. Perhaps it was because of the reputation of the Tay Lake that it was indeed a good place. Qin Pingon realized that more than 400 passengers on the boat wanted to get off the boat to enjoy the scenery. Mixed in the crowd, Qin Pingon got off the boat. There was a group of men and women with extraordinary temperaments beside him. The two elders' breaths were especially long, like the slow-flowing river. They walked with light steps. Even if they were not immortals from the mountains of the Middle Five Realms, they were probably not far from it. Qin Pingon was not someone who liked to eavesdrop. It was just that he had been practicing his boxing in the house all this time. He had no choice but to listen. It was rare for him to hear people talking in the language of the Baoping continent. He subconsciously pricked up his ears. They talked about the general situation of the north and south of the continent. They talked about the latest happenings in the mansions of the major immortals. They also talked about some famous people in the dynasties and countries. Most of the conversations were light. The two elders talked the most. The younger generation beside them listened attentively and rarely interrupted. Even when they asked questions, they were respectful. They were very different from some people in Qin Pingon's impression. For example, the sword cultivator Lu Baqiao from the Wind and Thunder Garden, the sword cultivator Chao Jun from the Hassa continent in the Chao family's ancestral house in the Mud Bottle Alley. Recently, he even met Zhou Ju from the Lakeview Academy. They did not seem to have such a reserved personality. The last elder with a small black jade seal on his waist spoke about the crash of the Kuan boat in the Dashi Mountain and the heavy casualties. He was very angry. Although he admitted that the Taoist lord of the Julu continent was very powerful and that even the Taoist lord of the Baoping continent, Qi Zhen, might not have a chance of winning, he still disapproved of the Lord of Heaven's domineering way of doing things. The other elder was very worried. He said that although the crash of the Kuan boat was indeed caused by the soaring sword aura and the destruction of the Kuan boat, why would the central dynasty of the Baoping continent, which was full of sword cultivators, Want to destroy a fairy from the North Continent? What good would it do? At that time, the only power that could gather so much sword aura could only be the imperial court of the Great Dynasty. However, the emperor had already personally gone to the Divine Grandeur sect and swore that there was no such thing. After that, accompanied by Xian, he personally met with the Taoist lord of the Zhou continent, Xianxia. The latter only said that the cultivators of the Zhou continent would investigate the truth. When he was near the entrance of the cave, Qin Pingon suddenly stopped and then sped up. He cupped his fists towards the two elders and asked, "Immortal masters, may I ask what happened to the passengers on the Kun boat?" One of the elders turned a deaf ear to this. He did not even look at the young man with a northern accent and carried a sword on his back and continued walking. The elder with the seal stopped and said patiently, "Almost none of the passengers of the lower 5 realms survived. Even many Qi refinement warriors of the upper 5 realms died." At that time, countless sword auras surged from the top of a mountain into the sky. It was no different from an all-out attack by a sword immortal of the upper 5 realms. Think about it, how powerful was that? The elder looked at the young man's slightly changed expression. He sighed and continued walking. Qin Pingon stood in the same place. His shoulder was bumped a few times by the bustling crowd, but he did not notice. When he finally came to his senses, he realized that almost everyone had walked out of the cave and went to the supreme liquid pool to enjoy the scenery. Qin Pingon slowly walked to the entrance of the cave. The sun was shining brightly outside. Further away, he could see a large mountain with a gentle slope. The sky was filled with gorgeous flowers and grass that were in full bloom. After killing Lady Snake Scorpion in Yanji County, Qin Pingon actually obtained a treasure. However, he did not take it out to sell at Qingfu Square in Shushui Country. It was a brush washer. There were 16 words at the bottom of the brush washer. Spring flower and autumn moon, spring wind and autumn tree, spring mountain and autumn stone, spring water and autumn frost. The words were small and flowed slowly like tadpoles. Qin Pingon liked the word spring, and there were a pair of sisters and maidservants on the Kun boat. Their names matched those words. At that time, Qin Pingon felt that it was a pity that there was only spring water and no autumn fruit. Otherwise, if they were fated to meet again in the future, for example when they rowed the Kun boat at Mount Diao at the ferry of Wutong Mountain again, he would definitely take out the brush washer and show it to them so that they would know that there were such interesting coincidences in the world. Qin Pingon stood at the entrance of the cave. There was no sorrow on his face. He was just in a daze as he looked at the beautiful scenery in the distance. Finally, Qin Pingon turned and walked towards the ferry. Behind him, beautiful flowers bloomed. The young man did not look. When he reached the ferry, he returned to his room on the 2nd floor. He closed the door and continued to practice. Another month passed slowly. In 2 days he would have to disembark from the ferry. Late at night, Qin Pingon had unknowingly practiced the fist stance 200,000 times. He changed into a clean set of clothes and opened the wooden door of the balcony barefooted. It was rare for the ferry to be so quiet. Qin Pingon saw that there was no one around and lightly jumped onto the railing. Finally, he sat on the railing and looked at the flowing river next door. He drank without thinking about anything. As he drank, he finally realized that there was no more wine in the wine pot. In the sword-nourishing gourd, there were dozens of pounds of wine brewed by the Sword Water Manor. Before he boarded the ferry, he only let the bearded man and the young Taoist drink some. Because he had been very restrained in drinking for the past 2 months, he had been drinking until now. Qin Pingon shook the wine gourd with all his strength. There was really no more wine left. However, he did not want to give up. He raised the wine pot high and stretched his neck. Even if there were only a few drops left, it was fine. Not a single drop was left. There was really no more wine left. Therefore, on a 4-story ferry coming from the river next door, a guest who lived in a wing room on the top floor was also sitting on the railing of the balcony. She stared blankly at the youth who was shaking the sword-nourishing gourd with all his strength and wanted to drink. Finally, she put down her arms and hugged the good-looking sword-nourishing gourd with her chin on the mouth of the gourd. She thought that the youth would not have drunk so much that he became stupid. She became playful. She raised the emerald wine pot in one hand and put the other hand to her mouth. She shouted, "Here, here, little drunkard, I have wine here. Take it if you want to drink." Qin Pingon maintained his original position and glanced over when he heard the voice. A young girl wearing a dark green robe, seeing that he did not move, simply threw the wine pot in her hand. The wine pot flew in a beautiful arc and landed 20 feet in front of Qin Pingan's eyes. It flew back to her hand with a whoosh. The young girl was overjoyed and laughed to herself. The two fairies brushed past each other. Qin Pingan was expressionless. There was no ripple in his heart. He just thought that she would not be a fool, right? He put the sword-nourishing gourd back on the balcony and closed the wooden door. Qin Pingan continued to practice boxing. If the wine was gone, he could buy more. If the person was gone, Qin Pingan did not know. Therefore, this was the first time that Qin Pingan stopped practicing boxing and went to the restaurant in the middle of the night to buy wine. The restaurant had already closed and the door was closed. He had to go back to the house and continue practicing boxing. 250. After the Mang Seed, the 200,000 miles of the Dragon Path was nearing its end. The fairy was about to reach the southern end of the Dragon Path. Since he had already practiced the stance for 200,000 times, Qin Pingan was not as tense as before. He was relatively more relaxed. After failing to buy wine that night, he went to the restaurant the next day and bought 3 jars of wine. He filled the blade-strengthening gourd. The price was very expensive, but the taste was not bad. It could not be compared to the aged wine of the Swordwater Villa. Then Qin Pingan took down the 2 talisman pasted on the wall. They were both made of ordinary green talisman paper. One was the talisman of tranquility. It could help Qin Pingan to concentrate and calm his qi to a certain extent, preventing him from being disturbed by the outside world. The Taoist temples at the foot of the mountain would often put up this talisman every time they ate. The other was the talisman of dispelling filth and cleansing dust. During the scorching summer, the high officials and nobles of the secular dynasties would go to the Taoist temples to ask for this talisman. Not only could it emit a faint spiritual aura, it could also absorb evil spirits and all kinds of filth. Therefore, the study room became clean and clean. Although the 2 talisman were the most basic talisman in the true works of alchemy and their ranks were very low, they were of great help to Qin Pingan. Otherwise, the people on the ferry would definitely fight Qin Pingan to the death. After 2 months of practicing martial arts day and night, Qin Pingan was sweating profusely. Who would dare to live in this room on the 2nd floor? The 2 talisman papers were both one-use alchemy books. Now their spiritual aura was dim and they were almost no different from ordinary books. Qin Pingan was used to being careful and did not want to leave any traces. He did not even throw them into the river. He still kept them in his square-inch object. After all, they were the heroes of his 200,000 years of practice. He could not burn the bridge after crossing the river. It would be good to keep them as souvenirs. Now Qin Pingan was more or less certain that the stack of talisman papers that Li Shixing gave him, especially the golden material and the pages of the ancient book, must be priceless. He must cherish them even more. The reason was simple. A demon-subduing pagoda talisman made of golden talisman paper could easily defeat the civil and military officials of Yanji County's city god palace who were possessed by demons. As for the talisman paper of a top qi cultivator of Combe Country, the golden armored warrior who invited the gods, the talisman paper from the Taoist talisman sect, not to mention the rank of the talisman paper, just the quality of the talisman paper, might not be comparable to the golden talisman paper given by Li Shixing. Before getting off the boat, Qin Pingan had already tidied up his room, carried his luggage and returned the wooden board to the ferry. He got off the boat with everyone. Not far in front of him, there was a conversation between a man and a woman. The woman's voice was very familiar. Qin Pingan only glanced at her slightly. It was a young woman with a mole at the corner of her mouth. Qin Pingan felt sad. The lady who lived above him had suffered a lot recently. Qin Pingan guessed that the woman and her husband must be sincere in their love. Otherwise, they would not be so accommodating. During the process of getting off the boat, Qin Pingan heard a lot of things. For example, someone caught a pair of rare twin flowers at the Supreme Liquid Pond at the Yanfu Ferry. If it was a single flower charm, it would only be worth 12 pieces of snow. But if it was a pair, the buyer would not have the extravagant hope of getting it at all unless he paid 50 to 60 pieces of snow. During the 2-month journey, the fishermen only caught a few 2-finger-long river dragons in the end. There were no adventures. The ferry went on and off. When many rich qi cultivators finally got off the boat, the poor squires had to carry a lot of parcels of various sizes. They had to be extremely careful when they walked so as not to break them. Most of the parcels were precious. Some of the extravagant items were probably not cheaper than human lives. This ferry was vast and it was still a lively scene with many shops. It was just that the goods that the shops were selling had changed to the local specialties of the nearby countries. Qin Pingon had nothing to do, so he went to the shops one by one. He actually discovered many strange spirits. Most of them were lively and cute plant spirits. There were also little people who looked like children, white-haired old men and women as well as young girls. They had different figures and faces. But the biggest spirit was only a finger tall. They were either locked in a green bamboo cage or standing on an ink stone. There was also a spinning lady with wings who was working hard behind a pocket-sized spinning wheel. There were all kinds of interesting things. Qin Pingon made use of some customers to bargain with the shopkeepers. He learned that these strange little guys were similar to the ancient cypress-potted plant of old Mr. Hong in Qingfu Square and the little boy in green who stood on top of it and said, "Good luck and fortune," in unison. The price was determined by the degree of rarity. The cheap ones only cost 1 piece of snow. The expensive ones cost 34 pieces of snow. Qin Pingon finally came to a conclusion. It seemed that the further south one went, the more common these kinds of spirits were. Qin Pingon visited all the shops and stalls, but he did not buy anything. This time it was not that Qin Pingon was stingy. He thought that after delivering the sword, it would not be too late to buy it on the way back to Dali after returning from the inverted hanging mountain and the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Walking out of the karst cave, Qin Pingon felt that he could see the light again. He found that the entrance of the cave was still covered with cliff carvings of famous people. Compared to the ferry of Shu Shui country at the end of the north, the carvings were even denser. It was as if they were fighting for position. Some of the cliff carvings seemed to be sulking with their neighbors. Qin Pingon looked at them one by one at the entrance of the cave. Of course they were all good characters. Each had its own charm. But in his heart he felt that they were not as good as the young man Cui Dong's. Outside the ferry was a valley. The road was flat and wide. The shops on both sides of the road were more luxurious than the shops on the shore of the ferry. People came and went on the street. It was a peaceful and prosperous time. Even the dog lying on the side of the road showed a sense of leisure. The first thing that came into view was a 3-story building on the left. The eaves were high and there was intrigue. The plaque with golden words, "E New Ferry," was hanging. Qin Pingon was now familiar with the place. He knew that this was the place to pay for the ferry to Old Dragon City. After entering, he inquired at the counter and learned that the earliest ferry to Old Dragon City would arrive at noon today. The price of the first-class cabin was 20 shui coins, and the medium-class cabin was 10 shui coins. Qin Pingon asked about the price of the last-class cabin. The man explained with a fake smile that the Yangji Hall ferry to Old Dragon City was 10 shui coins for the medium-class cabin. There was no such thing as the last-class cabin. Around the lobby of the building, there were slightly sarcastic eyes and smiles. Qin Pingon did not feel shameful. He took out 20 shui coins and bought a boarding jade pendant. The pendant was engraved with Yangji Hall and 11 of the first-class cabin. Qin Pingon looked at the 11 and remembered the seal left in the bamboo building of Luopa Mountain. He felt that it was a good sign and very auspicious. Qin Pingon walked out of the door with a smile. After calculating the time, he began to shop. He planned to buy 2 sets of clothes. He did not need shoes. He was used to wearing straw sandals for so many years. Moreover, there were 2 pairs of brand new shoes in the Fengtsuan item. Although the shops on the street were much more stylish, the things they sold were almost the same as the shops on the shore of the Dragon Road ferry. It was the same kind of flowers and plants, but the price was cheaper. Qin Pingon looked at these little guys who were very festive. He never got tired of looking at them. It was just that he looked at them and did not pay. He was a little disliked. Qin Pingon walked and stopped in each shop. Then he found a particularly rich shop. Qin Pingon stood outside the door and was a little stunned. It turned out that there was a screen placed at the door that was as tall as a person. On it, there was a woman with a long sword on her back and a purple gold gourd hanging on her waist. She stood on the cliff and looked at the sea of clouds. Her dress swayed and she floated in the air. It should be similar to the landscape painting on the Kun ship, which was made by the magic on the mountain. Several people were pointing in front of the screen. Their words were full of schadenfreude. They talked about the hundreds of years of feud between the Wind Thunder Garden and Xinjiang Mountain. They talked about how the fairy Su was very graceful and otherworldly in her early years. The only time she wore clothes that were not from her sect was when she fought side by side with the founder of this shop to kill demons. That was why she made an exception and wore this dress for the first time. More than 10 years ago, this style of dress could be said to be popular all over the Aquarius continent. Whether it was the female cultivators on the mountain or the daughters of rich families, there were hundreds and thousands of people who flocked to it like ducks. A young woman sneered and said, "Now this shop is still unwilling to remove this screen. It is a big joke. I wonder if Su Jia will be so ashamed that she will dig a hole and hide in it after seeing it with her own eyes." A black-faced young Qi refinement warrior held back for a long time. Finally, he angrily spoke up for the fairy he had admired for a long time. No matter how much Fairy Su's realm has fallen, she is still a real fairy who is not stained by the mud. Don't make sarcastic remarks here. If Fairy Su is really standing here, do you dare to fart? A middle-aged man said with a cheeky smile, before Su Jia's state of mind was completely shattered by Yellow River, the last disciple of Li Tuanjing in the Wind Thunder Garden. I can even lick the bottom of this fairy's shoes. Unfortunately now I am not bragging. If Su Jia is really standing in front of me, I dare to reach out and pinch her face and touch her waist. I wonder how it feels to touch. The young cultivator's face turned red. He was so angry that his body trembled. How can there be such a vicious bastard like you? The man laughed and said, how can there be? The answer is very simple. You can go and ask my parents. The young cultivator clenched his fists. His eyes were spitting fire as he stared at the bastard. The man clicked his tongue and said, what? Do you want to kill me? Come on, if you kill someone here, not only will the murderer be jailed, but the sect will also be held responsible. Come on, if you don't kill me today, it won't be considered that you really admire Su Jia. If you don't kill me, I will go and touch Fairy Su Jia on the screen later. I want to touch her from head to toe. The middle-aged man tilted his neck and smiled obscenely. The young cultivator turned around dejectedly. The man laughed wantonly and said sarcastically, a little coward who hasn't even grown out his hair yet dares to fight with me. Don't go, I am really going to touch her. Oh, her face is so soft and smooth. What a beautiful little girl. Fairy Su, a little girl whose sword heart has been shattered. Perhaps the next time you two meet it will be in that brothel. The young cultivator quickly left. He was not willing to listen to those filthy words that made people sad and indignant. Qin Pingon directly walked into the shop. He did not care about the quarrel between the two sides. He spent 30 taels of silver and bought 2 sets of the most ordinary clothes. In fact, this shop had a great history. It had a large business in the southern part of the Aquarius continent. Although this was only one of the hundreds of branches, the treasure of the shop was the magic robe. Even if Qin Pingon was a layman, he could tell with a glance that it was not inferior to Chu Hao's deity Qing Lu armor. After Qin Pingon walked out of the shop, the man did not leave. The spectators beside him had changed. There were both men and women. In front of the screen, the men had a regretful expression while the women sneered in dissatisfaction. The atmosphere was subtle. The idle middle-aged man began to flirt again, which made the women very satisfied. Even if they knew that the man was not a good person, after hearing that he was the shopkeeper of the shop next door, they still suggested to their male companions to go in and take a look. How could the latter be willing? They couldn't wait to smash the middle-aged man's face with a punch. It was true that the man's character was inferior, but his eye for business was indeed not bad. He kept making sarcastic remarks about Fairy Su of Xingyang Mountain. The more he spoke, the more unbearable he became. Those women were also smart and quick-witted. They never agreed with the man's words. Instead, they would refute him with a few words. The men who came to attract business understood this tacitly and spat even more saliva, which made them feel much better. They looked at their male companions who were traveling with them from the corner of their eyes, as if they were happily telling them, Su Jia, who they fell in love with at first sight, is now reduced to such a state. Can they still admire her? The man danced with joy. When he was done talking, he simply walked to the side of the screen. He stretched out a palm and waved it gently. He kept a distance from the screen and pretended to slap the lifelike Su Jia a few times. He was cursing and scolding. Qin Pingon recalled the scene when Lu Baqiao, the sword cultivator from the Wind Thunder Garden, talked about Su Jia in the small town. At that time, Outsiders entered the Lizhu cave heaven to look for opportunities. Only Lu Baqiao, who followed the woman from the Qin family from Yingyin and the young master from the Qin family from Dragontail Commandery, made Qin Pingon feel that there were good people among the immortals on the mountain outside. What moved Qin Pingon the most about Lu Baqiao was not that he was a genius sword cultivator from the Wind Thunder Garden. When he talked about Sujia, he felt that one day he, Lu Baqiao, would make Sujia marry him willingly. It was not because of the so-called heroic spirit of a man. On the contrary, when someone asked him what he would do if one day Fairy Su, whom he longed for, did not like him because of his family background, he was confused. At that time Lu Baqiao was confused and murmured, "Why would she like me?" When Qin Pingon thought of Lu Baqiao, he could not help but think of himself. Therefore Qin Pingon took a deep breath and walked to the other side of the screen, looking at the man who was doing business next door. The man was about to take the woman to his shop to buy something when he suddenly found another guy who did not have eyes. He said impatiently, "What are you looking at?" Qin Pingon said, "I'm looking at you." The man stared and said, "Look again if you dare." Qin Pingon nodded and continued to stare at the man. He said slowly, "Okay." Even the young women on the mountain who were prejudiced against Su Jia could not help but laugh. This young man with a sword on his back was quite funny. The sect that they and their companions came from was not far from Xingyang Mountain, so they often met each other. Everyone in the sect, from the Grand Masters to the outer disciples, had a feeling of reverence for Xingyang Mountain without exception. The men in the sect, regardless of age, could not tolerate any outsiders speaking ill of Fairy Su Jia of Xingyang Mountain. But now that Su Jia had fallen into the dust and outsiders had disappeared, they slightly restrained themselves. The man who was doing business in the valley said angrily, "Do you want to die?" Qin Pingon shook his head. The man said sternly, "Then why are you standing here like a block of wood? Do you know that I've been doing business here for generations and have met more old immortals than you have?" In the man's eyes, the young man with a hole in his head suddenly said, "Lu Baqiao of the Wind and Thunder Garden likes Su Jia." The man was stunned and his arrogance dropped. He was skeptical. Qin Pingon said again, "I know Lu Baqiao." The man glanced at the sword case behind the young man and swallowed his saliva. Qin Pingon said, "If I meet Lu Baqiao one day, I'll tell him what happened today." The man said sternly, "Who are you trying to scare? How can you know Lu Baqiao of the Wind and Thunder Garden? I also know the leader of the Xinyao sect and the ancestor of the Zhenwu Mountain, but do they know me?" Qin Pingon said again, "I'm not sure if they know you or not. But Lu Baqiao knows me, so I'm sure." The man waved his hand and said, "Get out of here. Don't boast without a draft and hinder my business." Even the dog poop on the roadside knows how to walk by itself. How unlucky. Qin Pingon asked, "There should be a flying sword message at the ferry, right?" Qin Pingon said to himself, "Forget it, I'll find it myself." The man, who was beginning to feel guilty, deliberately ignored the strange young man who spoke with certainty. He took the men and women on the mountain with a playful expression and went to his shop to find something with their eyes. Afterwards, Qin Pingon really went to the courier station on the mountain where the flying sword was used to transmit messages. It was at the end of the street. He spent 10 pieces of snow to write a letter to Lu Baqiao in the Wind Thunder Garden, roughly describing what had happened today. As for Lu Baqiao, after receiving the letter, he disdained it and threw it aside. He still flew into a rage and rushed here on his sword. Qin Pingon didn't care. There were some things that Qin Pingon wouldn't be happy if he didn't do them. But there were some things that he could only endure no matter how unhappy he was. For example, the Kuan boat crashing for no reason. After he finished writing the letter at the relay station and stated the recipient and the address of the mountain gate, the people in the relay station all had strange expressions. It seemed that their tone of speaking to Qin Pingon became gentler. Some people even saw Qin Pingon out of the relay station and asked if he needed to lead the way to the ferry. Qin Pingon smiled and said no and left alone. After leaving the relay station, Qin Pingon's mood improved a little because he found that Lu Baqiao, who didn't show off in Lizhu Cave Heaven and even joked about calling him brother, was actually quite powerful outside. Even a flying sword relay station here had heard of Lu Baqiao. The ferry of Yangji Hall was located in the air above a towering mountain wall. Someone had carved a winding plank road on the mountain wall. Qin Pingon walked on it and saw many ferries that were already hovering in the air outside the cliff. Below the ferries there were white clouds floating. The style of the ferries was similar to the ferries of Shushui country, but it was strange that they could sail with the wind. Qin Pingon waited to board the ship on the plank road next to the ferry of Yangji Hall. There was a huge cave here and only a few vendors were sitting and selling. Qin Pingon silently sat on a bench made of old tree roots, nibbling on dry biscuits and drinking newly bought wine. He slowly swallowed. At noon, a Yangji Hall ferry glided smoothly from the sea of clouds and docked on time. Qin Pingon followed the crowd and boarded the ship. It would only take about 25 days to take the ferry south to Old Dragon City. Because the Yangji Hall ferry traveled far across the sea, its speed was much faster than the river ferry on the Dragon Road, and there was no need to stop on the way. The ferry only had 2 floors. Qin Pingon lived in a room on the first floor. It was slightly spacious, but there was no viewing balcony. The ferry climbed and passed through a layer of clouds. He opened the window and the view was broad. Above his head was a big sun hanging in the sky, shining brightly. The sea of clouds rolled like a golden mountain range. Qin Pingon wrote a tranquil talisman and a filth-dispelling talisman. He closed the door and continued to practice. During this period there was a thunderstorm night with lightning, a dazzling sunrise and a cloudless emptiness. This time Qin Pingon practiced the 6-step stance from fast to slow. Occasionally he would open the window and look at the scenery outside to practice the sword furnace stance. More than half a day into the journey, a sword immortal came riding on the wind. At that time the ferry had just passed through the thick sea of clouds. The young sword immortal followed closely behind. He was so fast that some of the Qi cultivators of the middle 5 realms were dumbfounded. That person broke through the sea of clouds with his sword and chased after the ferry. His momentum was astonishing. A wide path was opened up behind him in the sea of clouds. It took a long time for it to close up completely. He suddenly stopped in front of the ferry and gently jumped off the flying sword. He landed on the bow of the ferry and elegantly sheathed his sword. Immediately, a Yangji Hall expert came to greet him. As for whether he had offended the Yangji Hall and broke the rule of not allowing anyone to board the ferry, the Yangji Hall elder did not mention a word. Later on, the elder's action was very wise. Because although the young sword immortal had broken the ferry's rule, he was not a domineering person. He smiled and said his name and even took the initiative to pay 20 pieces of snow. Wind Thunder Garden Lu Baqiao. His name resounded like thunder in everyone's ears. The old garden lord, Li Tuanjing, was known as the strongest person in the Aquarius continent's 10 realms. He alone suppressed the entire Xinjiang mountain for hundreds of years. Even though it was rumored that Li Tuanjing had died at the end of the Great Battle, Li Tuanjing casually broke the Martial Mountains formation restriction with his sword. That was a magnificent feat that everyone witnessed. Moreover, Li Tuanjing's last disciple Huang He appeared out of nowhere and displayed a talent in swordsmanship that was not inferior to Li Tuanjing's when he was young. He beat Su Jia of Xinjiang Mountain to the point that he could not fight back. Especially when Huang He stood beside the collapsed Su Jia and stepped on the purple gold sword's strengthening gourd with the tip of his foot. That scene left a deep impression in everyone's mind. After Huang He took over as the Garden Lord of the Wind Thunder Garden, Lu Baqiao easily broke through the first realm, and his momentum was swift. It was said that he almost broke through 2 realms consecutively. Lu Baqiao did not let the elder follow him. He went to the 11th room on the first floor alone and gently knocked on the door. Qin Pingon had been concentrating on practicing his fist techniques. Although he vaguely sensed the ripples of qi that tugged at the sea of clouds, he did not stop practicing his fist techniques. It was common for immortals to fly freely on their swords in the sky and brush shoulders with fairies on the clouds. Therefore, even if he sensed the footsteps in the corridor, he did not associate it with the person on the sword. Therefore, when Qin Pingon opened the door and saw the familiar smiling face, he was greatly surprised. Lu Baqiao entered the room. After Qin Pingon closed the door, he sat on the bed and noticed the 2 talisman. He joked, "Qin Pingon, you're rich now." It was because it was Lu Baqiao that Qin Pingon did not let him in after putting away the talisman. Qin Pingon laughed at Lu Baqiao's teasing. He leaned against the windowsill and left the bed to the sword cultivator in the Wind Thunder Garden. Lu Baqiao propped his hands on the bed. "You don't know how hard it was for me to chase you all the way here. When I received your letter from the goddess fairy in the Wind Thunder Garden, I immediately rushed to the ferry. Qin Pingon asked. You didn't kill anyone, right? Lu Baqiao rolled his eyes. When that guy heard that I was Lu Baqiao, he immediately knelt down and kowtowed to me. I didn't even have the chance to slap him a few times on the way here, so I could only go to the shop next door and buy that screen. I kept it in my star sphere and then asked around. It wasn't easy to confirm that you were on this Yangji Hall ferry, so here I am. Qin Pingon was puzzled. Why are you looking for me? Lu Baqiao asked in return. Must I have something to ask of you? Qin Pingon nodded. Otherwise, can you chase me so far if you have nothing to do? Lu Baqiao said resentfully. You're really boring. You haven't changed at all since you were in Lizhu Grotto Heaven. Qin Pingon thought for a while and decided not to ask about Xingyang Mountain's Sujia. He guessed that Lu Baqiao had been watching the 3 bloody battles on Martial Mountain. He must be feeling terrible. Qin Pingon did not want to rub salt into his wound. He originally wanted to ask if Lu Baqiao had successfully obtained the talisman sword in Dali's capital. However, after thinking about it, it was not appropriate to ask about the secret of the Great Tao. In the end, Qin Pingon could only ask the most boring question. Are you really fine? Lu Baqiao said helplessly. I'm really fine. When I returned to Lizhu Grotto Heaven, I didn't see you. I heard that you went to the Academy of the Great Sui Kingdom. After that, our Wind Thunder Garden. Anyway, I haven't been idle for a moment. Don't think that I have nothing to do all day. In fact, I just came out of seclusion some time ago. After stabilizing my realm, I was bored out of my wits. I just happened to receive your flying sword message and thought that we should meet up and seal our brotherhood. Qin Pingon could not stand Lu Baqiao's enthusiasm, so he did not respond. Lu Baqiao's eyes were full of resentment. He pointed at Qin Pingon with his orchid fingers and said shyly in a woman's voice, How can you be so heartless? Back then, under the moonlight and flowers in your hometown, we traveled together. Qin Pingon tiptoed and sat on the windowsill. He crossed his arms and looked expressionless. It was as if he was saying, You can only disgust yourself and disgust me, Qin Pingon. I want to see who can last until the end. Lu Baqiao was the first to admit defeat and sighed. I knew that even after visiting you, you would still be like this. Qin Pingon, do you know all the sword cultivators in the Aquarius continent, who is not shocked by my Lu Baqiao's talent, and does not see me as a candidate for the upper 5 realms? Qin Pingon smiled. I also just found out. At the relay station, after they heard that I wrote a letter to you, they immediately became more polite. There were even people who sent me to the gate and asked me if I needed to help lead the way. They were very enthusiastic, as if I was some big shot. This is the first time. Looking at the happy smile on Qin Pingon's face, Lu Baqiao was stunned. What was there to be happy about? Because of Lu Baqiao's fame, it allowed Qin Pingon to bask in the limelight? When Qin Pingon gave Lu Baqiao a thumbs up, the sword cultivator of Wind and Thunder Garden, whose talent was so good that even Li Tuanjing had to look at him in a new light, finally understood the reason. When his friend was powerful, he, Qin Pingon, would be happy. In truth, the reason was simple. It was just that the world was too complicated and there were too many smart people. Especially when they interacted with the people in the mountains, they would not be able to understand the simplest things. Even though he had almost broken through 2 realms, Lu Baqiao was not happy. Thus he followed the young man sitting on the windowsill and laughed happily. Lu Baqiao could not help but ask himself. If your friend is better than you, much better than you, to the point that you are unable to catch up in your lifetime, would you feel uncomfortable? Lu Baqiao was very satisfied with the answer. Thus he felt that he and Qin Pingon would definitely be friends and brothers. Lu Baqiao did not continue to stay. In fact, after he had broken through, he had been forced to take up a position in the sect by the new garden master, Huang He. There were still a lot of things that he needed to take care of. Although the so-called taking care of things was for the old men who were good at these things to take care of. Lu Baqiao stood up and asked with a smile, Do you lack money when you go out? I have a few dozen small coins on me. Can I lend them to you? A few dozen small coins, he said it like it was a few dozen taels of silver. What a rich man. Qin Pingon jumped down from the windowsill and shook his head. No need. Lu Baqiao said seriously, Then I'll go back first. Remember, the next time you return to Pearl Grotto Heaven, you must come to Wind and Thunder Garden to find me. Otherwise Lu Baqiao twirled his fingers again, will definitely be heartbroken by a heartless man like you. Qin Pingon said seriously, If you talk like this again, I won't go to Wind and Thunder Garden even if you beat me to death. Lu Baqiao laughed heartily, although there was still a trace of indescribable haggardness between his eyebrows. He bid farewell and left. When he reached the door, he remembered something and turned his head. I have a very good friend in Old Dragon City. He's trustworthy. If you have any problems and it's too late to send a flying sword message to Wind and Thunder Garden, then you can rest assured and look for him. His name is Sun Jiaxu and he's the second richest guy in Old Dragon City. I once mentioned you to him in a letter, so as long as you tell him your name, he'll definitely meet you. Moreover, this guy will definitely get along with you. Qin Pingon said straightforwardly, okay. Don't send me off. You're too polite and make us seem distant. We'll have plenty of chances to meet in the future. Lu Baqiao walked out of the house and saw that the guy really didn't send him off. He couldn't help but laugh and scold him. After closing the door, he didn't immediately leave on his flying sword. At the other end of the corridor stood the old Qi refinement warrior who was in charge of this ferry. Lu Baqiao trotted over and chatted with the old man for a while before flying into the sea of clouds and returning north on his flying sword. The day before arriving at Old Dragon City, they encountered an extremely rare scene of flying fish leaping into the sea and flying in the sky. Millions of flying fish with colorful wings swam back and forth in the sea of clouds majestically. The Yangji Hall's ferry specially hovered in the air for this, informing the passengers that it would stay for an hour so that everyone could enjoy the beautiful scenery. They also explained that the reason for this spectacular scene was because this southern sea flying fish called Rainbow Phoenix was celebrating a certain flying fish in a big clan that had successfully grown a pair of veritable rainbow phoenix wings. It was a rare occurrence in 100 years. However, the Yangji Hall also reminded everyone not to try to find and capture that special flying fish. Once they angered the school of flying fish, the ferry would definitely be in trouble. Unless there were immortals of the Jindan and Yuanin realms escorting them, they could only wait for death. At the same time, the Yangji Hall also comforted everyone. The rainbow phoenix flying fish were gentle and not afraid of people. Once they left the sea and flew into the sky, they were more willing to be close to people. Therefore, it was very likely that the ferry would be surrounded by flying fish. There was no need to worry. Even if they took the opportunity to catch a few flying fish for breeding, it wouldn't be a big deal. Just take it as a small benefit that the Yangji Hall gave to the distinguished guests. Even Qin Pingon walked out of the room and came to the stern of the ferry. Looking at the free rainbow phoenix flying fish under the sunlight, they were colorful and beautiful. Qin Pingon took off his wine gourd and leaned on the railing to drink wine. As expected, the school of rainbow phoenix flying fish slowly approached the ferry. They all slowed down their speed at the same time. There were some mischievous and curious flying fish that left by themselves and came to the side of the ferry guests. If someone extended their hand out, they would mostly escape, but there were some that would stick close to the hand and even stay on the palm. Qin Pingon had actually heard of them before. According to legend, the colorful robe nation's largest immortal, the spirit rhinoceros sect, had a magical treasure called the colorful robe. It was woven from the feathers of the colorful swan and flying fish. Wearing it would make one invulnerable to all spells. The most amazing thing was that the person wearing the colorful robe could even make all the flying swords of the middle 5 realm sword cultivators retreat when they got close. Qin Pingon also followed the crowd and extended his hand out of the railing. But not a single flying fish was willing to go near. They could only awkwardly stop. Other than drowning their sorrows in wine, what else could they do? The ferry once again headed south. When it finally landed, it stopped at the Old Dragon City ferry. Unknowingly, Qin Pingon had also arrived at the southernmost point of the Aquarius continent from the northernmost point. Along the way, he carried his sword. 251. In the past few thousand years in eastern Bottle continent, there was a flowing emperor in the north, and a strong Fu family in the south. The Fu family of Old Dragon City was very rich, but how rich? Just the treasures that were slightly inferior to immortal weapons. There were 3 of them, and they were all bought with money and passed down from generation to generation, until it reached the hands of the current family head, Fu Li. It was said that the Fu family had just returned from the Central Plains, and now they had another half-immortal weapon. Not more than 3 times. The Fu family did not care about that. There were many interesting people in the Fu family. For example, they did not write a family tree and their descendants were named casually. The status of the women in the Fu family was very high, and in history the number of female heroes who were city lords could not be counted with two hands. The children of the Fu family could read, buy, and collect books, and all the private libraries had the largest number of rare books in the Aquarius continent. But even the branches of the Fu family that left Old Dragon City did not participate in the imperial examinations, and did not become generals or ministers for any emperor, and only cared about lying in the mountains of gold and silver, eating and waiting for death. The generations of family heads did not have any prejudice against them and raised them. Therefore, the rich Fu family had produced many outstanding disciples who were the best at chess, calligraphy and painting and were skilled in the zither. There were also descendants of the Fu family who wrote the most classic recipes and published travel books about mountains and rivers that were popular in the continent. They had bought countless mountains in the vast territory of the north, but they were empty and did not build immortal residences, leaving them abandoned. There were too many weird people in the Fu family. But the Fu family had a rule that could not be changed. Only the strongest person in the family could wear the ancestral dragon robe. The Yangji Hall's ferry dock was more than 300 miles away from Old Dragon City. It was not a secluded place with beautiful scenery. Almost 100 different kinds of ferries were docked there. It was noisy and crowded. There were non-living ferries made by the Mahist craftsmen and also living ferries similar to the Kuan boat. They were grotesque and variegated. Qin Pingon saw too much for his eyes to take in as the ferry descended. Before the ferry docked, Qin Pingon heard a saying that a mortal living in the city would not be able to finish touring Old Dragon City in their lifetime. When Qin Pingon was on the ferry, he tried to see the entire Old Dragon City, but found out that it was covered by a sea of clouds and was regretful. Due to Lu Baqiao's appearance, the old man from the Mutton Fat Hall who was in charge of the ferry took the initiative to come to Qin Pingon's side and explain to him. It turned out that the rolling sea of clouds was one of the Old Dragon City's half-immortal weapons. If one looked up at the sky from the city, they would not see a single cloud. The old man also told Qin Pingon a shocking legend. It was said that 800 years ago, there were close to 1,000 evil cultivators who came to Old Dragon City. Among them, there were 2 earth immortals and as many as 10 top chi cultivators of the Golden Core and Nascent Soul realm. In order to occupy Old Dragon City, they secretly worked together for nearly 100 years and everything was ready. When the army arrived, it happened to be the critical moment when the old city lord passed away and the new family lord was not born yet. The 12 branches of the Fu family in Old Dragon City were already fighting among themselves, and their vitality was greatly damaged. Especially the 2 patriarchs of the Fu family, each holding a half-immortal weapon, fought fiercely. Even though there were layers of spells and restrictions that greatly suppressed the lethality of the half-immortal weapons, half of Old Dragon City was still destroyed. In the end, a female chi refinement warrior who appeared out of nowhere seemed to be dozing off in the sea of clouds in Old Dragon City. After she appeared, she glanced at Old Dragon City which was engulfed in smoke and then at the gathering of more than 1,000 chi refinement warriors. After she yawned, she stretched out her hand and grabbed. The sea of clouds that occupied a radius of 1,000 miles was condensed into a bead in her palm. She threw it into her mouth and then sneezed. Hundreds and thousands of wind tornadoes appeared in the South Sea and blew from the sea to the north. The evil chi cultivators who were determined to occupy Old Dragon City were blown to death by the wind tornadoes, not to mention the chi cultivators of the lower 5 realms who were just there to make up the numbers and were only responsible for waving the flag and shouting. Almost half of the immortals of the middle 5 realms were blown to death by the wind tornadoes. After that, the evil chi cultivators who escaped the disaster fled in panic. After that, they were chased by the Fu family who had stabilized the situation for 100 years. Qin Pingon was stunned when he heard that. The old man finally smiled and asked, "Why? You don't believe me?" Qin Pingon shook his head. Of course he did not believe it. Who in the world could blow so many chi cultivators of the middle 5 realms to death with just one divine ability? The old man stroked his beard and said with a smile, "Actually, I don't believe it either. Even if the heavenly Lord Qijian of the Divine Bulletin sect, the Sword Immortals and Saints of the Wind Snow Temple and the Martial Arts Mountain joined forces, they should not have such power. It's just a story made up by the later generations. But then again, this kind of frightening story has to be exaggerated like mine to be interesting." After bidding farewell to the old man, Qin Pingon got off the ferry. There were rows upon rows of tall buildings and the streets were unbelievably wide. However, there were still people walking shoulder to shoulder. Qin Pingon was surrounded by people and felt a headache. He had not even entered Old Dragon City, but it was already so crowded. How was he going to find the dusty medicine shop in Jingdafeng? When he was chatting with the old man of the Yangji Hall, Qin Pingon tried to ask about the inverted mountain. He wanted to know if he could take the cross-continent ferry there. However, the old man was at a loss. He only said that of course he had heard of the inverted mountain. The mountain seal of the second disciple of Taoist ancestor was very domineering. A Taoist master from another world could nail such a big nail in their vast world. He did not take the statues and saints enshrined in the Confucian temple seriously. However, the old man had never heard that there was a ferry at the ferry port of Old Dragon City. The old man did not even know the exact location of the inverted mountain. He only heard that it was close to the South Saw continent. Therefore, after getting off the ferry, Qin Pingon was like a headless fly. He could only take one step at a time. He had to obediently walk the 300 miles and enter Old Dragon City first. Along the way, Qin Pingon asked around. After confirming that the general direction was correct, Qin Pingon discovered that there was no one walking in the middle of the main road. Instead, there were many carriages coming and going like the wind. Some of the carriages exuded a dazzling aura. The fine horses pulling the carriages were each more handsome and peculiar than the other. Some people rode on ferocious tigers, long snakes and big turtle red-crowned cranes. Although everyone was a Qi refinement warrior, the streets were orderly. Old Yang, Old Man Chui, and Wei Pai had all suggested to take the ferry to the inverted mountain after attaining the 4 realms of martial arts. Therefore, Qin Pingon did not insist on rushing. However, when Qin Pingon landed in Old Dragon City, he did not know why he wanted to rush to the inverted mountain as soon as possible. He did not care about the 4 realms of martial arts anymore. Qin Pingon had already traveled from the north to the south of the Aquarius continent. He had traveled for millions of miles. Qin Pingon had never been so eager before. Therefore, he went to a place that looked like a relay station. Qin Pingon was very generous for once. He spent 10 snow coins to hire a carriage. There were 2 snow-white horses pulling the carriage. The coachman was not a young man but a beautiful young lady. She had a natural candid aura and was not shy at all. After Qin Pingon boarded the carriage, she casually suggested that the employer should sit beside her. She would introduce the famous shops on both sides of the street to the guests during the journey. She would introduce the delicious food and priceless antiques and paintings. She grew up at the ferry outside Old Dragon City and was very familiar with it. She was sure that Qin Pingon's choice to take her carriage this time was not a wasted trip. The carriage slowly passed through the crowd. After entering the central area of the street, the young lady suddenly spurred the horse to speed up. Together with the other carriages, they quickly drove towards the west gate of Old Dragon City. Qin Pingon sat behind the young lady who was skillfully driving the carriage. He ate dry biscuits and did not dare to drink. This was because before he got off the boat he had already put the sword cultivating gourd into the cotton bag on his back. Wei Pai had warned him that the 10 realms of earth immortals and sages above Jindan and Yuanying could still see through his camouflage and recognize the sword cultivating gourd. The young lady was very cheerful and outgoing. She talked endlessly to Qin Pingon about the history of the shops and tall buildings. She also introduced the great immortals who lived in the shops and what they had said and done. Qin Pingon had walked through the Jianghu under the mountain where the big monsters of the 5 realms lived. It was not until today that he found a place that was similar to his hometown. It seemed that the immortals of the 5 realms were finally not that valuable. Qin Pingon asked the young lady if she had heard of the dusty medicine shop in the city. The young lady shook her head and said that she did not know much about the situation in Old Dragon City. Because Old Dragon City was too big and it was separated from the inner city and Fu City. Every time they passed through the city gate, they would have to pay a high fee. As long as they were not from the city, even if they were Jindan or Yuanying immortals, there was no exception. Therefore she had only been to the outer city of Old Dragon City a few times. Every time she went there, the money that she had saved up would definitely be used up. However, if it was the Fu family and the other disciples of the 5 great families, not only would they not have to pay to pass through the city, they could also ride the wind in the inner and outer city. Of course, if they had the ability to buy an old dragon flipping cloud pendant from the Fu family, they could also ride the wind freely. Other than the Fu family's city, which was the most central part of Old Dragon City, they could also ride the wind freely. The young lady driving the carriage asked Qin Pingon if he could guess how much an old dragon flipping cloud pendant would cost. Qin Pingon tried to guess the price as high as the sky. He said that 1,000 pieces of snow would cost him money. It would cost 1,000,000 taels of silver. The young lady laughed heartily and turned to Qin Pingon and stretched out her hand. 5,000. Qin Pingon was afraid that something would happen to the carriage. He did not care about the shock in his heart and quickly said, "Young lady, drive carefully." The young girl snorted and turned around, her back facing Qin Pingon. However, the young girl raised her chin high and proudly said, "Young master, I really don't want to boast. Even if I let go of the reins and close my eyes, the carriage can still run steadily all the way to the western gate. However, in order to prevent the guests from worrying, I pretended to drive seriously." Qin Pingon said softly, "Don't pretend." The young lady laughed out loud. "All right, I'll be serious for young master." Qin Pingon looked at the young lady's back and could not help but laugh. Then he turned his head to look at the bustling scene on the side of the street. A cool breeze brushed his face. It was very strange. All the way to the south there was often wind and sun. However, Qin Pingon's skin was a bit fairer. He was no longer the black coal kiln worker. The young lady seemed to have eyes on the back of her head. She knew that the young man was looking at the street. She secretly turned her head and then quickly turned her head again. It was just a glance. She secretly looked at the side of the young man's face. The young man was not handsome, but he was very pleasing to the eye. The young lady suddenly laughed out loud. "Young master, you look very good." Qin Pingon was probably infected by the young lady's cheerful mood. He joked, "If I let you look at me a few more times, can you charge me less for a piece of snow?" Qin Pingon's change must be caused by Alliance, Su Yuanxiao and Lu Baqiao. These fellows were the main culprits. The young lady laughed. "That won't do. From the shop to the city gate, it's a round trip of about 600 miles. I have to make 10 trips to earn a piece of snow." Qin Pingon nodded and said, "It's quite tiring." The young lady who had her back facing Qin Pingon shook her head vigorously. "Young master, what's so tiring about this? I've always liked to run back and forth like this since I was young. Even if I have my own shop in the future and earn a lot of money, I will still personally drive back and forth. I can also get to know many customers just like you, young master." The young lady then became a little worried. "But buying a shop requires a lot of money. I think my life is in danger." The young lady laughed loudly. "It's in danger." In the end, the young lady still ended up happy. Qin Pingon smiled and encouraged her. "Earn slowly. You'll be richer today than yesterday, richer tomorrow, and richer the day after tomorrow." The young lady's fighting spirit was immediately high. She turned her head and smiled brightly at Qin Pingon. Back then, because of Old Dragon City's young master Fu Nanhua, Qin Pingon actually had a bad impression of Old Dragon City. It was not much better than Jingyang Mountain. However, Qin Pingon liked this young lady from the bottom of his heart. Of course, it was not the kind of love between a man and a woman. Instead, it was the feeling of the young lady who was like a sunflower. Qin Pingon was willing to interact with such people. It was the same for the young Taoist priest and the bearded man who had already parted ways. The young lady continued to introduce the two sides of the streets. Qin Pingon followed her finger and looked at the streets one by one. Time passed by amidst the sound of the horses' hooves. In less than 2 hours, Qin Pingon could already see the outer city walls of Old Dragon City. It was much higher than the walls of any of the passes he had seen before. Before the horses stopped, Qin Pingon asked, "Do you know Sun Jiaxu?" The young lady turned her head in surprise. "Who?" Qin Pingon had no choice but to repeat the name, Sun Jiaxu. The young lady could not help but laugh. She did not speak for a long time until the horse carriage stopped. The young lady suddenly stood up and pointed at the street behind her. She swung her arm and randomly drew a big circle. "Young master, do you see that?" Qin Pingon nodded. The young lady's eyes narrowed into crescents. "From our city gate to the ferry, the 300 miles of streets and shops are all his." Qin Pingon stood on the horse carriage with the young lady. He was a little confused. They all belonged to Sun Jiaxu alone? The young lady nodded vigorously and was especially proud. Yes. They all belong to young Master Sun. Then the young lady lowered her voice and mysteriously said, I heard from the shopkeeper that young Master Sun is a very good person. Although he is the best at doing business, he has the heart of a bodhisattva. Almost all of the older generation with bad tempers on the streets talk about how good young Master Sun is to their family elders. They say that a long time ago, there was a big fire on the streets that destroyed 2,000 to 3,000 shops of the Sun family. At that time, young Master Sun had just become the head of the family, but not only did he not pursue the matter, he even paid for everyone to rebuild the shops. Moreover, I heard from many women that young Master Sun is especially handsome, so he is the most kind and handsome man in Old Dragon City. 1,000 feet away from the city gate, the road was filled with such carriages. Then from the stream of people, a young man in plain white hemp clothes walked over. He walked straight to the horse carriage where Qin Pingon and the young lady were standing. The young man was tall and slender, but he didn't give off the invisible pressure of a crane in a flock of chickens. He only had a clean temperament, as if he came from a scholarly family, gentle and refined. Between the gaps of the carriages on both sides of the road, there were many pedestrians hurrying along. Someone accidentally bumped into the young man's shoulder and quickly apologized. The young man smiled and shook his head, saying that it was fine. The young lady turned to look at Old Dragon City and muttered, Young master, how can there be such a good young Master Sun in this world? Qin Pingon was left speechless. The young man who had been standing there for a while finally smiled and looked up at the two of them. He softly said to the young lady, Thank you. The young lady was confused. She looked down and asked doubtfully, Why are you thanking me? The young man smiled and didn't explain the reason. Then he looked at Qin Pingon. You are Qin Pingon, right? I am Lu Baqiao's friend. Not long ago I received his flying sword message, so I came here to wait for you. Qin Pingon jumped off the horse carriage. Standing so high and talking to people, it was too rude. He tentatively asked, You can't be. Qin Pingon finally managed to hold himself back from saying the name that followed. The young man nodded and said, Yes, I am Sun Jiaxu. The young lady sighed and said helplessly, Young master, why do you have to have the same name as young Master Sun? It's so unfair. The young man smiled and didn't speak. The young lady said goodbye to Qin Pingon. The horse carriage slowly turned around and finally left. Qin Pingon followed Sun Jiaxu to the west gate of Old Dragon City. He couldn't help but ask, Young Master Sun, the whole street is yours? Sun Jiaxu didn't pretend to be reserved. He nodded and said with a smile, When my ancestor was at his best, the whole outer city of Old Dragon City belonged to my family. Later on, Old Dragon City became bigger and bigger. Our Sun family lost a few big business deals, so we became not as rich as the Fu family. But now, of course, the Sun family is still very rich. And let's just say that I, Sun Jiaxu, am rich. Qin Pingon secretly looked at Sun Jiaxu. The young man didn't have any ornaments on him. He didn't even have any rich aura. Sun Jiaxu smiled and said, Old Dragon Cloud Pendant? No one in our Sun family has it, and I am no exception. In fact, I want to buy it, but the rigid rules passed down by my ancestors don't allow the descendants to spend money on such small things. I can't change the rules of my ancestors, so I can only endure it. In fact, it's very annoying. Qin Pingon wanted to say something but stopped. Sun Jiaxu turned his head and said, Why? Do you want to ask if I can return the 20 snow pendants that I spent money on? Of course not. Friends are friends, business is business. Qin Pingon scratched his head and said, I want to ask, if Old Dragon City is so big, do we have to walk all the way to your house? Sun Jiaxu didn't say anything. He just smiled and looked at Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon sighed and said frankly, Okay, if you don't want to return it, then don't. Sun Jiaxu suddenly said, No wonder Lu Baqiao said that we will hit it off. Qin Pingon asked curiously, You are often scolded as a money grubber. Sun Jiaxu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He gently shook his head and said, Lu Baqiao said that both of us like to be poor and generous. What and what? Lu Baqiao's words were inexplicable. Let's not talk about being generous or not. Sun Jiaxu was poor? Sun Jiaxu suddenly said, I have an unorthodox skill. I can see the money that a person passed by but didn't take it. Then he stopped and turned to look at Qin Pingon. The things you gave out are worth more than the entire Old Dragon City. Qin Pingon was stunned. In the inner city of Old Dragon City, in a secluded alley, there was a newly opened pharmacy. It was only the size of a palm, but the shopkeeper's man actually hired 7 or 8 beautiful women and pretty girls. Without exception, they all had a pair of long legs. The man had nothing to do all day and never worried about the pharmacy's business. He was busy flirting with the women and saying some lewd things that he claimed to be romantic. The women looked shy on the surface, but when they turned their heads, they rolled their eyes. Today, the man carried a small stool and sat at the entrance of the alley. He was eating melon seeds and looking at the women passing by on the street. The man's eyes lit up. He thought that the flowers at home were indeed not as fragrant as the flowers in the wild. Then today another woman walked in front of the man. She was dressed very gorgeously. As for her appearance and figure, the man had already thrown away the melon seeds, picked up the stool and ran away. (252) Greater than 11,000 word chapter. After paying the entrance fee at the west gate of Old Dragon City, they walked through the long city gate. Sun Jiaxu took Qin Pingon to a large carriage. At first glance, other than the large carriage and the gentle horse pulling it, one could not tell that the carriage was rich. The coachman was an old man who did not like to smile. When Qin Pingon sat in the carriage, he found that it was a completely different world. There were 4 white futons, and the wall facing the curtain was a row of bookshelves that reached the top. There were books placed there, and there was a charming brass incense burner with purple smoke curling up. Qin Pingon and Sun Jiaxu sat opposite each other. Qin Pingon was actually a little reserved, afraid that he would step on this clean little study room. Sun Jiaxu looked at Qin Pingon's straw sandals and smiled. When I was very young, according to the family rules, my grandfather began to take me everywhere. Before I turned 18, I changed places almost every year, so I worked as a shop assistant, a fisherman, a woodcutter, a rice vendor, a government official, and so on. I actually know how to weave straw sandals, but it's very rough and can't be compared to the pair under your feet. Sun Jiaxu sat cross-legged on the futon. He did not have any lazy posture, but he still gave people the feeling that he was very relaxed. He smiled and asked, "Qin Pingon, do you know what I was most afraid of doing in the past?" Qin Pingon was not a god who could calculate, and he was not a roundworm in Sun Jiaxu's stomach. Of course he could not guess. Moreover, Sun Jiaxu was a very strange person. Although they had not met for long, his impression of him was getting blurrier and blurrier. Sun Jiaxu smiled and said, "It's picking mulberry leaves. It's not easy to pick a full basket of mulberry leaves. My grandfather would reach out and gently press the basket and it would become half a basket. He would pick another full basket and press it again, and I would have to pick for half a day again. It's enough to make people feel desperate. Moreover, every time I went up the mountain, I would be cut by the barbs of the grass and trees. When the sun shined and sweat came out, it would be painful. On the contrary, when I was transplanting rice in the field and was bitten by leeches, I found it interesting. My grandfather liked to smoke tobacco and it would fall off after being burned." Qin Pingon deeply agreed and said, "In my hometown, it was very troublesome to be bitten by leeches in the paddy field. Because I could not bear to use salt and vinegar, I had to struggle for half a day with those annoying leeches. In the end, my leg would bleed. Fortunately, there was a kind of grass next to the field. If I put the grass on the wound, I would quickly stop the bleeding. After I left my hometown, I never saw it." Sun Jiaxu smiled and nodded. Those who come from poor families are not particular and can bear the hardships. Of course, a rich young master like me can't compare. No matter how much I suffer, it's hard to compare to you. Sun Jiaxu was slightly surprised, but then he nodded and said, "That's possible." A man who owned an entire street outside Old Dragon City and a young man who he said had missed out on Old Dragon City were chatting about such trivialities in the countryside. Surprisingly, both of them felt that it was perfectly normal and not awkward at all. The carriage moved steadily. Although the incense burner kept emitting purple smoke, the carriage was not filled with smoke. There was only a fresh smell of spring breeze and grass. Qin Pingon said, "You have such a big family business and you came to pick me up. How much money did you lose? You could have asked someone else to do it." Sun Jiaxu shook his head and said, "How to make money is one thing. Haggling over every penny, even a copper coin, needs to be calculated clearly. But how to spend money depends on one's habits. Take me for example. I've been working hard to make money all year round. What for? It's so that I don't have to be too stingy when it comes to making friends. Qin Pingon suddenly understood and said, "That's very reasonable." He couldn't wait to take out the remaining bamboo slips in his Fengsuan object and quickly engrave Sun Jiashu's reasoning on them. When he really had money in the future, if anyone said that he was a good person, he would use Sun Jiashu's words to refute them. Along the way they had a pleasant conversation. Sun Jiashu told Qin Pingon a lot of interesting stories and embarrassing stories about his travels back in the day. Qin Pingon had always been a very good listener. Moreover, from the conversation, Sun Jiashu's originally vague impression gradually became clearer. He was a very calm and peaceful, rich man. It was not a big deal that he, Sun Jiashu, was so rich, but he didn't have to deliberately make things difficult for others. He didn't have to deliberately lower his status and get along with people whom he, Sun Jiashu, recognized as his friends. From inside out he was truly on an equal footing. Qin Pingon felt that this was what a real rich man should be like. The carriage arrived at a rural area. Under the horse's hooves was a yellow mud road, so the carriage was a little bumpy. Sun Jiashu saw that Qin Pingon was a little strange, so he smiled and lifted the curtain. Outside the window there was a large cluster of reeds. As the carriage moved forward, there were even golden rapeseed flowers, which were pleasing to the eye. Theoretically, the flowering period of the rapeseed flowers had already passed. Qin Pingon just thought that Old Dragon City's soil and water were different from his hometown. Sun Jiashu explained, "This is the ancestral land of my Sun family's ancestors. Later generations try to maintain the original appearance as they are afraid of spoiling the feng shui of the ancestors. It's also a way to remember our ancestors. When the Sun family entertains important guests, the gods and emperors on the mountain are all placed in the Sun residence in the inner city. It's a place filled with gold and jade, and it's not inferior to the Fu family's old dragon residence. But when we entertain real friends, we are still willing to bring them here. About 10 miles ahead is the Sun family's ancestral home. It's not big and it has 3 courtyards. The house faces a river and you can fish there. I hope you will like it." Qin Pingon smiled brightly. "I like it. Why wouldn't I like it?" Sun Jiashu smiled and asked, "Why don't we get off the carriage and walk?" Of course, Qin Pingon did not have any objections, so the two of them got off the carriage and walked to the Sun family's ancestral home. Sun Jiashu then explained the general situation of the ancestral home. He casually said, "Within a radius of 100 miles, everything belongs to the Sun family. There are 6 villages, about 2,000 families. We raise silkworms, grow tea, and all the products are bought by the Sun family at a price slightly higher than the market price. The villagers' income is not bad and they can be considered to be living and working here." This made Qin Pingon truly understand how big Old Dragon City was and how generous the Sun family was. When they could already see the outline of the Sun family's ancestral home, Qin Pingon asked, "Does Old Dragon City have a ferry that goes to the inverted suspended mountain?" Sun Jiashu nodded his head. "Yes, the Old Dragon City is actually the biggest trading hub of the Aquarius continent. We will go wherever we can earn money, but to go through the inverted mountain to the Great Wall of Sword Chi to earn money, not everyone has the ability. Even the Fu family and the Sun family of the Old Dragon City have to be careful when doing business. They have to take care of everything." Speaking till here, Sun Jiashu was a little emotional. He slowly said, "After a few thousand years, not to mention the Fu family, the 5 families of Old Dragon City, other than the Sun family, have all changed a few times. More than half of them died at the inverted suspended mountain. The Sun family almost fell a few times because of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Now there are only 6 ferries in Old Dragon City that can go to the inverted suspended mountain. The Fu family has 2 ferries. The 6 ferries are very big and can carry at least 2,000 people at a time. The Fu family's ferry is a floating mountain built by a treasure-swallowing whale and a Mahist magnate. It is also known as the inverted suspended mountain. There are pavilions and terraces on it and the scenery is very good. It is the preferred ferry for the immortals on the mountain. Almost every time there will be many golden core and nascent soul cultivators. The Sun family's ferry is a mountain sea turtle that was captured and tamed by our ancestors. The back of the turtle shell is as big as a mountain and can accommodate 2,400 people. Of course there are more goods. The real money to make a trip to and from the inverted suspended mountain is definitely not the cost of the ferry, but the various resources and specialties of the Aquarius continent and the Julu continent. As long as they can be sent to the inverted suspended mountain, it will be a huge profit. However, the journey is long and there are many accidents. The ferry will suffer heavy casualties and it is not impossible for them to lose everything. Therefore, the Qi cultivators choose the most suitable ferry according to the year, season, and divination. It is already a great knowledge. At the end, Sun Jiaxu said with a hint of self-mockery. He smiled and said, I forgot to tell you. The Fu family of Old Dragon City and our 5 families are all disciples of the Shang family of the 100 schools of thought. The ancestors of each family are different from the Confucian sage in the Confucian temple. However, even until now the Shang family's knowledge is not mainstream. I heard that in the earliest days, there was a Confucian sage who was appointed to the Confucian temple and had a high position in the Confucian temple. He once said that dog meat is not served. He was actually talking about the Shang family. This kind of evaluation is considered polite. They said that the Shang family is despicable, that they are at the bottom of the 100 schools of thought, that they are stinking of money, that the Shang family must be heartless, and that the moral of the world is deteriorating day by day. Therefore, although there are many Shang family in the 9 great continents, they are definitely not the mainstream of any dynasty. These were the inside stories of the 100 schools of thought. Qin Pingon could only listen to them. He did not dare to make any judgments or jump to conclusions. When they arrived at the Sun family's ancestral house, there were no beautiful maids or pretty maids. There were only a dozen old men and women who looked after the house. Sun Jiaxu treated Qin Pingon to a meal. It was not dragon liver or phoenix marrow, but it was not a simple meal. It was all seasonal vegetables, fish, shrimp, chicken, and duck from the vicinity of the house. It was very appetizing. The only main dish should be a soup made with a few seafood ingredients. Qin Pingon was used to eating freshwater seafood and was not used to it. Sun Jiaxu did not persuade him to eat more. Anyway, Qin Pingon could eat whatever he liked. After the meal, the 2 of them took a walk by the river outside the house. Qin Pingon asked, Young Master Sun, do you know a place called Dusty Medicine Shop in Old Dragon City? Sun Jiaxu thought for a while and said, I have not heard of it before, but I can help you find it soon. Qin Pingon thanked him. Sun Jiaxu smiled and waved his hand, indicating that Qin Pingon did not need to be so polite. He bent down to pick up a flat stone and threw it sideways. It floated all the way to the opposite side of the river. On the opposite side of the river was a field of rapeseed flowers. It spread all the way out and everything in sight was golden yellow. Qin Pingon had already placed the bag in his room. He put the blade-strengthening gourd on his waist again. Of course, he still carried the sword case on his back. He took off the ginger pot and drank a mouthful of wine. The river water flowed slowly like a peaceful old man. Sun Jiaxu stopped and said, I have roughly calculated. There are only 3 ferries left to go to the inverted hanging mountain. The other 3 have not returned. One is our Sun clan's mountain sea turtle, the other is the Fu clan's treasure-swallowing whale, and the last one is the Fan clan's osmanthus island. From a safe point of view, I suggest you take the treasure-swallowing whale. Because in these 10 years, the weather on the cross-continent route to the inverted hanging mountain is bad. The mountain sea turtle is not as good as the treasure-swallowing whale, and even worse than the osmanthus island. After all, no matter how good the mountain sea turtle's temper is, it is still a living creature with flesh and blood. The crash of the Kuan boat in the middle of the Aquarius continent is an example. As for the treasure-swallowing whale, it can swim in the deep sea and it is the safest. That route is a route that the Fu clan has been familiar with for many years. They know how to avoid the big monsters in the water. If you want to save money and be comfortable, then take my mountain sea turtle. If you stay on it, I dare not say you will enjoy life, but you will not have to worry about food and clothing. You will not have to worry about anything. Qin Pingon hesitated for a long time and said, either the mountain sea turtle or the osmanthus island. I will definitely not take the treasure-swallowing whale. Sun Jiaxu was surprised and asked, why? Qin Pingon was a little embarrassed. In my hometown Lizhu Grotto Heaven, I almost killed the old Dragon City's young master Fu Nanhua. How would I dare to take his ferry? Sun Jiaxu could not help but put his hand on Qin Pingon's shoulder and patted heavily. Qin Pingon, I have seen many heroes, but there are not many who are as bold as you. Qin Pingon sighed. because from Sun Jiashu's tone, he knew that Fu Nanhua was not someone to be trifled with. Sun Jiashu held back for a long time and could not help but laugh. Although there is more than one old Dragon City's young master, and there are many other descendants of the Fu clan who have the chance to inherit the ancestral dragon robe, everyone knows that Fu Nanhua is the most favored by the city lord, Fu Jiang. One of the ancestors of the Fu clan who has a half-immortal weapon is Fu Nanhua's teacher. It is just that he has been in seclusion for the past few years, and it is rumored that he is trying to break through to the 5 realms. Therefore Fu Nanhua is the most likely to become the next city lord. Qin Pingon, you are really something. If this news is spread out, I guarantee that within a month your name will immediately shake half the continent. Qin Pingon said helplessly, this kind of reputation, I don't want it. Sun Jiashu laughed even more happily. Although I have interacted with Fu Nanhua many times and we are not even simple fair-weather friends, but of course Fu Nanhua cannot be compared to Lu Baqiao. When I heard the truth today I wanted to laugh. Seems like I am too unkind. So Qin Pingon, you should take it easy too. To be friends with people like me, don't be too close to me. You must interact more. In the end Qin Pingon said, actually I am not very familiar with Lu Baqiao. We have only met twice. Sun Jiashu was a little sullen. Then in the letter Lu Baqiao said that you have gone through fire and water 100 times. What is going on? In the letter he praised you to the point that you are one of a kind, and even said that if I do not personally welcome you he will break off all relations with me, and then spread my nickname to the entire Aquarius continent. Qin Pingon probed. His nickname is Sun Tzu? Sun Jiashu raised his hand to support his forehead and laughed bitterly. You can guess that? Qin Pingon laughed. Although we have only met twice, but I know Lu Baqiao's temper, he is the most unreasonable. Sun Jiashu sighed. My relationship with Fu Nanhua is nothing more than a result of old age. But you and Lu Baqiao are like old friends at first sight. The coachman appeared in the distance. Sun Jiashu turned back to take a look and said to Qin Pingon, I have to go to the Sun residence in the inner city to meet a guest. I have an appointment. About the dusty medicine shop, at the latest before the sky turns dark, someone will inform you. And since you have a death grudge with Fu Nanhua, then in the near future if you want to go out, you must inform me first and I will arrange the itinerary. This way the Fu family's treasure-swallowing whale can be ruled out. You can sit on my mountain sea turtle and head to the inverted hanging mountain. You will depart in 20 days. During this period of time you can stay at my ancestral home. Whatever you want, as long as old Longqing has it, I can deliver it to you. Don't feel embarrassed. Before you open your mouth you can keep telling yourself, that grandson is very, very rich. As friends we should share blessings and hardships together. Enjoy the blessings first, then fight side by side in the future and then suffer the hardships together. That's not a loss. Alright, I will not be polite with you. Qin Pingon nodded with a smile and blinked his eyes. Lu Baqiao is the one who said that, right? Sun Jiashu gave a thumbs up. No wonder Lu Baqiao wants to be your friend. You know him. Sun Jiashu left and followed the old coachman that Qin Pingon couldn't see through. They took a carriage to the inner city of Old Dragon City. Thus Qin Pingon, who was alone, started to practice the 6-step pile walking along the river. The calm river, the endless rapeseed fields and the ordinary muddy road. If not for the lack of a stone arch bridge and the Ruan family's sword shop, Qin Pingon would have thought that he was in his hometown. Qin Pingon continued to practice his martial arts. After walking for more than 10 miles he arrived at a small village built along the river. He could hear the crowing of chickens and the barking of dogs, as well as smoke rising from kitchen chimneys. Qin Pingon stopped practicing his martial arts and looked around. Beside him was a small wooden bridge that spanned across the river. At this moment he felt as if a lifetime had passed. Qin Pingon was about to turn and walk back to the Sun family's ancestral home when he saw a group of plainly dressed children walking out of the rapeseed fields on the other side of the river. Most of them were young students of private school. There were also a few even younger ones with snot hanging from their noses at the back. There were 2 older boys holding wooden and bamboo swords that were probably made by their family elders. The style was simple and crude, and they could only be considered the rough embryo of a sword. The 2 of them seemed to be competing in swordsmanship. One after the other they walked on the ridge of the field, chopping at the rapeseed flowers. There were also loud shouts, full of vigor. The poor rapeseed flowers on the ridge of the field were chopped into pieces by the 2 children. Soon a young child at the back suddenly cried out. At first he was quite happy, but then he found out that this rapeseed field was his family's. If his parents found out, wouldn't his buttocks burst open when he got home? However, he did not dare to stop the two older swordsmen, so he could only cry his heart out. Fortunately, one of the swordsmen soon realized that something was wrong. He took out a piece of frozen rice candy that he baked at home and gave the child a few words of advice. The child, whose face was covered in tears and snot, immediately smiled like a flower. He swaggered behind the two swordsmen and watched as the two swordsmen drew their swords. They were very powerful. He thought that when he grew up and had strength, he would ask his carpenter father for a sword and chop all the rapeseed flowers. How impressive would that be? Would the neighbor's little girl, Tui Hua, only like to play with the little scholar at the back of the village? At that time she would definitely stick to him every day. Qin Pingon watched with amusement. Wasn't this the scene of him when he was young? Lu Xianyang liked to do these kinds of annoying things the most. Not only did he use a wooden sword to chop rapeseed flowers, he also liked to push down the high and low ridges of the fields and throw stones at the ducks in the river. He was scolded and beaten by women every day. Later he and Qin Pingon both became kills workers. Lu Xianyang didn't do much and felt that it was boring. He liked to go into the mountains to catch snakes and pheasants. However, Guqin appeared behind Qin Pingon and carried forward Lu Xianyang's skills. However, compared to Lu Xianyang, who did bad things openly, the young snot-nosed Guqin was much more alert. He was almost never discovered by others. He had perseverance that Qin Pingon admired, as well as a precocious craftiness that didn't match his age. Under the hot sun, Guqin could stick his butt out and wait for half a day just to catch a rice-field eel. Every time it was mealtime in Clay Bottle Alley, Guqin's mother would shout at the top of her lungs. Qin Pingon squatted by the river and threw stones into the water. The children majestically walked over from the single-plank bridge, head after head, like a long string of candied haws. Seeing Qin Pingon's unfamiliar face, the children weren't afraid. They only looked at him a few more times before walking to the village not far away. However, a child holding a bamboo sword kept looking back at the sword case on Qin Pingon's back. In the end, he couldn't hold back his curiosity and turned to run. He came to Qin Pingon's side and asked with perfect pronunciation, "Are you a swordsman?" Qin Pingon stood up and clapped his hands. He asked with a smile, "You too?" The child rolled his eyes and felt that this question was very childish. He said angrily, "I still lack a peerless secret manual." Qin Pingon held back his laughter and nodded, "Me too." The child lowered his head and looked at the bamboo sword in his hand and then looked at the sword hilt in the wooden case on the guy's back. He asked, "Can you let me see your sword?" Qin Pingon shook his head, "No." The big child's mouth twitched. He glanced at the red wine gourd on Qin Pingon's waist. "You are too stingy. You don't look like a swordsman in the Jianghu. I think your wine gourd is definitely not filled with wine but water. You are just pretending to deceive people." Qin Pingon asked, "Then have you seen a real swordsman?" The child nodded. A little girl with a red face said shyly, "The furthest we have been to is the market a few dozen miles away. We have never seen a swordsman." Soon an honest child agreed. "The teacher told us about some swordsman's poems. The market sells some very expensive children's books. There are many heroes of the Jianghu in the books. Among them, the swordsman is the most powerful. All the bad guys can't beat them." The child who admitted that he had seen a real swordsman turned around and stared. The two children behind him immediately shut up. The other slightly older child, who was holding a wooden sword, asked Qin Pingon, "How good is your swordsmanship?" This question really stumped Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon had to say, "I have seen a very powerful swordsman with my own eyes. They are not drawn in your children's books." The child with the bamboo sword sneered. The straightforward child with the wooden sword believed most of it. He asked, "Then have you learned swordsmanship from those heroes? If you can show me some swordsmanship, I will believe you are a real swordsman. If you can, then you can take me as your disciple? I want to learn swordsmanship from you. Not the kind that cuts rape flowers. For example, if you can cut down the bridge in our village with one strike, I can be your disciple right now." Qin Pingon couldn't help laughing. With his swordsmanship, he still wanted to be his disciple? Qin Pingon didn't know that the Sun family's ancestral house was a famous paradise in the old Dragon City. Although most of the people who lived here were ordinary villagers with simple temperament, there were also many masters who helped the Sun family to keep an eye on the feng shui of this ancestral house so that it would not be destroyed by outsiders. It was just that the difference between the top and bottom of the mountain seemed to be like heaven and earth. In fact, there were some situations that the immortals didn't know. In addition to the two elders of the Sun family's ancestral house, there was also a woodcutter who lived in seclusion on the mountain and an old man who had many children and grandchildren here. They were all real great cultivators. There were 3 golden core cultivators and 1 nascent soul cultivator. There were the old ancestors of the Sun family who didn't care about worldly affairs and also the reclusive masters who came here to seek refuge. Of course, there were also people who were hired by the Sun family at a high price. It was inevitable that there were immortals too. At this moment, the 4 great Qi refinement warriors gathered in front of the woodcutter's cottage. As it was one of the eyes of the array, the woodcutter, who looked like a strong young man, waved his hand casually. The mountain's feng shui fog spread and gathered into a picture scroll. Everyone's vision was always following the young man who carried a sword on his back who was practicing boxing along the river. The 4 of them began to bet on this person's realm. Someone said that since he was Sun Jiashu's friend, he was a talented sword cultivator and his fist intent was just a disguise. He must be a young cave realm sword cultivator. Someone refuted that he might not be in the middle 5 realms. The other 2 argued about whether the young man was a 4th realm or a 5th realm martial artist. One of them said that the young man was a 4th realm martial artist who had an excellent foundation and not an ordinary 5th realm martial artist. In addition to his excellent talent, the young man must have had the help of an expert since he was young. He must be the son of a top rich family who grew up soaking in medicine. He might be from a 1,000-year-old family whose wealth was comparable to that of a country. Although the 4 immortals each took one side and argued until their faces turned red, they were still happy and harmonious. In the small medicine shop in the inner city, the frivolous man squatted on a bench and came to the entrance of the alley again. However, he did not bring melon seeds today. Instead, he brought a miscellaneous book bought by a woman in the shop. There were many superficial stories in the book, most of which were about the deeds and teachings of the sages of Confucianism and Taoism. The book was about the great principles of heaven and earth. In the past, the man would never read this book. However, after squatting at the entrance of the alley for so long, no woman was willing to talk to him. The man thought that maybe it was because he was not scholarly enough. He took the book in his hand and flipped through it. Maybe there would be a surprise. In the hot summer, the clothes of the women were much cooler. The man sat under the shade of a small tree and pretended to read the book. In fact, the corners of his eyes were like sweat sticking to the faces and bodies of the women. Among them, there was a mature woman with an enchanting figure who almost stole the man's soul. She murmured silently that her butt was wider than her shoulder and she was as happy as a fairy. Unfortunately, the man realized that he took a book and pretended to be a scholar. No woman was willing to look at him. With the exception of a certain woman, she came again. She had a waist like a bucket, a face with pockmarks, and a face that was even bigger than the man's buttocks. With a long face, the man finally began to seriously flip through the book. The young woman who lived nearby walked back and forth several times. Her waist was not twisting but swaying. The man continued to pretend to be blind. In the end, the woman could not bear the scorching sun any longer. She reluctantly looked at the man she had chosen, and then went home satisfied. The man flipped through the book very quickly. In the end, he stopped at a page that recorded a Taoist sage whose suffix was Z. He explained the truth of Taoism by telling a story about the void boat. It said that there was a person who was sitting on a small boat in the river. There was a small boat coming towards him. The person shouted to warn him 3 times but still bumped into the boat. The person cursed and scolded. In the end, he found that there was no one on the boat and laughed. In the end, of course, there was the sage's priceless advice that was passed down to the later generations. The sage said, "Going alone is unique. A person who is unique is the most precious." The sage said again, "Only a perfect person can travel in the world like a void and not avoid people." The man did not think that this was nonsense. He could even understand the true meaning of it. However, even if he understood these big and useless truths, it was of no benefit to him. This was because he was not on the same path as the sage. Even if it was the teacher's school, he had secretly listened to him many times. He also understood all the principles. Even if there were some difficult and obscure parts, he had some understanding. However, it was useless for his own cultivation. However, what he could not understand the most was his senior, who was also cultivating in a small place. That guy did the crude things of a country bumpkin all day long but was able to climb up the realms. After a trip to the palace of the Great Sui Kingdom, that guy was now a martial artist of the 10th realm. He liked to scold his master all year long and would often say that his senior had good comprehension. He did not hate his master or his senior because of this. He just could not figure it out. Therefore he had been living like a coward for so many years. He did not even have the heart to prove himself to his master. Therefore he became more and more sullen, until his master chased him from the small town in the north to this old dragon city. He did not have any complaints. He was just worried that the old man would be left alone in the small town. Li Er had left and there was no one to praise. If he also left, there would be no one to scold. How boring would an old man who smoked tobacco all day long be? He was a pure martial artist who had reached the peak of the 8th realm long ago. He guarded a small medicine shop all day long and flirted with those long-legged women. His master, who rarely said a word to him, finally said something more. However, it was an unlucky sentence. You Jing Dafeng can forget about reaching the 9th realm of martial arts for the rest of your life. The man closed the book and used it as a fan to fan his ears. Then his face darkened. He skillfully picked up the stool and ran back to the medicine shop in the alley. That woman who dared to covet his beauty did not give up. She returned home and changed into a gaudy dress. Then she began to wander back and forth on the street. Trembling in fear, the man returned to the medicine shop. He collapsed on the shopkeeper's chair. Suddenly his eyes lit up. He raised his butt and wiped it. Wow, a beauty had secretly sat on it. The chair was still warm. He could not squander it. He quickly rubbed against it. A young girl's eyes were full of resentment. She unwillingly took out a few copper coins and threw them into the palm of a woman. Then she glared at the shopkeeper. The man understood and chuckled. The two women were betting on him. They wanted to see if he was wise enough to detect the beauty's warmth. How naughty. Someone came to visit. It was a handsome young man. Based on his clothes, it was clear that he was from a rich family. However, as for how rich he was, the woman in the medicine shop was born in the marketplace. Her eyes were shallow and could not tell. However, men like to look at beauties. Women like to look at handsome men. What was wrong with that? The women in the shop were all in high spirits. The man was suddenly listless. He said weakly, "Young man from the Fan family, what do you want now?" Facing the sloppy man, the young man was slightly reserved. Then he endured the discomfort in his heart. He pinched a small stool with 2 fingers and sat beside the man. He said softly, "Mr. Zheng, my father asked me to ask when you can officially teach me fist techniques." The man said perfunctorily, "Young man Fan, you can't rush to break through to the 4th level." The young man's face was bitter. However, he did not dare to rush this Mr. Zheng. The man thought that he had only taught the young man a little. It was not worth much. It was not even worth as much as this medicine shop in the inner city. Even a martial artist of the 5th or 6th level could teach him. The man could not bear to see him like this. He lowered his voice and said seriously, "Pure martial artists are not like chi cultivators. The latter like to advance 1,000 miles in a day. Those with amazing talent can break through a level in a day. However, martial artists are different. No matter how good your talent is, you have to be down to earth. Sometimes, even when you can break through to the next level, you have to suppress it. You have to peel off the impurities in your body and spirit and repair them bit by bit. What you are doing now, the ointment that I asked your father to help you decoct and the hot spring that he created, are all cultivation. They are the cultivation that you need the most right now. You are not in a hurry to break through to the chi refinement realm." The man finally smiled and said, "Enough. What do you mean your father asked you to come? You are the one who is in a hurry." The young man who lived a luxurious life in Old Dragon City lowered his eyes in shame. It was too difficult to break through to the 4th level of the 3 levels of martial artists. That was why he was called a clay Buddha crossing the river. It all depended on one's talent. Even a level 7 martial grandmaster could not give him any pointers. A level 8 martial grandmaster of the long travel realm might be able to teach him a shortcut. But generally speaking, a level 8 chi cultivator was easy to find, but a level 8 martial artist in the huge Aquarius continent, how many could there be? It could be counted with one's fingers. And almost all of them were nobles that the great dynasties tried their best to win over. It was said that this even involved the illusory martial fate of a country. How could it fall into Old Dragon City's hands? Even if there was, the Fu family and the Sun family were richer than his family. It would definitely not fall into the Fan family's hands. The man patted his chest and promised, "Little Fan, wait a little longer. As long as you really reach the bottleneck of the 3 levels, I will make a move. I will not let your Fan family's money go to waste. At that time it will be hard for you not to break through." The young man came to the shop with a stomach full of worries. He left the alley with a refreshed expression. Along the way there were Jindan elders secretly following and escorting him. One had to know that the Osmanthus Island ferry on the day the young man was born, was already under his name. He only had to wait for the day he became an adult, and he would be able to use the astonishing wealth that increased every year. As soon as the young man left, the women began to chatter again, asking about the young man's family background. The man stretched out his hand and made a grabbing motion. His gaze swept across their breasts and he said in a despicable manner, "It's the old rule of the medicine shop. If any of you are willing to pay the price, this shopkeeper will tell her the young man's name, where he lives, and whether he likes a plump figure or a petite and delicate one." None of the women took the bait. The man said regretfully, "You can't bear to part with that little lover of yours. I really feel injustice for you." The women had already dispersed. They were whispering in 2s and 3s, whispering about the young man. The man leaned comfortably on the chair and muttered to himself, "I, Xing Dafeng, have the same luck with women as the Qin brat in his early years. Brothers in trouble, brothers in trouble." The shopkeeper of the medicine shop, Xing Dafeng, came from Liju Grotto Heaven. He was once in charge of guarding the door, collecting a bag of gold and copper coins from people. Not long ago his master sent someone to deliver a letter to him, asking him to prepare to help Qin Pingon disperse the 4 tails of true Qi talismans. But at the end of the letter he also said that if Qin Pingon could break through on his own, Xing Dafeng must ensure that the young man's life in Old Dragon City was smooth. Xing Dafeng turned his head to look at the alley outside the shop and muttered, "The Fan brat is a martial genius in the eyes of the world. At most he can stick a few half-tails of true Qi talismans, right? Otherwise his body won't be able to withstand it. That blockhead surnamed Qin. I haven't seen him for only a few days and he's already so fierce? Even in the matter of practicing martial arts, even if Qin Ping and started learning that breathing technique, how many years has it been?" The man said self-deprecatingly, "Master, you really didn't accuse him wrongly. As expected, senior brother is more perceptive. At that time I didn't think highly of Qin Pingon." Suddenly a girl's face was full of anger and she screamed at the man, "Shopkeeper Zheng, where's my book? Give it back to me." Zheng Dafeng coughed, took out the book from his bosom and put it on the counter. The girl's face was red. "There's more." Zheng Dafeng angrily took out a girl's undergarment and wrapped it up in his hands and gently put it next to the book. He explained with a guilty conscience, "You put the package so openly and even revealed a corner of the book. I was a little curious and after taking the book I found that the undergarment was a little dirty. Out of kindness I wanted to help you clean it." The girl with 2 pink cheeks quickly put away the undergarment, then grabbed the book and slammed it on the man's face and said angrily, "Big pervert. Stinking hooligan." The man held the book and said seriously, "You misunderstand that I'm not a gentleman. Even if I'm humiliated because you're good-looking I can forgive you. But since the undergarment is dirty, you can't let down my kindness of helping you clean it." There was a burst of laughter in the medicine shop, mixed with the women's laughing and scolding as well as the girls' complaints. Xing Dafeng's hands held the back of his head and he smiled with squinted eyes. Outside Old Dragon City, near the wooden bridge near the village in the paradise under the Sun family's protection, the 4 deities on the mountain had already removed the mountain and river formation. After all, it was not interesting to see a foreigner arguing with a group of village children. As for whether the young man with a sword on his back was a sword cultivator in disguise, or a pure martial artist in the body refinement realm, the 4 of them still could not come up with a satisfactory result. But after all, the 4 of them were experienced and knowledgeable great cultivators. Old Dragon City was the most chaotic place in the Aquarius continent. Many capable people from the 3 continents in the east would pass by this place. Most of them were willing to give face and become the guests of the Fu family and the 5 major families, and accept a moderate amount of incense offerings. Therefore, the 4 qi cultivators with high cultivation were not shocked by the young man. But without exception, they all thought that the guest that Sun Jiaxu personally brought to the ancestral house, no matter if he was a qi cultivator or a pure martial artist, he must be a very outstanding young genius. Maybe the next time he came here, the young man would have already become a middle-aged man and become a Jindan guest, then he would be their generation. Or maybe he would reach the 7th realm, and have the hope of being able to use the body of a martial artist to fight against the Tao of Heaven and travel with the wind. At that time, the 4 of them would have to show up to welcome the guest and not just a friend of Sun Jiaxu. By the river, the children led by the 2 little swordsmen started to instigate Qin Pingon to show off his swordsmanship, to prove that he was a swordsman who roamed the Jianghu, and not a swindler who pretended to be a hero with a wine gourd. At first, Qin Pingon just missed the time when he was young, so he joked with the children and played with them. Later he found out that although the children were young, they were innocent and had never seen the real old dragon city, let alone talk about the Jianghu and swordsmen. But some of their feelings were real. For example, the bamboo sword child, although his mouth was full of sarcasm, but looking at Qin Pingon deep in his eyes, there was still a trace of hope. He hoped that he would be the Jianghu expert in the children's books, and that he could use his swordsmanship to defeat the villains. The wooden sword child was very eager to be the disciple of the expert. He even thought of kowtowing and burning incense, waiting for the Lord, who carried a sword in his eyes, to be able to unsheath his sword. The other children all opened their eyes wide, waiting for Qin Pingon to show off his skills, so that they could boast to their parents when they went home for dinner. Qin Pingon scratched his head. Then I'll show you my skills? All the children neatly pecked at the rice like chickens. The wooden sword child did not forget to provoke him and complained, "You're so wishy-washy. I know you're a swindler. Are you afraid of being exposed?" Qin Pingon laughed. Just as he was about to reach out to take off the blade's strengthening gourd, he thought about it and withdrew his hand. He did not drink anymore. He turned his head to look at the other side of the river. The river was 40 feet wide. Qin Pingon turned and faced the other side of the river. "Watch carefully." The children did not move their eyes, not knowing what this guy was going to do. Qin Pingon jumped on the spot and shook his legs. Breaking through the 4th realm from the 3rd realm was said to be like a clay Buddha crossing the river. Qin Pingon had completely forgotten about this. Qin Pingon slowly raised his arm and reminded them again, "Watch carefully." The children nodded in unison. Qin Pingon reached over his shoulder and grasped the scholarwood sword in the wooden box. He pulled out the sword in an instant and threw it to the other side of the river. Using martial arts skills, the scholarwood sword turned in the air and pointed at the other side of the river. It flew straight, but it did not fly very fast. "Let's go." Qin Pingon laughed loudly. His foot tapped and his figure flashed. His feet stepped on the wooden sword one after the other. At first it was a bit wobbly. After he steadied himself, the youth seemed to be riding the wind on the flying sword and crossing the river. Wow. He really was an immortal swordsman, not a swindler. The children were all dumbfounded, their faces full of envy and worship. Qin Pingon was the last to cross the river. He moved sideways and landed on a small ridge on the other side of the river before the scholarwood sword. He then caught the falling scholarwood sword. He stood in the middle of the golden rapeseed flowers. Around his hands and feet strands of invisible true qi were collapsing and drifting. Qin Pingon was shocked. At first he was no less shocked than the children. Then he turned to the children and gave them a thumbs up. Pointing at himself, he said with a smile, "I'm Qin Pingon, a swordsman." Qin Pingon threw the scholarwood sword in the direction of the Sun family's ancestral home. This time the sword flew with great force. Qin Pingon got up again and chased after it. This time he rode the wind on the sword with great familiarity. He finally had a bit of the style of a young sword immortal. One man and one sword crossed the river again. Qin Pingon stood on the sword with his arms crossed. He closed his eyes and raised his head high, silently feeling the mysterious flow of the world. A cool breeze blew against him. Qin Pingon was relaxed. He had already crossed the river like a clay Buddha, so he was now at the 4th realm. (253) 12,000 words. They were like timid children hiding in a dusty medicine shop in the depths of an alley. Other than the long legs of the women and the vulgar words of the shopkeeper, there was nothing much to do. Business was slow, and sometimes even the women did not understand why they were hired. If it was the spendthrift shopkeeper who groped the women every day, it was relatively easy to understand. But the men were not serious with their words and would never really take advantage of the women. This made them a little confused. However, they did not lack a single copper coin for their monthly salary, so they were happy to waste their time in this medicine shop. After all, they would not lose a piece of meat if the shopkeeper looked at them a few times every day. Working here paid well, and they did not have to worry about food and clothing. Their meals at home improved a lot, and most of the women put on 2 or 3 pounds, which was worrying. Xing Dafeng received another message today. The messenger was a Yin spirit who had left Lizhu Grotto Heaven with him. No matter how much Xing Dafeng jested and called him brother, the Yin spirit only pretended to be deaf and mute, and did not reveal any details. Until now, Xing Dafeng could not figure out the Yin spirit's cultivation level. The old man told the Yin spirit to tell Xing Dafeng 2 things. The first was that Qin Pingan's 8 tails of essential qi talisman had been broken, and there was no need for Xing Dafeng to remove it. The second was that the preacher and protector were in Old Dragon City and he had to be careful. The first matter was very simple. The key was the second matter. The old man's words were very ambiguous and unclear. Xing Dafeng wanted to ask more, but the Yin deity with the talisman had already disappeared. Xing Dafeng could not figure it out and sat on the doorstep of the medicine shop in a daze. The matter of the master and the preacher had always been a knot in Xing Dafeng's heart. The old man admitted that he was his and senior brother Li Er's master, but not their preacher. Instead, he let Li Er's daughter Li Lu acknowledge the old man as her preacher. As for his status as a path protector, Xing Dafeng was now the path protector of the Fan family's kid. He had to ensure that the kid successfully broke through the bottleneck of the 3 martial realms, and then help the Fan family's kid all the way to the spirit refinement realm, which was a pure martial realm. The old man's attitude towards Qin Pingan was also quite unfathomable, but Xing Dafeng could be sure that the young man from Mud Bottle Alley was only one of his master's many bets. His weight was far less than that of Ma Kushuan, who was blessed by the heavens, and Li Lu, who was born with knowledge. The breathing technique that he had imparted to Li Lu was actually very crude and could not be considered a superior mental cultivation method. Xing Dafeng guessed that Qin Pingan's rise in martial arts in recent years had been too astonishing. Now that he had advanced from the body refining realm to the qi refining realm, the old man began to gradually increase his bet. Xing Dafeng frowned and pondered. Could it be that he wants me to be Qin Pingan's Dao disciple or Dao protector? That can't be right. The old man has always been straightforward when he asked his subordinates to do this kind of thing. He has always been clear about who he would be, how many years he would be in charge, and what realm he would be in charge of protecting the Dao disciple. He would never be so secretive. Xing Dafeng held his head with both hands and sighed helplessly. Besides, Qin Pingan and I are not compatible. I really can't like such an unromantic and inflexible young man. Obviously, it would be best for Li Er to be Qin Pingan's path protector. Master, what are you thinking? Can't you just give me a straight answer? Being his path protector for a year or so is fine. I can just pinch my nose and bear with it. But if I were to be his path protector, wouldn't that be asking for my life? A lively young girl was sitting by the door and eating melon seeds. She smiled and asked, "Shopkeeper, what are you worried about?" Xing Dafeng turned his head and glanced at the young girl's slightly flat chest. He said in a low voice, "Xiaohe, you have to keep up. You can't just grow legs without gaining weight." The young girl was bold to begin with. After spending so much time together, she had already heard those dirty words. She continued to eat melon seeds and said unconcernedly, "If I want to gain weight, I have to eat more. But the monthly salary of the medicine shop is so little. I would like to be more glamorous there, but the money in my pocket doesn't agree. What can I do? Shopkeeper, can you secretly raise my salary? I promise I won't tell them." Xing Dafeng smiled mischievously and said, "With your chattering mouth, you won't be able to hide anything. If I give you a raise, everyone will definitely get a raise the next day. Do you think my money falls from the sky? It's very hard to support such a large group of young ladies and big sisters, okay?" The young girl sat on the door and purposely stretched out her legs. She smiled and said, "Shopkeeper, isn't there a big sister in the next street who likes you? He's so voluptuous. Isn't that your best spot? Why don't you agree with her? He is gaining weight here. No one in our medicine shop can compare to her. The young girl threw away the melon seeds and placed her hands in front of her chest. Zheng Dafeng bared his teeth and waved his hand to chase her away. Young girl, don't say such shameless words. Be careful that you won't be able to get married in the future. Quickly go back to the shop and sweep the floor. The young girl was not willing to move. She said righteously, our shop is called Dusty Medicine Shop. It's not right to be so clean. Zheng Dafeng could not win against the young girl. He crossed his legs and held the back of his head. He looked up at the sky. Others could not see the sea of clouds. But he was a peak 8th level martial Dao master. He could see it. Above treasures were immortal weapons. But sects with the word sect were already rare in the Aquarius continent. Immortal weapons were even rarer. How difficult was it? A simple example would be the Divine Grandeur sect, where a continent's orthodoxy resided. Their sect leader, Xian, had been bestowed with an immortal weapon by the orthodoxy of the Central Plains because he had ascended to the heavenly monarch realm. Therefore, a half-immortal weapon, which was far from an immortal weapon but was better than a magic treasure, became something that all Qi refinement warriors dreamed of. Now Old Dragon City had 4 of them. 2 of them were owned by the patriarch of the Fu family. They were all offensive treasures. The new one bought from the Central Divine Continent was a defensive treasure that could protect the city. Old Dragon City claimed that the sea of clouds above the city was owned by the Fu family. But it was hard to say whether it was really the trump card of the Fu family. As for the battle between good and evil 800 years ago, the woman slept in the sea of clouds. When she woke up, she used the half-immortal weapon to kill demons. Who was he kidding? If it was really that powerful, it had to have 2 points. First, the sea of clouds above the city was not a half-immortal weapon. Second, the user had to be an upper 5 realm Qi refinement warrior. The girl looked at the man's side profile and asked curiously, "Shopkeeper, what are you looking at?" Zheng Dafeng widened his eyes and looked up. He answered the girl's question softly, "I'm looking to see if there's a fairy with a graceful figure in light clothes passing by." The girl rolled her eyes and said, Look, be careful that the fairy pees on your head." Zheng Dafeng clicked his tongue and said, "Isn't that like rain after a long drought?" The girl stood up and said, "Disgusting." Zheng Dafeng laughed. The girl had just stepped over the door when she suddenly turned around and asked, "Shopkeeper, can you hum the song from your hometown again?" Zheng Dafeng shook his head. "That's my trump card to win the heart of a beauty. How can I show it so easily? Go, do your thing." The girl said softly, hum. "Maybe I'll become your wife in the future?" Zheng Dafeng's eyes lit up. Just as he was about to stand up, the girl had already sat back down at the door. She turned around and looked at the man. She said with a look of pity, "Shopkeeper, if you believe this, it'll be difficult for you to find a wife in the future." Zheng Dafeng sat back down. After a moment of silence, he whistled. The tune was still the same as the song from his hometown, but the man did not sing the lyrics this time. The girl bent down and cupped her cheeks with her hands. She listened to the whistle quietly. Anyway, the song that the shopkeeper was humming was in his hometown's dialect, so she could not understand it. The moon on the first day of the lunar month was curved, and the moon on the 15th day of the lunar month was round. The granny said that eating the biscuits and waving at the moon would make one feel no more worries. The spring breeze blew and the autumn breeze swayed. The granny said that red persimmons were hanging all over the branches. Even if one fell, one did not need to worry. The persimmons were full of persimmons. The dark clouds came and went. The granny said that after the rain there would be ribbons hanging in the sky. The old immortal had built a tall building in the sky. Old Dragon City was about to welcome a grand occasion. The young city lord Fu Nanhua was about to marry the Yunlin Jiang clan's first daughter. The Yunlin Jiang clan was one of the most prestigious clans in the Aquarius continent. It was said that in the ancient times, when Confucianism had just become the most orthodox sect in the world, there were many things waiting to be done. The Sage of Rites had set the earliest rules of Confucianism. The Jiang clan had produced a few great priests. In the Great Rite of Spring Official, they were one of the 6 great heavenly officials along with the Great Historian and the Great Chancellor. The Yunlin Jiang clan was located at the shore of the ocean in the southeast of the Aquarius continent. Facing the ocean there was an extremely wide passageway. It was about 30 miles long and extended all the way to the ocean. At the end there was a huge natural reef as the passageway. It had the intention of encompassing the entire East Sea. In the long years after they moved from the Central Plains to the Aquarius continent, the Jiang clan gradually gave up on literature and went into business. The Jiang clan had stood strong despite countless upheavals and became as rich as a country. The Fu clan of Old Dragon City was the same. Therefore, the marriage between the two clans was the biggest news in the southern part of the Aquarius continent. Some were curious about what the betrothal gift of the Fu clan was. Some were curious about the dowry of the Jiang clan's daughter. Would it be a half-immortal weapon? They also wanted to know what kind of precious gift the Fu clan would give. Therefore, in the past 2 months, countless cultivators came to Old Dragon City to watch the show. In addition to the rumors that the Jiang clan's daughter was extremely ugly, it made people daydream. Fu Nanhua, who was known for having a wide range of friends in Old Dragon City, suddenly lived in seclusion after returning from the Pearl Grotto heaven in the north. Although it was not that he closed his door to guests, other than old friends like Sun Jiaxu who could visit him a few times, Fu Nanhua did not make any new friends. He had always stayed in the Fu clan. In the romantic places in the outer city, this young city lord did not show his face again. Today Fu Nanhua actually left his private residence and walked to the gate of Fu City alone. With a laurel on his head and a jade-white robe, there was a jade-green dragon-shaped jade pendant hanging from his waist. This young city lord's expression was calm and also seemed a little depressed. Compared to the high-spirited person he was when he went to the Pearl Grotto heaven, it was a world of difference. During this period of time, this Fu city had an endless stream of guests. Even if the Fu clan was more experienced than a country's imperial court, it was still a little overwhelmed. At this time, outside the gate of Fu City, there were a few important people from the celestial mansion on the mountain who came to congratulate the marriage that was called Golden Jade Fate by the world. Among them was Xianxia Mountain. Xianxia Mountain was not the top sect, but the cloud root stone that it produced was popular in many continents. Therefore it had a prosperous scene. If there were 1 or 2 more talented people who could shoulder the burden of Xianxia Mountain, it would not be long before Xianxia Mountain became one of the top celestial families in the Aquarius continent. Old Dragon City and Xianxia Mountain had hundreds of years of relationship. This was because Xianxia Mountain's specialty cloud root stone was one of the important goods of the Fu clan's treasure-swallowing whale and floating mountain fairies. It was a whetstone that was made from cloud root stone. It was a good item that the sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Qi used to sharpen their swords. Because of its low price and high quality, the most important thing was that it was cheap. Even if the effect was not as good as the best whetstone in the world, the beheading dragon platform, it was like the difference between cloud and mud. But a single coin could not stop a hero. Every time the demon clan rebelled, there was a continuous war. Of course, the so-called cheap price was compared to other rare goods that were transported to the Great Wall of Sword Qi through the inverted mountain. The price of Xianxia Mountain's cloud root stone was sold to the cultivators of the Aquarius continent, to the Fu clan of Old Dragon City, and to the sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. This time there were 4 people from Dansha Mountain. 2 elders and their favorite disciples came. For the first time, Fu Nanhua came out to welcome guests. He came to meet someone who was supposed to be dead, the fairy of Xianxia Mountain Kai Qian. When Fu Nanhua appeared unexpectedly, there was a lot of discussion at the city gate. There were endless cheers and congratulations. Fu Nanhua dealt with them one by one without losing his manners. In the end, Fu Nanhua came to the 2 carriages at the back. He saw the 2 extraordinarily handsome green horses. They had the distant bloodline of the Flood Dragon. They should be the carriages that were temporarily hired from the Sun Clan's relay station. Everyone in Old Dragon City knew that there were 2 ways to tour Old Dragon City that cost the most money. One was to buy an old dragon cloud turning pendant from the Fu clan. The other was to hire a carriage from Sun Jiaxu's shop. Normally, only 2 kinds of people would do this. One was to buy an old dragon cloud turning pendant from the Fu clan. The other was to hire a carriage from Sun Jiaxu's shop. Normally, only 2 kinds of people would do this. One was to buy an old dragon cloud turning pendant from the Fu clan. The other was to hire a carriage from Sun Jiaxu's shop. Normally, only 2 kinds of people would do this. One was to buy an old dragon cloud turning pendant from the Fu clan. The other was to hire a carriage from Sun Jiashu's shop. Of course, the two elders of Xianxia Mountain were not stupid. They could still maintain this facade, and it was something that they had to maintain. Seeing that Fu Nanhua personally came out to welcome them, the two elders hurriedly brought their favorite disciples down from the carriage. One of them was a direct disciple of Xianxia Mountain. It was the slightly pale but charming fairy Xianxia. The other one was a young man with a dignified appearance. The robe he wore had a faint cloud and mist lingering around it. After Fu Nanhua and the two elders of Xianxia Mountain exchanged some pleasantries, he made a small request. He said that he wanted to bring Fairy Kai into the city to enjoy the scenery and reminisce about the old days. Xianxia's teacher was overwhelmed by the favor. How could he refuse such good intentions? Previously, when Xianxia returned to the mountain empty-handed from Lizhu Grotto Heaven, the entire bag of gold essence copper coins was even worse than a drop of water. There was not even a single sound. Those were gold essence copper coins. In front of them, even a titled madam would not be worth a fart in front of the empress. Because of this, the old man had to endure all sorts of supercilious looks and criticism for the past 2 years at Xianxia Mountain. The old man who originally wanted to push Xianxia step by step to the throne of the mountain lord was disheartened. However, what was even more infuriating was that Xianxia, whom he had high hopes for, had been like a living corpse for the past 2 years. He was very lazy in cultivating the mountain's supernatural powers. This made the old man's heart ache in resentment. He could not scold or hit Xianxia. He was afraid that Xianxia would give up and become a useless person like Xingyang Mountain's Sujia. Fu Nanhua and Xianxia walked side by side. They walked past the main gate of Fu City and brought the slightly famous Fairy Kai all the way to his splendid private residence in Fu City. When they were searching for opportunities in Lizhu Grotto Heaven, Fu Nanhua was only one of the many candidates for the future patriarch. Therefore, the business-savvy Fu Nanhua was very polite to Xianxia, who was a head lower than him back then. However, now that the Tao-imparting forefather who favored him was about to break out of seclusion, and with his marriage to the Yunlin Jiang clan's legitimate daughter adding fuel to the fire, Fu Nanhua's status had soared and could no longer be mentioned in the same breath. Therefore, in the eyes of the two forefathers of Xianxia Mountain, Fu Nanhua's closeness to Xianxia was definitely not something that could be explained by their temporary alliance in Lizhu Grotto Heaven. Could it be that the two of them once had a short-lived relationship? That was not right either. Xianxia was clearly still a virgin. But no matter what, Fu Nanhua, who would one day wear that old dragon robe, was willing to treat Xianxia Mountain with such exceptional courtesy. It could be said that the two forefathers felt proud. Fu Nanhua and Xianxia had a tacit understanding. They did not speak much along the way until they arrived at Fu Nanhua's private residence. Fu Nanhua took a seat in the main hall. He patted the brand new jade pendant on his waist that his father had personally given him. He looked at the fairy whose throat had been pierced by the young man in the alley with a porcelain shard and said, "Now we can speak openly." Xianxia seemed to smile sweetly, but her smile was actually lifeless. "What do you want to say?" Fu Nanhua stared at the woman who should have died in Lizhu Grotto Heaven. "I won't ask you how you came back to life. I just want to know why that person saved you. After saving you, what did he want you to do?" Xianxia restrained her smile. "If I say that you are measuring the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain, would you believe me?" Fu Nanhua sneered. "Gentleman? If Qi Jingchun is just a gentleman, then wouldn't the scholarly sage occupy 4 worlds? Xianxia looked indifferent. "Fu Nanhua, there's no point in arguing over words, right?" Fu Nanhua took a deep breath. "Then I'll be honest with you first. After you fell into a pool of blood, I also failed miserably and almost died in that lousy place. At that time, Qi saved me from that lowly bumpkin." Fu Nanhua suddenly noticed the playful smile on Xianxia's face. He immediately stopped talking and changed his tone. "After Qi Jingchun stopped Chen Pingon, he said something to me and asked me to leave Lizhu Grotto Heaven. However, he casually gave me an opportunity that was not related to magical weapons. I won't tell you the details, but it's very strange. From the beginning to the end, Qi Jingchun did not ask me to swear to let Chen Pingon go in the future and not to cause trouble for him. He also said some persuasive words like it's better to make friends than enemies." Xianxia looked around with an indifferent expression. Finally he looked at Feng Nanhua and said with a smile, "Shouldn't you use your surname and Mr. to address your savior and a saint?" Fu Nanhua twitched the corner of his mouth. "He's dead. He was suppressed to death by the immortals in the heavenly realm. The Confucian temple chose to stand by and watch. Qi Jingchun obviously has no chance to make a comeback. So what if he's a sage? So what if he's a sage? So what if he's Qi Jingchun?" Kai Qinqian smiled and sighed with emotion. "Even the cultivation places of our ancestors in Yunxia Mountain are not as rich as this mansion. Fu Nanhua, your Fu family is really rich." The 8 main pillars of the Fu family's private mansion were all named Dragon winding around the beam. They were carved with real dragons coiling around each other and holding precious pearls in their mouths. Each of the pearls was a priceless innate spiritual weapon. As a result, a large amount of spiritual qi gathered in this mansion. It was like a small blessed cave which was very beneficial for cultivation. Therefore, for the real top disciples of immortal families, drinking tea and chatting was cultivation. Sleeping and napping was still cultivation. It was reasonable for the unaffiliated cultivators in the wild to be jealous of this. Fu Nanhua showed a trace of impatience. He squinted and said, "Kai Qinqian, don't be so shameless. I'm about to own a treasure-swallowing whale fairy. If I don't take your Yunxia Mountains income will plummet by 20%. No matter how much that ancestor thinks highly of you, you've already lost a bag of gold essence copper coins. If you affect Yunxia Mountain's way of obtaining huge profits in the future, you should think about it yourself." Kai Qinqian laughed. "All right, Fu Nanhua, don't threaten me. I don't know how rich the Fu family of Old Dragon City is, but I know clearly how the Fu family has done business for thousands of years. Not to mention that you own a treasure-swallowing whale. Even if you really become the city lord, you won't do anything to this kind of ancestral rule." Fu Nanhua sighed. "Since you're so smart, why can't we work together and benefit each other when we went through hardships together in Lizhu Cave Heaven? You and I can be friends with sincerity and completely eliminate the consequences of that disaster. After that, not only will I fight for the city lord position, I can also help you move up. Think about it, I only need to slightly raise the price of the treasure-swallowing whale to purchase the Yunxia Mountain, and let out a rumor that it was all because of you, Kai Qinqian. How could Yunxia Mountain dare to neglect you, the child of fortune? Moreover, your own talent is very good, and you have the ancestor's master who is betting on you as the mountain's backer. With Old Dragon City as a strong external aid, the position of Yunxia Mountain's lord will definitely be in your bag within 100 years at the latest." At the end of his speech, Fu Nanhua couldn't help but stand up. His words were impassioned and his aura was vigorous, like a future monarch who was pointing out the country. Kai Qinqian slightly raised her head and looked at the complacent young city lord. Her eyes were clear and she didn't have too many emotional fluctuations. It wasn't that Fu Nanhua wasn't sincere enough, or that the prospects he described weren't beautiful enough, but the current Kai Qinqian was completely different from the previous Kai Xianzi, who was burdened with the heavy responsibility of the mountain and was full of scheming and scheming. When a person really died once, it was like walking back to the world of the living step by step from the gates of hell. It was different from being on the brink of death and finally surviving a great disaster. After the scholarly sage, who was a teacher in the Lizhu Cave Heaven, saved her with great power, they had a conversation in the school like an elder talking to a junior. It was like they were just chatting about life. Kai Qinqian's physical body was still seriously injured and was far from recovering, so Mr. Qi just separated her soul. In the school, time flowed like a gurgling stream. The teacher asked her a lot of things outside the cave heaven. They were all very trivial things, such as the price of grain in the market at the foot of the mountain, the technique of printing books, whether it was easier to spread, and so on. At first, Kai Qinqian was very nervous, but later she felt relieved. She asked and answered Mr. Qi's questions. Some she couldn't answer while some she could. The teacher always had a smile on his face. Occasionally, Kai Qinqian would ask about the crux of cultivation that even her master couldn't solve, and the teacher would explain it in a few words. In the end, Mr. Qi also recommended some classics of sages to her, saying that cultivating on the mountain was indispensable. The more supernatural powers and spells, the better. However, cultivating the mind was also very important. Reading the principles in the books didn't necessarily mean that she was going to become a saint. Just like a person's state of mind was the heart, It needed a source of living water to make crops flourish and harvest. Cultivation was the true cultivation of immortality. In the end, when she left the Lizhu cave heaven, Xianxia was still the ambitious Xianxia, but she was no longer the fairy of Xianxia Mountain who thought that cultivation was only for cultivation. Before leaving, Xianxia plucked up her courage and asked the teacher why he was willing to save someone like her. Mr. Qi smiled frankly and said, "Saving you is against the rules of this world, but it's my principle, Qi Jingchun." Xianxia then asked why he was willing to teach people like her the principles of sages. The teacher answered solemnly, "Preaching and learning is a puzzle that can be solved. The truth in the books is a reason that can be explained." Xianxia returned to Xianxia Mountain. Even though the problems in cultivation were solved, she was still not in a hurry to improve her realm. She just read the books that Mr. Qi recommended and thought about the teacher's words again and again. Outsiders thought that she was wasting her cultivation, but Xianxia knew that was not the case. Later she heard from her master that Mr. Qi died. In the sky above the territory of the northern Baopian continent, he fought against several celestial beings in the sky and finally turned into ashes. Qi Jingchun no longer existed in the world. Xianxia was not very sad, she just felt a little lost. After that she began to put down the books and cultivate again. Soon she successfully broke through the first realm and deliberately suppressed her realm to avoid being too shocking. That was why she had the opportunity to visit Old Dragon City. All kinds of blessings and misfortunes were dependent on each other, and all of it originated from the narrow path of the Mud Bottle Alley. In the end, it was because she had gone astray on the path of cultivation and harmed the young man. Obviously, the teacher's attitude towards the young man was not like a saint who looked down on the common people and followed the rules. Instead, it was like an elder who protected the younger generation and could even ignore the rules. Because if she died in the alley, it was possible that the so-called counterattack of the heavenly axiom and the karma of Buddhism would fall on the young man's head. After that, Mr. Qi explained to her. It was very simple. He probably thought that she could still be saved, so the teacher was willing to teach her. Xianxia understood many things that she would not have thought about before. Her state of mind was clear and she swept away all the dust. Xianxia Mountain emphasized visualization the most so she could break through the realm quickly. Xianxia did not leave in the Longxing mansion of the future city master of Old Dragon City. She suddenly smiled and said, "Fu Nanhua, the first time we formed an alliance it ended badly. Today is the second time. Let's make a big bet again. I bet that you can wear the old dragon robe, and you bet that I can become the master of Xianxia Mountain. What do you think? I can promise now that as long as I have the power of Xianxia Mountain, all the cloud root stones will not be sold to the other 5 families of Old Dragon City. They will all be given to your family. Before that, I will also try to increase the share through my teacher and sell the treasure-swallowing whale to you." Fu Nanhua was a little unprepared. He suspected that there might be a trap or there might be some other tricks. For a moment he was not as confident as before. Although the situation in Lizhu Wonderland did not become a devil's knot on the path of cultivation, Fu Nanhua was not happy if he did not sort out the situation clearly and quickly make a decision on how to deal with the young man in the Mud Bottle Alley. Xianxia had already stood up. She came near a dragon and admired the snow-white pearl with great interest. In the end, Fu Nanhua did not agree or reject Xianxia. He only asked her to wait for a few days. After Xianxia left the mansion, Fu Nanhua took off the jade pendant that had a special meaning to Old Dragon City. He held it in his hand and walked around the hall, weighing the pros and cons. A tall man wearing a dragon robe appeared in the hall out of thin air. He stood beside the dragon and looked up at the pearl in the mouth of the dragon. The man seemed to want to see a deeper place through Xianxia's vision. He came so silently that Fu Nanhua did not notice him at all. When Fu Nanhua realized it, the man in the dragon robe looked at his son and asked, "Why didn't you agree with her?" Fu Nanhua replied, "I always felt that it was hard to calm my heart." It was Old Dragon City's city lord, Fu Jiang. The man in the dragon robe casually said, "It's very simple. You can either kill Chen Pingon and forcefully suppress the ripples in your heart lake. You can use the cultivation method to cut off all the influence that the scholarly sage brought to you. Or you can go with the flow. There are some knots in your heart that are hard to get rid of. In other places, the higher you go, the bigger the flaw in your cultivation. But in Old Dragon City, the Fu family is one of the secret methods to form the pearl in your heart lake. The man sneered. Do you need to be so conflicted with such a small problem? It seems like you don't plan to wear this dragon robe of mine in your life? Fu Nanhua was sweating profusely. The man shook his head. A dead person and a young man made you so unhappy. I Fu Jiang gave birth to a good son. Fu Nanhua's face was pale. The man's mouth twitched. Then do you know that in my early years I was already wearing the dragon robe? For the 2 words Fu family, when I knelt on the ground and begged for mercy, I even kowtowed until the white bones on my forehead came out. Now I have no knots in my heart. Fu Nanhua's mind was blank. He cried silently, but he did not know. The man sneered and disappeared. If someone could pass through the mysterious restriction of inverted hanging mountain and successfully enter the border between the 2 worlds, they would sigh at the wonders of the world. A high wall, towering into the clouds, stood between the heavens and the earth. South of the high wall was the true master of this world. North of the high wall was a wall-less city. The first group of sword immortals who took root here once said that if the demon race climbed over the great wall of sword chi, there would be no more walls in the world. After that, there was not a single brick in the periphery of the city. Hundreds of thousands of sword immortals, isolated from the world, lived here for generations. Except for a few who could go to inverted hanging mountain, almost everyone followed the teachings of their ancestors and never went to the vast world in their lives. In this life they died here. To die in battle outside the Great Wall of Sword Chi was an honor, and to die of old age inside the Great Wall of Sword Chi was a shame. Some things were different from the vast world outside, but some things were unavoidably similar. For example, in this nameless wall-less city, there were also some deep-rooted big families. However, unlike the big families outside where they needed to earnestly advise their descendants to be vigilant in times of peace, there was no need for that at all. Because no matter how big the family was, even if it was the son of the first wife, or even the only son of the first wife, had to take on the responsibility of sending swords at the age of 12. At the age of 16 they had to go to the top of the city to attack the south. At the age of 30, they had to leave the city and go to the south to kill the demon race. In this place, almost all the women hoped to marry a man whose swordsmanship was better than hers. If the man died in battle, she would follow, followed by her children. None of the popular frontier poems in the world could compare to the war here. In fact, if an outsider revealed a tragic feeling, they would snort in contempt. What was so great about such a thing? The Second Great War came to an end, and the city north of the Great Wall of Sword Chi regained its tranquility. In the city there were small bridges and flowing water, deep courtyards, mansions and stone lions guarding the gates. There were tall buildings with swords and sword shops, and there were even simple cottages where the elders and grandchildren lived together. In a wine shop on the side of the street, there were 6 people sitting around a table. A heroic young girl with eyebrows that were like narrow sabers and a one-armed young girl with a wooden expression sat on a bench. The latter had a short and slender figure, but she carried a large sword on her back that would make one speechless. The oldest of the group was a handsome man, but the sword aura around him was so condensed that it was almost solid. The sword at his waist faintly exuded a grand aura. A fat youth who was smiling and sipping wine sat cross-legged on the long bench. His buttocks were big and the bench was very narrow. Therefore it was not very comfortable for him to sit there and he often had to twist and turn. The sword that was placed on his legs was in its scabbard, but purple electricity lingered around it. It sizzled and some of the electricity exploded and splashed onto his stomach. The fat youth would immediately shudder and suck in a breath of cold air. Beside him sat an ugly youth with charcoal skin and a face full of scars. He had a sword hanging from his waist, but his name was very charming. He was called Hong Zhuang. Opposite the ugly youth sat a handsome youth. There was a sword hanging from each side of his waist. It was just that one of the swords had no scabbard and the seal script on the sword was simple and unadorned. These 6 people had fought side by side in the first battle. However, that time they were missing a friend called Cricket. This time they were slightly luckier. Apart from the 6 of them being injured, none of them died in battle. However, the sword masters in their group, 2 profound level 10 sword cultivators, did not return to the Great Wall of Sword Chi alive, and did not walk down the city wall to return home. The fat youth liked to drink and he liked to persuade others to drink even more. The handsome youth with the surname Dong seemed to like to scold the ugly youth with the face full of scars the most. The one-armed girl liked to glance at the man with the crown occasionally. The heroic girl liked to drink alone and daydream. However, even when she was daydreaming, she did not seem weak at all. She did not reduce her heroic spirit. After that, two girls of about 18 or 19 years old rushed over. One of them sat beside the ugly youth, and the three of them squeezed onto a long bench, causing the fat youth's buttocks to dangle in the air. It was very torturous. The youth with the surname Dong did not dare to scold the ugly youth anymore. He was timid, as if he was afraid of the amiable round-faced sister sitting opposite him. Another delicate young girl with a sharp chin sat beside the handsome young man without hesitation. The latter couldn't help but roll his eyes. He thought to himself, "You're just a little girl who isn't even as pretty as me, and you still have the nerve to think about getting married to me?" After the round-faced sister asked, they found out that the man with the crown was about to return to the Confucian Academy in the Central Divine Continent after his training. At that time he would turn from a sage to a gentleman. He took off the noble spirit and placed it on the table. He said that this was a gift from Alliance to the sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Qi and not for him. Therefore he had to keep it. The fat youth smiled widely. He had coveted that sword for a long time. Therefore he quickly nodded and praised the man of the Confucian Academy for being loyal and understanding of the rules. If he came again in the future, he would definitely welcome him with both hands and feet. The one-armed girl with the wooden face spoke for the first time. She said that he had fought to the death twice and killed so many demons of the middle 5 realms. He could take away the noble spirit. The handsome youth did not care at all. He looked around to see if there were any acquaintances on the road who could help him pay the bill. The ugly youth only cared about drinking. The round-faced girl was his sister, so she advised him to drink less. The charcoal youth turned a deaf ear to her and the girl looked helpless. The heroic girl made the final decision. Take it away. No one had any objections. Even if there were people at the table who were about to become gentlemen of the academy, and there were people with the surname Dong or Chen. If there were people with the surname Qi, then they would have all 3 surnames on the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The handsome youth suddenly frowned and muttered, "Why do I always run into *T everywhere I go?" There was a group of people on the street. Most of them were young disciples in their 20s. All of them had strong sword will and murderous intent. Coincidentally, the leader of the group was surnamed Qi. He carried a sheath and 2 swords on his back. He was tall and had an imposing aura. He took the lead to walk out of the group and came to the side of the tavern. He stared straight at the heroic girl, trying not to appear aggressive. He smiled and asked in a gentle tone, "Ning Yao, are you going to sell your family's dragon beheading platform? The price is negotiable. My family definitely won't cheat you. Besides, you know better than anyone else how close my parents are to your parents. If it wasn't for my grandfather's interference, we would have been betrothed when we were children, right?" The heroic girl did not even raise her head. "Get lost." The man surnamed Qi was not angry. He rubbed his chin, turned around and left without hesitation. Someone in the group was indignant. His voice was not loud, but he said sarcastically, "Some people are just lucky. Their parents are both great sword immortals. They are so powerful that they almost caused us to lose the entire Great Wall of Sword Qi." The heroic girl was indifferent. However, everyone at the table stood up abruptly. Even the gentleman from the academy who had come here to gain experience held on to the great spirit. The fat teenager grinned, revealing his white teeth. "Oh, what did you say just now? I didn't hear you clearly. Say it again." The handsome teenager had already cursed, "Little bastard, *CK your ancestors." He glanced at charcoal opposite him. "What do you say? Who will go first?" The ugly teenager was the most direct. He shook his shoulders and broke free from his sister's restraint. He held his sword and walked forward. The young man surnamed Qi stretched out an arm and signaled the people behind him to keep quiet. He then took a step forward and asked with a smile, "Dong Charcoal, do you really want to fight?" The ugly teenager was expressionless. He just walked forward. His hands were already on the sword hilts on both sides. One was a scripture, the other was a cloud pattern. They were all thrown here by Alliance from a place called the Dali Dynasty in the Aquarius continent. Now that Alliance was gone and Sister Ning, who had saved him 3 times, and her parents were no longer around. At this time he, Dong Huatu, did not deserve to be called Dong if he did not do something. The round-faced girl smiled and said, "Just don't kill anyone. As for the rest, I can help you settle grandfather's side." When she said this, even the young man surnamed Qi felt that it was a little tricky. Suddenly, the sound of fingers tapping on the table was heard. The charcoal teenager turned his head to look. Ning Yao said indifferently, "Charcoal, come back and drink." The young man sullenly turned around and sat back in his original position. The round-faced woman patted his head, and the already irritated young man immediately glared at her. His older sister made a cute face and the handsome young man couldn't take his eyes off her. Both sides did not fight. The young sword cultivator surnamed Qi led his companions away. After walking far away, he said to the provocative teenager, "Don't go out for the time being or just stay at my house." That person nodded without any hesitation. His heart was uneasy. Ning Yao waited for everyone to return to their seats. She sighed, "How old are you? Why are you still so childish? Besides, this is my family's business. Why are you outsiders meddling in it? I will remember it." The whole table was silent. She remembered something and the corner of her mouth twitched. She sneered, "I heard that guy punch Taoist number 2 back into the vast world." When Ning Yao mentioned this person, almost everyone had a smile on their faces. Of course, the gentleman from the academy smiled bitterly. The fat teenager was the most lost in thought. It was unknown whether he was thinking of something sad or happy. He took a big gulp of wine. After he went up to the city wall to kill the enemy for the first time. At that time, the teenager looked at the slovenly man with anticipation and asked, Alliance, how was my sword? Was it half as elegant as yours?" The man just drank his wine and answered perfunctorily, "Alliance, say something. Good or bad, you hit the nail on the head. Alright, your sword skills were very enchanting." "What do you mean?" "What I mean is that your sword skills were as fierce as a tiger, but in the end you killed a mouse." At that time, the teenager covered in blood was about to cry. He was so pitiful that he felt like the world was collapsing, and that he might not be able to achieve much in this life. Then the man threw the wine jug to him and smiled. "When I was your age, I wasn't as good as you." The fat boy immediately puffed out his chest. That was the first time he drank wine and it was disgusting. The handsome teenager held his cheek with one hand and bit the wine cup with one mouth. He could take a sip with just a slight tilt of his head. He learned this action from that guy. It was so cool. "Alliance, I heard that you went to the Bamboo Sea Grotto Heaven. Is that Madame Zhu beautiful?" "She is. Her legs are very long." "I'm asking about your face. Are your legs long?" "What's the point?" Then the teenager's head was pushed away by the sloppy drinking man. "We have nothing to talk about." Even the round-faced woman didn't drink. She had a drunken smile on her face. She once stood in front of that man and asked, "Alliance, do you miss home?" "Yes." "Do you want to bring a wife home next time?" "I do too." Alliance, bring me home. Bring me home, will you?" The man's face was full of smiles and surprise. "Oh my, I, Alliance, have never met a worthy opponent in the Jianghu. Today I was hit in the waist by a young girl." The girl's brother was still snot. Little Charcoal was squatting at the side, but it was sensible now. It turned its head and spat. The man handed the wine jug to the girl and patted her head. "You can be my wife. I, Alliance, am a Jianghu wanderer. I won't harm a good girl." The girl took the wine jug but didn't dare to drink. The man laughed and said, "Secretly drink a few mouthfuls. It's okay. Drink my wine. No matter how strict your ancestors are, they won't scold you. They will only scold me, Alliance." While the ignorant girl was drinking, the man stood on the city wall of the Great Wall of Sword Qi and looked into the distance. He combed his hair from his forehead to the back of his head and sighed, "Wine can redden one's cheeks, worry can snow one's head. Little girl, if you want to find a man in the future, you must find someone like me who is knowledgeable and can recite poems. Of course, I said find someone who looks like me, not me." Little Charcoal suddenly shouted, "Alliance, I want to poop. I want to poop in the south. Hurry, I can't hold it in anymore." The man quickly jumped down the wall and cursed as he hugged the little bastard. He flew like a rainbow towards the south. As for whether there was danger in the south or whether there were demons hiding nearby, the man obviously didn't care. The round-faced girl didn't care either because he was Alliance. In this world, there was no place that Alliance couldn't go with his sword. No matter how much her grandfather disliked this man, he wouldn't say that Alliance's swordsmanship wasn't good enough. In the end, the little bastard couldn't hold it in and poop all over his pants. The man squatted beside the pool to wash his pants while looking at the bastard running around naked. He laughed softly. I only rejected your mother 7 or 8 times back then. Today I still got my retribution. You're even more like a father than your real father. In the end, the man left. The man who didn't have a sword left the Great Wall of Sword Qi wearing a bamboo hat after carving the word Meng. That day in the city behind the Great Wall of Sword Qi, countless women were drinking. Their men were also drinking more sorrowful wine to drown their sorrows. Later, a man with a bamboo knife found the young man that Qi Jingchun chose to believe. He told him, "My name is Alliance, kind as in Liang. I'm a swordsman." After they got to know each other, the man smiled at the young man from Mud Bottle Alley and said, "Do you know that there are countless girls in the world who like me, Alliance?" The young man thought that he was bragging. The table dispersed and the friends went their separate ways. Ningyao went home alone. Along the way there were many people pointing fingers at her. There was pity, sarcasm, sighs, and admiration. Ningyao returned home. It was still one of the largest mansions in the city. There were still many family sword cultivators, but there were fewer people. She walked to the sword test field and then lay down on the dragon beheading platform that was as big as a cottage. She closed her eyes and began to take a nap. A letter said that an idiot was coming to give her a sword. Why wasn't he here yet? The girl was a little angry. "254. 15,000 words to make up for yesterday's leave." Sure enough, before the sky turned dark, Qin Pingon got the exact information about the dusty medicine shop. In addition to the address of the inner city, the shop owner's surname was Zheng. The shop was the ancestral property of the Fan family, one of the 5 major families in Old Dragon City. Shopkeeper Zheng had a Dali accent. On the surface he had a rough temperament and liked beauties. Every day he would stay in the small alley and wait for death. However, in reality this person had entered the Fan mansion twice. The Fan family valued him very much. It was very likely that he was the martial arts master of the Fan family's grandson, Fan Gaoshui. Qin Pingon's expression was strange. There was no need to guess. It was Jing Dafeng, the gatekeeper of his hometown town. As for why the Fan family valued Jing Dafeng so much, Qin Pingon was not surprised. A man who often asked for gold and copper coins, even if he did not look serious, his real identity was definitely not simple. Otherwise, Old Yang would not have asked him to help him get rid of the 8 tails of Zhenqi talisman. In addition, Sun Jiashu also asked someone to bring the detailed files of the mountain turtle and the Osmanthus Island ferry. He said that he wanted Qin Pingon to know more about the inside story of the passage. Crossing millions of miles, the weather was unpredictable, it was not a small matter. Among the ferries there was a hastily written letter from Sun Jiashu. The general meaning of the letter was, "You Qin Pingon will sit on the Sun family's ferry to the inverted hanging mountain. However, I will also clearly explain to you the advantages and disadvantages of the Osmanthus Islands ferry compared to the mountain turtle." This seemed to be a very superfluous thing to do, but after Qin Pingon read the letter he thought for a while and admired Sun Jiashu's way of doing business. If he were a merchant who needed to transfer goods in Old Dragon City, he would also be willing to cooperate with this kind of Sun family. However, Qin Pingon was wrong about one thing. That was, the Sun family of Old Dragon City was very stubborn when it came to doing business. They relied on the reputation of their ancestors, not the family's wealth. They always chose people to be their family's business partners. Not just anyone who wanted to do business with the Sun family could do it, even if the other party was shockingly rich. The Sun family's strange rules were as many as the Fu family's strange people and freaks. After breaking through 4 realms, finding a medicine shop and picking a ferry, Qin Pingon, who had 3 big and small worries, finished his dinner. The seafood dish in the afternoon was replaced with a soup of delicacies. Qin Pingon ate very happily, his chopsticks flying. It was rare for him to be full. Qin Pingon walked along the river bank. The sun was setting in the west and the scenery was pleasant. Qin Pingon felt that this was a blessed land for him. If there was a chance in the future he would definitely come again. Qin Pingon suddenly had the mood to go fishing. He ran back to the Sun family's ancestral home and asked an old housekeeper if there was a fishing rod, how was the fish recently, if there were any big things in the river, and if there was a need to set up a nest. The old housekeeper, who was familiar with the place, smiled and explained everything. Then he personally helped Qin Pingon prepare everything. The two of them went to the riverside fishing spot together. When the old housekeeper heard that Qin Pingon was going to fish late at night, he originally wanted to help this distinguished guest set up a tent near the water. Qin Pingon was not particular when he was poor. He never had any requirements for food, clothing, housing, and transportation. Naturally, he was unwilling to agree. The old housekeeper did not force him and slowly left. Qin Pingon was not in a hurry to cast the rod. He began to practice his walking pole to and fro by the riverside. After 2 hours of walking pole, he stood by the riverside for another 2 hours. Only then did he start to fish at night. Qin Pingon closed his eyes and casually cast the rod. The bait fell into the water with a ding-dong sound. The wind blew the rape flowers and the stamens trembled. The river water slowly flowed into the distance. Ripples could be seen on the surface of the river, and there was an invisible water vein at the bottom of the river. The fishing line that was as thin as a hair was gently pulled, sometimes straight and sometimes loose. Qin Pingon did not move for the entire night. He allowed the small fish to peck at the bait. There were no more big fish that took the bait. Then he sat like this until dawn. When Qin Pingon felt something, he turned his head and looked to the east. The moment he slowly opened his eyes, he saw a brilliant scene that he had never seen before in his life. The saints said that the morning glow was the beginning of a reddish-yellow aura. With the naked eye, the morning glow should only be bright red. However, Qin Pingon saw streaks of golden aura in the dazzling morning glow in the eastern sky. The aura was like a swimming dragon, slowly swimming in the sea of fiery red clouds. Qin Pingon kept looking up at the morning glow and the golden aura. In the face of the dazzling morning glow and the golden aura, Qin Pingon's eyes did not feel any discomfort. Qin Pingon didn't know if it was an illusion or not, but he seemed to have sensed the rosy clouds rolling down. After that, his mind was slightly shaken. In an instant, more than 10 golden dragons surged out and descended from the sky, pouncing straight at him. They were aggressive, as if they wanted to crush the person who dared to look into their eyes. Those flood dragons came with great momentum. Qin Pingon let go of the fishing rod and suddenly stood up. His fist intent involuntarily surged out, covering his body and his internal chi palace. Faced with provocation, Qin Pingon only felt like he was facing an old man in a bamboo house in a desolate mountain. The world was vast, but only the fist technique was the most important. He must use this fist technique. More than 10 golden jiao dragons, which did not have physical bodies, pounced straight at Qin Pingon. Without saying a word, Qin Pingon made a fist stance in the style of Cloud's steaming great swamp. His 2 feet stepped on the ground beside the river, and his strength penetrated more than 10 feet into the ground. Not only did the ground rumble continuously like thunder rolling on the ground, the water near the river bank also stirred up waves, surging to the opposite bank. Both Chu Yi and 15 quietly flew out of the blade's strengthening gourd. However, they each leaned on the opening of the gourd in a languid manner, as if they were watching a show. They did not see the golden flood dragons flying down from the morning glow as enemies. Qin Pingon's mind was immersed in the fist intent. He did not know that he had created such a shocking phenomenon. He simply felt that since he had reached the 4th state, his fist should be faster. However, during the night fishing, he had been adapting to the new world in his eyes, stabilizing the doors of his chi palace, and stabilizing the turbulent chi in his body. He had not had a chance to test it with his fist. Then how to make it faster depended on this moment. Go back. Qin Pingon punched at the leading flood dragon in the sky. The fist aura was so strong that his sleeve was full of fist intent, and it swayed and fluttered. There was a loud bang. The river water surged violently and a large area of rapeseed flowers swayed. The golden flood dragon, which was as thick as the mouth of a well, was illusory and did not have a physical body. However, it was hit in the head by the mighty fist intent. It was dizzy and was sent flying dozens of feet backward. Then there was a series of loud bangs. The dozens of golden flood dragons were all beaten back to the sky by Qin Pingon's fist stance. They hovered and looked down at Qin Pingon, who had changed to a terrifying fist stance. There was confusion and resentment in their eyes. They could only shake their heads and waggle their tails and return to the sea of clouds. Qin Pingon was stunned for a moment. When he looked again, there was no longer any golden qi. The morning glow in the east seemed to have returned to normal. Qin Pingon put away his fist stance. He was satisfied and grinned. The punches were fast and fierce. No wonder he was in the fourth realm of martial arts. Every time he punched, there was no feeling of being restrained by heaven and earth. It was really satisfying. On the mouth of the sword-nourishing gourd, Chu Yi and 15 looked at each other. 15 seemed to be ashamed and slid into the gourd. Chu Yi, who was relatively hot-tempered, leaped into the air after recovering from its initial shock. Although it could not cause any substantial damage, it still stabbed Qin Pingon's body again and again in vain, as if it was venting its anger. The natal flying sword was illusory to its master when it was in the acupoint, and real when it left the acupoint. This was the rule of heaven and earth. Therefore, when it entered the acupoint of the sword cultivator that nurtured the flying sword, it would never hurt the sword cultivator himself. Now, the relationship between Chu Yi and 15 and Qin Pingon was not that of master and servant. It was not a matter of life and death. It was more like a guest and a host, half a master. Qin Pingon was confused. He did not care about Chu Yi's nonsense and scratched his head. What's wrong? Is it because my fourth realm is too weak that you think it's embarrassing? Previously, when the golden flood dragon appeared in the morning glow and rushed to the Sun family's ancestral house, 3 golden core cultivators and 1 nascent soul cultivator, a total of 4 of the Sun family's consecrators, had no choice but to treat it seriously. Soon they gathered in a small library in the ancestral house. Now the 4 of them finally stopped arguing about whether the young man was a chi refinement warrior or a martial artist. However, there were new differences. This was because there were only 2 possibilities for such a strange scene. One was that the chi refinement warrior had achieved the golden core realm and was free to roam the world. Therefore it attracted the attention of heaven and earth. In the elixir chamber, a golden core of different grades was formed. The other was that a martial artist could break through 3 to 4 and 6 to 7. The former had a very small chance, but the latter was common sense. Once it was attracted, according to the martial arts proverb, it was even rarer than a clay bodhisattva crossing the river. Often, one could make use of the opportunity to temper one's body and spirit. It was a great opportunity and had to be cherished. Looking at the young man's fist technique, which was extremely profound, he was definitely not a chi refinement warrior. Therefore he must be a pure martial artist. However, whether it was the 4th realm or the 7th realm, the 4 of them were arguing again. This time the 3 of them firmly believed that it was the 7th realm. Therefore the family head Sun Jiaxu was willing to invite him to the Sun family's ancestral house to build a relationship. Moreover, when a 3rd realm broke through the 4th realm, it was impossible to attract the majestic phenomenon of the cloud dragon descending. Only one of them firmly believed that the young man had just attained the 4th realm. Suddenly, the woodcutter smiled bitterly and said, "Let's not argue about these few realms first. Shouldn't we wring our hands and lament that the young man's unreasonable behavior caused us to miss a good opportunity?" The 3 of them were enlightened and sighed. The young man's observation of the scenery attracted a strange phenomenon. This was the mysterious heavens perception. The great opportunity that pure martial artists in the world yearned for day and night was beaten back by the young man's tortoise punches just like that. Then the 4 of them felt that it was inconceivable. Such an amazing martial arts genius. Did his teacher not teach him such superficial things? For example, when a 3rd realm broke through the 4th realm or the 6th realm broke through the 7th realm, there would be a heavens perception. One must grasp it well to help stabilize the realm. The 4 of them would never have thought that the bamboo elder who taught the young man the fist technique had once reached the peak of the 10 realms of martial arts. He did not think that this was any kind of opportunity. It was no different from an external object that was the foundation of the fist technique. It was even worse than a chicken rib that was tasteless but a pity to throw away. Qin Pingon should not have taken such a shortcut to learn his fist technique. If the barefoot old man saw this scene, he would definitely laugh heartily and think that the young man had done well. This was the stupid thing that 11th Qin would do. After Sun Jiaxu returned to the ancestral house in the afternoon, before he met Qin Pingon, an old ancestor of the Sun clan joked with the current family head in private, "You invited a deity over as a guest?" Sun Jiaxu asked curiously. The old ancestor who had lived in seclusion for more than 300 years told him about the incident. Sun Jiaxu slapped his forehead and said helplessly, "He is a real deity." When they were eating together, Qin Pingon noticed that Sun Jiashu's gaze was a little strange. It was a little similar to the way he looked at Liu Baqiao earlier. Qin Pingon mistakenly thought that the punch in the morning had brought trouble to the Sun clan's ancestral house. He asked worriedly, "What's wrong? Did my punch in the morning alarm the Sun clan in Old Dragon City? Did you find any clues for them?" Sun Jiashu smiled and shook his head. There are thousands of qi refinement warriors and martial arts grandmasters in Old Dragon City. There are many strange things. When it comes to the Sun clan's ancestral house, strange things do not seem strange. Moreover, others would not dare to pry into this place so rudely. Therefore there is no problem with your punch this time. Speaking of this, Sun Jiashu felt that he was going against his conscience. He also felt heartache for Qin Pingon. He hesitated whether to tell the young man the truth. Sun Jiashu hesitated for a long time. In the end he decided to be honest and told the truth to Qin Pingon, who did not know what he had missed out on. After Qin Pingon listened to him, he drank his wine silently. He asked tentatively, "Tomorrow I will go and take a look at the morning glow. Will I be able to see those golden flood dragons again?" Sun Jiashu laughed angrily. "What do you think?" Qin Pingon sighed as well. He drank a big mouthful of wine and sighed. "I suffered because I did not study well." Sun Jiashu looked at Qin Pingon and said jokingly, "Why? Are you thinking of fishing by the river tonight and then waiting for the sunrise tomorrow?" Qin Pingon said in surprise, "Sun Jiashu, can you see through people's hearts?" Sun Jiashu did not know whether to laugh or cry. He waved his hand and said, "I don't have that ability. However, I heard that our Shang clan's ancestor did." After that, Qin Pingon took his fishing rod to the river. Sun Jiashu followed beside him and carried the fish basket. On the way he told Qin Pingon about the dusty medicine shop. Qin Pingon also said that he had broken through to the fourth realm. It was no longer important whether he went to the dusty medicine shop or not. However, he still wanted to see that acquaintance. Sun Jiashu did not object. He said that they could leave tomorrow and only needed to make some preparations. He would definitely not be able to accompany them. Instead, it would be easy for him to do bad things with good intentions. However, he would let a Golden Core realm expert from the family accompany them. As the head of the family, Sun Jiashu had endless matters to attend to. Naturally, he could not sit by the river with Qin Pingon. The fish that the Sun clan wanted to catch were all very big. Sun Jiashu quickly walked back to the ancestral home to deal with the family affairs. He sat behind the table and spread out stacks of account books. In front of him was an antique old abacus. The abacus did not look extraordinary. What was truly extraordinary was that there were several thumb-sized golden people sitting around the abacus. They were of the same origin as the legendary silver worms. They were born in the treasury. They had wings on their backs and shone with a golden light. When they had nothing to do, they liked to roll around and play around, implying that wealth was rolling in. When Sun Jiashu quickly recited the numbers in his heart, the golden people would fly onto the beads of the abacus and quickly move them. The ancestral abacus and the golden boy were not ordinary objects. However, everything outside the study was very simple and ordinary. Even the oil lamp on the table was like this. Sun Jiashu would occasionally add some oil. The Sun clan had an ancestral teaching passed down to their descendants since ancient times. What you need to do, a copper coin is the foundation of the clan. If you need to spend, spend it. There was no need to blink at all. Between getting up and adding oil, Sun Jiashu would go to the window to look at the river and take a short rest. As a qi refinement warrior of the middle five realms, he looked at the sky for the last time. Suddenly, he telepathically sent a message to the consecrators outside the ancestral home. A small bet for fun. Do the three of you dare to bet with me? If I lose, since it's a small bet for fun, I will take out a piece of grain rain money. If the three of you lose, you will look after the ancestral home of the Sun clan for another 100 years. Of course, the salary that the Sun clan should give you every year will still be the same. That woodcutter smiled and said, Sun Jiashu, who dares to bet on this? It's too unfair. Sun Jiashu smiled and said, I want to bet that this young man will be able to wait for a heavenly phenomenon during his night watch this time. In that case, do you want to bet? Bet. The three old immortals said in unison, laughing heartily. If they lost, it would only be 3 pieces of grain rain money. If they won, the Sun clan would have 3 more golden cores in the next 100 years. If they were lucky, one of the three would be a big shot of the ninth realm, nascent soul realm. Presumably, the three of them also knew the key points. It was just that the three of them did not think that Sun Jiaxu would win. Moreover, the three of them had long been indifferent to a piece of grain rain money. They just wanted to bet and win the little god of wealth of Old Dragon City. Then Sun Jiaxu smiled and took out 3 pieces of grain rain money from his sleeves. He lined them up on the windowsill and said self-deprecatingly, "I suddenly realized that the 3 of you can take the grain rain money away." The 3 of them did not stand on ceremony. They used their skills and the 3 pieces of grain rain money disappeared into thin air. The old man who had the highest cultivation level was the last to take the grain rain money. He was the Qi refinement warrior who had the highest chance of advancing to the nascent soul realm. Sun Jiaxu smiled and did not say anything. He did not return to his seat. He stood by the window and waited quietly for the moment when Qin Pingon opened his eyes and raised his head. Those priceless golden boys were looking forward to it. The little fellows were a little puzzled as to why their master did not like to earn money today. The sky in the east was first silver gray, then it turned white. Finally, the morning glow stretched for thousands of miles. It was bright red and dazzling, illuminating Old Dragon City. Then the world was peaceful. The sun in the east sea rose slowly. The clouds gathered and dispersed. There was nothing unusual. Sun Jiaxu, who had lost 3 pieces of grain rain money, smiled and did not take it to heart. The 3 old immortals were obviously in a good mood. They teased Sun Jiaxu one after another. That old ancestor of the Sun clan came to the study room. As a big shot of the nascent soul realm, he waved his hand and temporarily isolated the study room from the outside world. He smiled and comforted. "How is it? Are you convinced now? Your grandpa has long said that the fortune of the Sun clan has long been exhausted by that remarkable skill of yours. You just earn your hard-earned money honestly." Sun Jiaxu sighed. Suddenly he remembered something. He walked to the door and bid farewell to the old ancestor. He smiled and said, "I will go to the kitchen of the ancestral house to tell old Song. Today's breakfast should be more normal. Don't squander those delicacies anymore. Anyway, that brat Qin Pingon can't tell the difference between good and bad. Who knows, he might like ordinary pickled vegetables and steamed buns more. I won't flirt with the blind man anymore. Save money." The old ancestor of the Sun clan smiled and nodded. He looked at the little golden figures on the old abacus. The old ancestor's expression was a little proud. The Fu clan was richer than the Sun clan, but when it came to these children of wealth with the highest quality, the Fu clan only had a pair of twins. Barely, the Fu clan had 3 of them. The Sun clan had as many as 4. As for the other 4 major families of Old Dragon City, at most, the Fan clan had bought one from the emperor of a fallen dynasty. Looking at Qin Pingon wolfing down the porridge, steamed buns and pickled vegetables for breakfast, his appetite was indeed much better than before. Sun Jiaxu sat across the table and chewed slowly. His appetite was also better than before. When drinking, when meeting people who liked drinking, when eating, when meeting people who liked eating, it was indeed easier to eat and drink until one was full. After that, Qin Pingon returned to the river and really fished. He caught a lot of fish. Half of the basket was the river fish commonly known as baijiao in Old Dragon City, and the other half was mixed fish such as yellow spicy cubes and crouching tigers. After eating a fish feast at noon, Sun Jiaxu let Qin Pingon put on a disguise mask and reminded him again. Then he let Qin Pingon follow the old ancestor to a pond outside the ancestral house. After the old ancestor of the Sun clan waved his sleeve, the pond water was like a mirror, and the scene of a house appeared in it. The old ancestor signaled Qin Pingon to just walk on the surface of the pond. Qin Pingon put away the blade-strengthening gourd and only carried the sword case on his back. He did not hesitate to step out. He did not fall into the bottom of the pond but stepped on the surface of the mirror. Only ripples spread out under his feet. After a few steps, his figure suddenly disappeared as if he had walked into the mirror. The next moment, Qin Pingon stepped out of the house, looked around and saw the scene through the water. On the side of the Sun clan's ancestral house, the old man looked at the ripples on the water that had not yet subsided, and said to Sun Jiaxu in amazement, "This young man Dolly, what a stable soul, what a strong backbone. No wonder Lu Baqiao treats him as a friend." Sun Jiaxu smiled and shook his head, retorting, "Lu Baqiao does not regard Qin Pingon as a friend because of this. The old man went straight to the heart and asked Sun Jiashu, "Then what about you?" Sun Jiashu thought for a while and said frankly, "In the end it is not a meeting in adversity. I am not as good as Lu Baqiao and Qin Pingan." On the other side of the mirror, which was located in the inner city of Old Dragon City, there was already someone waiting outside the house. It was the Sun Clan's Jindan stage immortal. He led Qin Pingan out of a vast courtyard from the side and took a carriage that had been waiting for a long time. The old Jindan stage immortal, who had a restrained aura and returned to his original state, personally served as the coachman. The carriage finally stopped at the entrance of a street. There was a young locust tree at the entrance of the alley. Under the tree there was a man who was eating melon seeds and flipping through a book. After Qin Pingan got off the carriage, the two looked at each other. The man silently picked up the stool and walked into the alley first. The Sun Clan's old man stopped the carriage at the side of the road and did not follow. He closed his eyes and began to rest. When they arrived at the medicine shop, Zheng Dafeng placed the stool at the entrance for Qin Pingan to sit on and went to pick up another one. For a moment, the entrance was crowded with women who came to join in the fun. It was a pity that Qin Pingan wore an ugly face. They quickly lost interest and walked back to the shop to laze around. Zheng Dafeng smiled and asked, "Since you have scattered the 8 tails of vital energy talisman, why did you take the risk to come here? If I remember correctly, you and the young city lord Fu Nanhua have a deep grudge. Aren't you afraid of being exposed? When the time comes, the Sun Clan can clean themselves up. Do you think I will save you?" Qin Pingan asked 3 questions. Who told my father about the natal porcelain? Who killed my father? Does this have anything to do with old Yang? Zheng Dafeng's face was calm. He smiled and asked, "If it had something to do with the old man, do you think I would tell you?" Qin Pingan was silent. Zheng Dafeng used the book to fan the wind. Whether you believe it or not, the old man did not participate in this matter. But I can tell you directly that the old man must have seen it from the very beginning. He probably felt that it was meaningless and not worth it, so he was too lazy to intervene. If you resent the old man for not intervening, then it is Qin Pingan's matter. I will not stop you. Qin Pingan shook his head and smiled bitterly. Why would I resent this? I know old Yang's character very well. He never owes anyone, nor does he let anyone owe him. Everything he does is fair trade. Zheng Dafeng nodded and turned to look at Qin Pingan. He grinned and said, "It is good that you can think this way. Otherwise I will risk being beaten and scolded to death by the old man and smash your head with one punch." Qin Pingan seemed to be indifferent. Or perhaps he had already guessed the town's gatekeeper's temperament. Zheng Dafeng fanned himself. Initially, among those children, not mentioning their respective inheritances and factions, I thought the most highly of Apricot Blossom Alley's Ma Ku Xian and Fortune Street's Zhao Yao, as well as Clay Bottle Alley's Song Jisin. My senior brother Li Er, who is Li Lu and Li Huai's father, was blinded by greed. He liked you the most. After you left Pearl Grotto Heaven, I roughly understood your various encounters. Only then did I realize that I had misjudged you and my senior brother. I used to think that the two of you were simple-minded fools, but now I realize that Zheng Dafeng, was blind. Zheng Dafeng actually wanted to say that Li Er and Qin Pingan were actually the smartest people. A lonely young man from Clay Bottle Alley who walked step by step to where he was today. Only when he reached the southernmost old dragon city of the Aquarius continent did he ask those 3 questions. Qin Pingan asked, "I do not dare to ask about old Yang's side. Furthermore, I know that it is useless to ask. As for you, I feel that I can ask." Zheng Dafeng smiled and asked, "Why? Do you feel that with a golden core chi refinement warrior protecting you, you don't have to worry about your own safety?" Qin Pingan pointed to the sky, baffled. Old Yang can weigh the pros and cons. Perhaps if I ask the crucial questions he will still slap me to death. However, you Zheng Dafeng would not dare to do so. If I guess wrongly, I may not necessarily die. Furthermore, the price that you will have to pay will not be small. Qin Pingan actually wanted to say that Zheng Dafeng was also a businessman. However, his intuition told him that this sloppy man's vision and identity were far inferior to old Yang's. However, when Qin Pingan really opened his mouth to ask these questions that he had suppressed in his heart for a full 10 years, he still felt a strong sense of uneasiness. However, after attaining the 4th realm, he could already control his state of mind. It was not difficult to put on an act and pretend that everything was fine. Furthermore, after walking into this small alley, when Jing Dafeng entered the shop to take the stool, Qin Pingon had already taken out the blade-strengthening gourd from his bag and started drinking. If his own fourth realm was not enough, there were still level 1 and level 15. After that, there was still that golden core chi refinement warrior from the Sun family. Furthermore, it was time to reopen some old scars and bask in the sun for some old memories. Jing Dafeng looked at the young man with a solemn expression and sighed. He put away the book that had almost caused him to break his tongue, and finally managed to borrow it from the young girl again. He rolled it into a ball and gently beat his knee. He lazily said, "You're getting more and more annoying. Alright, you don't have to be on tenterhooks. Even I feel tired for you. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Old Yang thinks highly of you now. Furthermore, I, Jing Dafeng, will not resort to violence and killing you just because you asked a few questions. No matter how small my scope is, it is not so small as to do that." Jing Dafeng immediately said, "But I won't answer those 2 questions. If you have the ability, you can follow the clues yourself." Speaking of this, Jing Dafeng smiled and asked, "Why don't you ask Qi Jingchun directly?" Indeed, Qin Pingon was much more relaxed. He leaned against the wall with the sword case behind him and raised his head to drink a mouthful of wine. He said something that made Jing Dafeng even more puzzled. "I'm afraid that Mr. Qi will be disappointed." Jing Dafeng turned and shouted, "Mayor, bring out 2 plates of melon seeds and peanuts to serve the guest." A woman with a plump figure smiled as she brought out 2 plates of food. When the woman bent over and handed him the plates, Jing Dafeng pretended to be shocked and said, "A mountain is pressing down on my head. What a fierce aura." The woman threw the 2 plates in Jing Dafeng's hands and hurriedly stood up. She stepped on the man's foot and smiled charmingly. How shameless. Jing Dafeng passed a plate of peanuts to Qin Pingon and started to eat melon seeds himself. Qin Pingon seemed to have expected Jing Dafeng's answer and was not disappointed. He asked, "Do you have any good swordsmanship manuals that you can sell?" Jing Dafeng asked casually, "Is it the Qi Refinement Warrior's Immortal Swordsmanship or the martial arts manuals in the pugilistic world?" Qin Pingon said bluntly, "You should be able to tell that my longevity bridge has long been broken. If I want to practice swordsmanship, I can only practice the martial arts sword manuals." Jing Dafeng also said bluntly, "I can also help you find the best martial arts manuals and sell them to you at a sky-high price. But it's meaningless. I advise you not to touch the so-called peerless martial arts manuals in the pugilistic world. I, Jing Dafeng, am a martial artist myself. I know the depth of this. Since you're good at practicing martial arts now, don't create new problems and waste your time." Qin Pingon ate a peanut and thought for a while. He said sincerely to this man, "Thank you. Just based on these words, you don't have to return the 5 copper coins you owe me." The corners of Jing Dafeng's mouth twitched. Look, how could he, Jing Dafeng, find such a boring young man pleasing to his eyes? But deep in the man's eyes, it was hard to understand. Jing Dafeng stretched his body comfortably and said weakly, "Please take off your mask. You're not handsome to begin with. The more you wear this mask, the more annoyed I feel." Qin Pingon shook his head and said, "Don't you know about the feud between Fu Nanhua and me? How would I dare to take it off and walk around the inner city of Old Dragon City openly? God knows what kind of spells the Fu family has to observe the movements in the city. For example, it's like a god using his palm to observe the mountains and rivers. If there's really such a spell, isn't it equivalent to me shouting in front of someone's house to come and beat me to death? Unless they're stupid, a large group of people will definitely rush out to beat me to death." Jing Dafeng was amused and revealed the secret with a smile. "Alright, old Yang told me that as long as you break the vital Qi talisman by yourself, I need to guarantee that you'll be alive and kicking in Old Dragon City. Even if you want to die and swagger to the gate of Fu City to show off, I still have to guarantee that you'll leave this city safely." Jing Dafeng suddenly muttered, "I didn't think so before, but now I realize that this kid has a good name." Qin Pingon was skeptical. "You're a peak martial Dao master? Or an upper 5 Qi refinement warrior?" Jing Dafeng laughed. "Do you think that level 9 martial Dao masters and Jade Pure Realm Qi refinement warriors are cabbages on the roadside? You can see a bunch of them when you walk a few steps. Old Dragon City is full of all kinds of people. Level 8 martial Dao masters and level 10 Earth Immortals can already do whatever they want. Of course, the premise is that they don't provoke the public and only provoke one family. Even the Fu family, who has a half-immortal weapon, is not without room for negotiation. Those nascent soul realm old ancestors and level 9 chi refinement warriors are already considered high and mighty old immortals here. Jing Dafeng rolled his eyes and said, "Do you think this is our Dragon Pearl Grotto heaven? I'm a martial Dao master at the peak of level 8. Can I only look at the door and collect money?" Wan Tan, who is at level 11, can already forge swords by the river before he succeeded as a saint? When Dali Imperial Tutor Tui Dong entered Dragon Pearl Grotto Heaven, didn't he also sneak around and show his avatar? Qin Pingon suddenly asked, "You want me to peel off the skin? Are you planning something?" Jing Dafeng was also not stingy. He said in surprise, "You can see through this?" Yin's spirit condensed from green smoke appeared in the dark corner of the wall opposite the two of them. He sneered and said, "Jing Dafeng's mind is in a mess now. He can't figure out what the Dao Protector and Dao Preacher are, so he asked the Fan family to spend a lot of money to find someone to do a divination. The divination is to obtain chestnuts in a big fire, which is great luck. So he wants to put you in danger. When the time comes, he will fight and I will escort you out of Old Dragon City. During this time he may be able to figure out the two identities. If he can break through the level 8 martial Dao bottleneck, it will be in line with the divination." Qin Pingon turned to look at Jing Dafeng, who was not blushing at all. 5 copper coins. Even if you want to pay it back now, I won't take it back. Jing Dafeng said indifferently, 5 copper coins is nothing. Do as you wish. Qin Pingon sneered and said, "Jing Dafeng, do you really think that I don't know the rules of Old Yang? Earlier I purposely mentioned it. Then you mentioned martial arts and swordsmanship. I saw that what you said was true, so I went with the flow and settled this debt. If I didn't guess wrong, the person who wanted me to deliver the letter was Old Yang. The person who wanted you to owe money was also Old Yang, right? Are you regretting it now?" Putting away the blade's strengthening gourd, he stood up and placed the empty plate on the bench. Qin Pingon saluted the Yin spirit and said, "Although I don't know why you are willing to reveal the truth, perhaps it is Old Yang's idea. But I still want to thank you." The Yin spirit nodded. Qin Pingon strode away. Jing Dafeng was indeed as the young man said. He was indeed regretting it. Jing Dafeng looked coldly at the Yin spirit who had most likely ruined his divination. "Was it your idea or the old man's? You better say it clearly." The Yin spirit said indifferently, "Take a guess." Jing Dafeng laughed and instantly became relaxed. "You never do things on your own. It was most likely the old man's idea." Yin Shen laughed mockingly. "A pure martial artist at the peak of the 8th realm, the disciple of a divine lord, actually believes in the so-called divination. Don't you know that even if the Fan family did not do anything, it is still a great fortune for everyone in the world? For you, Jing Dafeng, could it be that the universe has been turned upside down, a truly inauspicious omen?" Jing Dafeng's expression became serious. He raised his head and looked at the Yin spirit. He nodded and said, "I understand." The Yin spirit did not think much of it. "Since the Divine Lord is willing to let you be in charge, then don't think that you are smart. Just do what you are told." Jing Dafeng waved his hand and said, "I was tricked by that young man and taught you a lesson. I'm very annoyed. I need to leave the alley and take a breather." The Yin spirit disappeared. Jing Dafeng suddenly asked, "Was the strange phenomenon in the Sun family's ancestral home caused by Qin Pingon's breakthrough?" The Yin spirit's cold voice seeped out from the shadows in the corner. "It should be." Jing Dafeng held a book under his arm and carried a stool and melon seeds to the entrance of the alley. He once again sat under the locust tree and looked at the beauty. A tall and imposing man dressed in ordinary clothes slowly walked over. Behind him was a young woman with a graceful figure who walked over leisurely. The man walked to Jing Dafeng's side. The young woman stood behind the man. She was very curious about the shopkeeper who sat on the stool and fanned himself with a book. The man smiled and said, "Old Dragon City's Sun Jiashu's face is only worth a thin layer of skin. Shopkeeper Jing, you are very accurate." Jing Dafeng turned and glanced at the man. "Fuqi, you are not even wearing the old dragon robe. It seems that you are not here to chase us away." The man smiled and pointed behind him. "It does not matter if I wear the old dragon robe or not in Old Dragon City. Bringing her here is where my true sincerity lies." It was both a demonstration and a show of weakness. The demonstration meant that in Old Dragon City, Fu Qi did not need to personally make a move to chase Jing Dafeng away. The show of weakness meant that Fu Qi, as the city lord of Old Dragon City, was willing to cater to Jing Dafeng and bring a long-legged woman in front of shopkeeper Zheng. Jing Dafeng viciously looked at the woman's beautiful legs before turning his head and continuing to look at the people on the street. Fu Qi, your tone is so big. Why don't you just suck the sea of clouds into your stomach? Fu Qi's expression was ugly. He reached out and grabbed a jade pendant at his waist. Only then did his expression calm down. The woman trembled. This was the first time she had felt such obvious anger from her father. Jing Dafeng smiled coldly. We are both businessmen. Are you worthy of being compared to me? Fu Qi laughed. Since shopkeeper Jing is not in a good mood, then I will mention some things later. Jing Dafeng's mood was not just bad. It was extremely bad. 5 copper coins. It was just 5 copper coins that the commoners often passed by, but it was like 5 mountains pressing down on his heart. He had tried his best to deal with it carefully. It was not easy to trick the young man into agreeing not to collect the money. In fact, Jing Dafeng already knew from the moment the young man asked those 3 questions, as well as the seemingly unintentional sentence, "Old man Yang never owes anyone." He didn't expect the young man from Mud Bottle Alley to ask for the most common 5 copper coins from him. This little bastard from Mud Bottle Alley was cunning and not easy to fool. Jing Dafeng was furious. He fanned the book with all his strength. No wonder I didn't like this guy from the beginning. He is so young and shrewd. How is he like a young man? Jing Dafeng suddenly stopped complaining and said dispiritedly, if he was an ordinary young man, he would not have lived to this day. The man heaved a long sigh and started to flip the pages of the book. The pages rattled, but he couldn't read a single word. He mumbled to himself, did that otherworldly item really hit the nail on the head? Did I really think I was smart? He turned to the next page of the book. It was the Pure and Sincere chapter. It was a hodgepodge of some common stories. At the end of the story, the author pretended to add a few sentences of great principles. It was simply a muddle. In Jing Dafeng's opinion, if the story was divided into parts, the beautiful eyebrows of this woman, the intoxicating pink cheeks of another woman, and the cherry lips of another beauty were all enchanting sceneries. However, if they were randomly pieced together, they would not be beautiful. The whole thing was unbearably ugly. Jing Dafeng absent-mindedly turned to the next page. It was the last paragraph of the Pure and Sincere chapter. It was still some boundless and empty principles. It is said that in ancient times a person with a pure heart was always sincere enough to move metal and stone. Therefore, honesty and sincerity are the foundation of a Confucian gentleman. There is also a Taoist sage who said that without honesty and sincerity, one cannot move people. Truth is the utmost sincerity. This is the origin of the title, Enlightened Master, in Taoism. Jing Dafeng quickly turned to the next chapter, the Loyalty and Filial Piety chapter. He quickly flipped through it from beginning to end. He slammed the book shut and began to fan it like a fan again. This man seemed to have turned a deaf ear to the teachings of the sage in the book. In the end, he seemed to have accepted his fate. Since the old man said that I have no hope of reaching the 9th realm in this lifetime, then why should I force myself? I've been begging for so many years. No wonder the old man said that I'm too smart with all my tricks. I'm only smart now. How many times have I fought with Li Air? Song Zhengqiang only fought with senior martial brother and he broke through. I actually understood from the beginning that I couldn't ask for it. I was just secretly hoping for a fluke. Haha, now that I'm looking at beauties in Old Dragon City every day, I'll just wait for death in the 8th realm. Jing Dafeng closed his eyes and stopped peeking at the woman's figure. At this moment the man looked a little lonely. A young woman with a valiant figure walked past. Her face was covered in makeup and she was dressed to the nines. Her large face was enough to ward off evil spirits. When she stopped and saw the man's appearance, she felt a little distressed. She thought that he probably wanted to confess to her but was too embarrassed to do so. Otherwise, she would no longer be a reserved lady. Should she confess first so that her lover wouldn't be embarrassed? However, just as she coughed and wanted to moisten her throat, the man opened his eyes. The man suddenly opened his eyes and ran back into the alley with the stool in his hand. She sighed and touched her cheeks. She started to feel sorry for herself. If she had to blame someone, she could only blame her appearance. It was still so moving and devastatingly beautiful. She suddenly realized that the makeup on her face had been rubbed off by her fingers. She quickly wiped it back. Fu Ji didn't use his supernatural powers to bring his daughter back to Talisman City. Instead, he leisurely strolled along the streets. A carriage slowly followed behind him. The woman was called Fu Chunhua. She was Fu Ji's eldest daughter. Along with Fu Ji's eldest son Fu Donghai, they were one of the candidates to take over the family head position. Since she was the family head or the heir of the old dragon robe, she would definitely be a young person with great talent. Fu Ji looked middle-aged but was actually 400 years old. His cultivation was Realm 10. Although he wasn't as famous as Li Tuanjing in the Wind Thunder Garden, the strongest Realm 10 cultivator in the Aquarius continent, and the strongest person below the upper 5 realms, he wore the old dragon robe. Along with the family having 4 half-immortal weapons, Fu Ji had the qualifications to be seen as a genuine Jade Realm. Fu Chunhua was close to 300 years old. She and her brother Fu Donghai were both famous Golden Core Realm cultivators. They were also good at fighting. They each escorted a ferry to the inverted mountain for hundreds of years. They had experienced a lot and encountered deep-sea monsters. It wasn't the first time that they were in a life-and-death situation. The key was that the Fu family disciples entering the Golden Core Realm meant that they could control half-immortal weapons. Thus, there was a saying in the Aquarius continent that the true realm of the Fu family Qi cultivators had to be half a realm higher. Fu Chunhua hesitated for a long time before asking, "Father, why did you bring me to see this person and not Nanhua?" Fu Ji smiled. "Didn't I say earlier? It is to show the sincerity of the Fu family. This shopkeeper Jing likes beauties with long legs. The spy reports are very clear." The woman obviously didn't believe this. Even if she was the most likely candidate to inherit the patriarch position, but whether it was her brother Fu Donghai or her brother Fu Nanhua, they all knew one thing: the connections that they had painstakingly built were not enough to know the true scenery of the Aquarius continent. And being under the protection of their father Fu Ji, it was both cool and restrained. They did not dare to overstep their boundaries to avoid being suspected by Fu Ji. The Fu family of Old Dragon City seemed to be free and undisciplined, but those useless family members who had no hope of getting the dragon robe had long given up. They were also excluded from the family's decision-making circle. In fact, the Fu family's rules were very strict. In fact, they were not inferior to the royal family. In the recent 100 years, Fu Donghai was in charge of the relationship management in the North Continent. She Fu Chunhua was in charge of the secret plans in the Southeast Continent. Fu Nanhua, who was originally unknown and mediocre, rose rapidly until he was unexpectedly selected to go to the Dragon Pearl Grotto Heaven. The family gave a lot of manpower and resources to her younger brother. It was obvious that the family head Fu Ji was not satisfied with her and Fu Donghai's business for the past 100 years. Fu Chunhua knew that she wouldn't be able to get an answer and changed the topic. "Do you want me to remind Sun Jiaxu?" Fu Ji smiled. "Sun Jiaxu? Even if his realm is not as high as yours, he is still the head of the Sun family. You are just a Golden Core Qi refinement warrior. What right do you have to warn him? His ancestral house still has a nascent soul elder of the Sun family. Also, your brother has worked hard to rope in that Golden Core Qi refinement warrior who has the potential to advance to the nascent soul realm. Until now, he has finally relented. If the Fu family warns Sun Jiaxu now, do you think that Golden Core Qi refinement warrior will still have the face to leave the Sun family's ancestral house and come to our Fu family?" Fu Chunhua's face was pale. She was afraid that her father would mistakenly think that she was harming her brother. Fu Ji smiled and said, "Don't be nervous. I know your character." Actually, this time, Sun Jiaxu took advantage of the situation and bet on Qin Pingon because he wanted to test our Fu family. He is probably afraid that if we don't warn him, once the Sun family succeeds, he will return to the ancestral house and act like he is being bullied by the Fu family. Believe it or not, there is no need for Sun Jiaxu to persuade him. That Golden Core Qi refinement warrior with a bright future was indebted to the Sun family. After this battle, he will definitely stay at the Sun family's ancestral house. Fu Chunhua asked, "Isn't Sun Jiaxu afraid that the young man will die in our hands?" Fu Ji raised his head and looked at the sky. "It is normal for you to think this way. But when you wear the dragon robe, you will have the chance to know some of the real things. Fu Chunhua subconsciously raised her head and looked at the sea of clouds. Fuji smiled. It will be even higher. Fu Chunhua's heart trembled slightly. She looked up and was filled with longing. Only by becoming a golden core cultivator can one be considered a member of my generation. Before becoming a golden core cultivator, everyone felt that this was the most satisfying thing to say. But when they really became a golden core cultivator, they realized that this was only the halfway point of becoming a Qi refinement warrior. Fu Ji suddenly said, compared to the Sun family and Sun Jiaxu, my Fu family and Fu Ji are more daring. I need to leave Old Dragon City now to welcome a few distinguished guests from the north. Go and find Nanhua. Tell her that Qin Pingon is at the Sun family's ancestral house. I want to know his choice. This will determine whether he can become the city lord of Old Dragon City. Of course, it will also determine whether you have the chance to wear the dragon robe. I hope that when I return to Old Dragon City, I will have made the right choice. Fuji waved his hand. Get on the carriage and return to the city. Fu Chunhua obeyed. Her father had already risen from the ground and entered the Sea of Clouds formation. He should be heading north. Fu Chunhua did not care about what distinguished guests they were that the city lord of Old Dragon City had to come out of the city to welcome them. After she sat in the carriage, she started to think carefully about this problem. What should she choose next to gain the most benefits? What would her younger brother Fu Nanhua choose? Fu Chunhua realized that she was in a mess. It seemed that no matter what she did, she would be able to gain a little. But it was still far from her best expectations. When they arrived at her brother Fu Nanhua's private residence, Fu Chunhua still did not have a clue. She carefully chose her words and carefully said what her father Fu Jiang had said. There were some deletions, some subtractions, some additions. Fu Nanhua obviously would not believe everything. But Fu Chunhua did not dare to speak nonsense about Fu Ji's general meaning. Fu Nanhua listened carefully to his sister Fu Chunhua's explanation. Just as he was about to get up and think about the problem, he suddenly sat back down and said indifferently, I have already thought about it. I will get rid of Qin Pingon. Fu Chunhua started to count her fingers with a smile. Shopkeeper Zheng of the Dust Medicine Shop is at least a peak State 7 martial artist. He might even be a State 8 Grandmaster. He is close to the Fan family in the inner city and Sun Jiaxu's Sun family. There is a nascent soul realm ancestor of the Sun family in the ancestral house. Although the other 3 Golden Core realm cultivators do not need to do anything unless the ancestral house is in trouble, Sun Jiaxu can probably persuade them to do it as a last resort. Adding on the guest of the Sun family in the inner city, Nanhua, are you really not going to reconsider? Fu Nanhua's expression was indifferent. I am only thinking about how to get rid of that dolly youth with the smallest price. Fu Chunhua laughed again. Your wedding is near, aren't you afraid that there will be changes? Also, since that youth is from Pearl Grotto Heaven, he is considered a citizen of Dolly. Aren't you afraid that this matter will have far-reaching implications and affect Emperor Dolly's impression of the Fu family in Old Dragon City? Fu Nanhua just pondered and did not speak. Fu Chunhua finally smiled. Fu Nanhua, think about it one last time. Is sister saying all this because she wants you to do something or because she wants you to not be stubborn? Fu Nanhua just pondered and did not speak. The smile on Fu Chunhua's face became thinner and thinner. In the end, there was no smile at all. She looked coldly at her younger brother who had appeared out of nowhere. A piece of trash who had eaten his family's entire mountain of gold and silver and was only at Realm 6 dared to dream of becoming the Old Dragon City's city lord? Was he worthy of fighting for that robe with her and Fu Donghai, 2 Golden Core realm cultivators? Fu Nanhua collected his thoughts and slowly stood up. His movements were as smooth as flowing water, and his bearing was graceful. He smiled slightly. Fu Chunhua, your mother isn't the only one who knows about the dirty matters between you and Fu Donghai. However, I'm very curious. Do you know about the dirty matters between Fu Donghai and your personal maid? Fu Chunhua grinned. Good brother, when Fu Donghai or I become the city lord, we will definitely take good care of you. Fu Nanhua did not seem to understand the threat in her words at all. He smiled and said, before that, us siblings still need to work together and plan how to kill Qin Pingon, right? After all, you can't guess my father's thoughts at all. You don't know whether my choice is to walk toward the position of the head of the family or to stay away from it. What's more, while my father is testing me, he is also testing you. My good sister, you must be careful. Fu Chunhua narrowed her eyes. Her expression was gloomy. Fu Nanhua stood up and turned to look at the door. He thought to himself, Sun Jiaxu, you sold out Qin Pingon who almost killed me for a nascent soul realm cultivator. Is this deal worth it? Thinking of this, Fu Nanhua shook his head. Impossible, Sun Jiaxu was not a madman. But what if? Fu Nanhua only started to hesitate at this moment. His heart was getting more and more irritated. Fu Chunhua looked at her brother who had grown up but had suddenly become a stranger. Finally she had a trace of fear. Fu Liang went north alone. He stopped 1,000 miles away and finally landed on a ferry from Dali's Dragon Spring Parasol Mountain. On the ferry there was Mahist hero Su Ruo with his sword behind him. There was also a deputy head of Linlu Academy. With these two people on the ferry, it was more than enough to go to Inverted Hanging Mountain. The two people escorting them were a young man and a young girl. To be precise, it was Dali's prince, Song Mu. The young girl was called GQ. She obediently followed behind her young master, Song Jisun. From start to finish, the young girl did not even look at Fu Liang. Maybe it was because Fu Liang was not wearing the old dragon robe. Plus, this old Dragon City castellan did not announce his name and stood with sword immortal Su Ruo at the bow of the ferry, so she did not recognize him. This ferry directly passed through the sea of clouds above the city and landed in Talisman City. After Fu Qi personally arranged a place for Dali's guests to stay, he came to Fu Nanhua's private residence and found his son leaning against a pillar with a dispirited expression. Fu Liang asked, "Why is there no movement in the Fu family?" Fu Nanhua raised his head and looked at his father. "I thought about a lot of things. Seems like everything I do is wrong. Fu family, Old Dragon City, Dali, Pearl Cave Paradise, Sun Jiaxu, Fu Donghai, Spring Flower." Fu Nanhua suddenly laughed. "Then do you know that no matter what you do, you will be the next Old Dragon City castellan?" Fu Nanhua's face was blank. Fu Liang turned around and lowered his head as if he was respectfully welcoming someone. A young girl who was unscrupulously absorbing the dragon energy walked into the hall as if she was tipsy. Then she sat on the chair, raised her hands and clapped lightly. A dragon robe appeared behind her. It was steaming as if she was using the mist to wash her clothes. Then she stood up and the dragon robe automatically put on her body. The 9 cloud sea golden dragons on it began to swim around vividly. She kicked off her boots and sat cross-legged on the chair. Wearing the dragon robe that was too loose, she looked a little funny. She frowned and said, "Without the restriction of Pearl Cave Paradise, I still have to pretend to be an ant. So hard. I can't help it. I can't beat some of them at the moment. Stinky Taoist, Ruanju Song Zhangqiang, that unfathomable master Mo sword cultivator Su Ruo and so on. Zai, there's so many of them. Forget it, let's not talk about them. This place is better. It's worthy of being the first place in Aquarius continent. After so many years of maintenance, there is still a lot of dragon energy left. Your Fu family has done well. There will be rewards in the future. Big rewards." Fu Nanhua looked at the familiar childish face of the young girl. Then he turned to look at his calm father. Finally, he stared hard at the dragon robe that had been passed down from generation to generation. Fu Nanhua realized that he who had almost gone crazy before, was really going crazy this time. She looked around. "In order to come here smoothly, I suffered a lot. But the most wrong thing is that the so-called smooth journey was given to me by that stinky Taoist." She suddenly pointed at Fu Nanhua and said sternly, "You ant, I heard that you don't even dare to kill Qin Pingon. You don't even deserve the surname." The young girl turned to look at Fu Li. "What is your surname again?" Fu Li replied respectfully, "Reporting to young miss, our surname is Fu." The young girl was a little resentful. Her arrogance was gone. She lazily curled up in the chair, or more accurately, she was curled up in the dragon robe. Fu Nanhua was on the verge of collapsing. The young girl lowered her head and looked at the dragon robe, the physique and blood of the 9 Aquarius continent emperors in history. Not bad. She looked down and muttered, "The lower level sea of clouds is lacking." Her eyes lit up, revealing a pair of strange golden pupils. As though he had guessed the young girl's thoughts, Fu Li laughed bitterly. "Young miss, the sea of clouds above Old Dragon City cannot be kept in the dragon robe for the time being. Otherwise, with so many people watching, it will cause too much of a commotion and people will easily find out." The young girl sighed. "I know the severity." In the end her eyes became hazy like a drunkard. Being here I really don't want to move. She suddenly jumped down from the chair and with a slight shake, the originally huge dragon robe immediately became extremely fitting. She stood in the hall and looked out the door as though she was hesitating about something. The Sun family's ancestral house. After the old ancestor heard the current patriarch's plan, he laughed bitterly. Is it truly worth it? Are you not afraid that after this battle we will not be able to recover, and the Fu family will join hands with the other 4 families to swallow us up? Sun Jiaxu's expression remained normal. I only hate that the Sun family is not strong enough. Sun Jiaxu can only gamble so much. The Sun family's old ancestor was silent for a long time, then asked, what if that young man knows of our Sun family's intentions? Sun Jiaxu's eyes were filled with determination. He will not know. Even if we take a step back and say that he knows the truth, but my Sun family has paid such a huge price for him, and in the future our rewards will only be greater. The Sun family's old ancestor asked again, is it really appropriate to be so eager for quick success? Can't we be like that young man who broke through from the 3rd realm to the 4th realm and let nature take its course? Sun Jiaxu shook his head. I, Sun Jiaxu, am alone. Of course I can wait, but the Eastern Aquarius continent and the world cannot wait. The Sun family's nascent soul stage old ancestor could only sigh, and did not try to persuade him anymore. After that, the young man walked back to the Sun family's ancestral houses pawned from the tall building in the inner city. After that, it was a sunny day and the world was at peace. Sun Jiaxu still came back to the ancestral house every few days. Every time he came back he would stay for a night and then gamble with the 3 Jindan realm consecrators. The earliest bet was 1 grain rain coin, the second bet was 2, the third bet was 4, and the fourth bet was 8. In the end, Sun Jiaxu gambled 4 times and lost 4 times. After that, Sun Jiaxu did not bet anymore. And that Qin Pingon still went to watch the night and fish every day, and then waited for the sun to rise from the east. On the 20th day of Qin Pingon's stay in the Sun family's ancestral house, Sun Jiaxu was still using a Taoist technique to sleep deeply, when he heard Qin Pingon shouting from afar, Sun Jiaxu, look. Sun Jiaxu suddenly got up. Without even wearing his boots, he opened the window and looked at the sky. In the eastern cloud sea, there were dozens of golden dragons surging down, and then they were all beaten back by the young man with the sword on his back with his ancient fist stance, and every time he punched out he did not hesitate. At this moment Sun Jiaxu felt lost. His Tao heart was lost and he was on the verge of collapsing. Luckily, the Sun family's old ancestor rushed to his side and pressed on his shoulder. Jiaxu, you don't have to do this. Jiaxu can be young all year round, but you can't do everything as you wish. That year I gave you this name, it was for today. Sun Jiaxu's face was pale and muttered, just one more time. Although his state of mind was stable, but he was lost and his mind was uneasy. It was as if he had lost the entire Old Dragon City. In the inner city of Old Dragon City, at the entrance of the dusty medicine shop, Zheng Dafeng looked at the morning sun in the east. His mind was in a trance. He quickly took out the book, flipped to a page and silently recited the chapter of pure sincerity. After the vision of heaven and earth ended, Zheng Dafeng shattered the book, leaving no traces behind. He walked back to the alley and said with a sad face, Preacher, it's actually my preacher. (255). The nascent soul realm is the 10th realm of the Qi refinement warrior and the golden core realm is the 9th realm. There was a clerical error previously, so I hereby explain. That night, Sun Jiaxu was supposed to invite a big shot from the southeast continent, but the young family head had a sudden idea and asked the Sun Mansion in the inner city to cancel this welcome banquet. Although it was very inappropriate and the steward raised an objection for the first time, Sun Jiaxu did not explain anything. In the study he had already cut off the connection between the old mansion and the Sun Mansion, and then went to the small ancestral hall at the back. The steward there was a little helpless. The nascent soul realm ancestor of the Sun family did not want to make things difficult for the Sun Mansion. The old man, who had not appeared in the Sun Mansion for 100 years, personally instructed the steward, and then the entire Sun Mansion was reassured. After bathing and changing clothes, Sun Jiaxu stood alone in the ancestral hall. After burning incense he was silent as if he was reflecting on his mistakes. In addition to the memorial tablets in the ancestral hall, there were also portraits of the deceased family heads of the Sun family hanging on the wall. Most of them were in the inconspicuous attire of Sun Jiaxu now. The position of the family head of the Sun family was passed down from grandfather to grandson. After Sun Jiaxu's grandfather stepped down as the family head, he went to travel the central continent. Back then, Sun Jiaxu inherited such a big family business at a young age. Sun Jiaxu could be said to be aware of the hardships he had been through all these years. Sun Jiaxu looked at those portraits. Some people turned the tide when the family was in danger. Some opened up a new business route. Some made friends with cultivators in the upper 5 realms for the family. Some lived a mediocre life and caused the Sun family to be unable to raise its head in Old Dragon City. Some made mistakes in decision-making, causing the Sun family to constantly give up their territory in the outer city, and their ancestral family business was constantly being eroded and divided. Some went astray and concentrated on cultivation, and the family power fell into the hands of relatives. Sun Jiaxu wanted to know how his descendants would see him when he was hung on the wall in the future. Would he be the ancestor who raised his arms and worked hard to revive the family, the culprit who buried the root of the family's disaster, or a fool who missed a golden opportunity? Deep into the night, the nascent soul realm ancestor slowly walked into the ancestral hall. After a long silence, he finally said, "You can't do the same thing more than 3 times. It's already not easy for you to choose to trust that young man and bet on the 4th time. You lost on the 5th time, so there's no need to be so upset." The Golden Core Consecrator who has a chance of entering the nascent soul realm was actually willing to bet with you 4 times because he was inclined to stay in the Sun family's ancestral home and not be roped in by Ji Donghai. Sun Jiaxu didn't turn around. He was still staring at a portrait. He nodded and said, "I've already thought it through. I don't have much of a knot in my heart. Things didn't get any better or worse when it came to betting, and I could accept the results. Taking a step back, my Sun clan isn't so desperate as to lose a future nascent soul cultivator." The Sun clan's patriarch wanted to say something but hesitated. When it came to Sun Jiaxu's great Tao, even he could not casually ask. This was just like the 3 consecrators of the Sun family's ancestral home. No matter how good their personal relationship with Sun Jiaxu was, no matter how curious they were about that young man's cultivation, they would never take the initiative to ask. They would just take it as a joke and guess. Sun Jiaxu opened one of his palms. "I've only been doing business with Qin Pingon from the beginning to the end. It's not that I don't treat Lu Baqiao as a friend, but Qin Pingon is too strange. I couldn't help but take a big gamble on him. I have no choice. I'm a businessman and the head of the Sun clan. It's not good to know too much." Sun Jiaxu turned his head and raised his palm. When Qin Pingon defeated the Morning Sun Golden Dragon for the 2nd time, when the Fu clan didn't move, all my plans failed and I was harmed instead. Only then did I know that I was wrong to take advantage of a side door. As a result, I watched myself lose an Old Dragon City. Even a nascent soul realm ancestor who was known as an earth immortal couldn't see anything wrong with the young man's palm. But the old man was very sure that what Sun Jiaxu saw was the final truth. Sun Jiaxu's expression was sorrowful. If it was just losing Qin Pingon, a friend who wasn't a friend to begin with, and losing an Old Dragon City, I, Sun Jiaxu, could still bear it even if I lost my teeth and blood. If the money ran away, I could just earn it again. In terms of earning money, I, Sun Jiaxu, am not worse than anyone else." The old man could only remain silent and wait for him to continue. Sun Jiaxu retracted his palm and clenched his fist. He said with a trembling voice, "But after these twists and turns, I realized that my way of earning money was the unquestionable great Tao of the Shang clan. It was most compatible with the righteous and long-lasting teachings of the ancestors. But Qin Pingon, who I've only known for less than a month, confirmed that it was a side door. The Shang clan ancestors' last words were that money is like flowing water, it comes and goes quickly and it's hard to rise and fall. Therefore it's not acceptable." Sun Jiaxu turned his head, not letting the ancestor see his face. He lowered his head slightly as if he didn't want the ancestor to see his expression. The nascent soul realm old man slowly walked to Sun Jiaxu's side. "Now that things have come to this, are you disheartened and not going to do anything?" Sun Jiaxu put his hands by his mouth and sighed softly. The Fu family didn't do anything for some reason. Only I, Sun Jiaxu, am in a dilemma. The key is that I'm still not sure what kind of person Qin Pingon thinks I am, and what kind of person he is. This is the crux of the problem. The old man frowned. It's hard to say how Qin Pingon treats you. But you still haven't seen through his personality? Sun Jiaxu said helplessly, before I thought that I already saw through it. So even if he knew the truth later, Qin Pingon wouldn't lose out on what the Sun family should have. At most, we'll be strangers in the future and never interact with each other. But now it's hard to say. I'm not sure if Qin Pingon treats others and himself the same. The old man patted Sun Jiaxu's shoulder. Jiaxu, you are smart and talented. Being the patriarch of the Sun family is not a problem. Even if you created such a mess, I still think so. Then today I will not use my identity as an ancestor to criticize the patriarch of the Sun family, but as a senior I will say a few words to a junior. Putting aside all the schemes, the honor and disgrace of the family and the situation of the Aquarius continent, you are still Sun Jiaxu, Lu Baqiao's best friend. Qin Pingon is also a friend that Lu Baqiao introduced to you. Why don't you just treat him as a simple friend and get along with him? Don't think about the family for now. Sun Jiaxu turned his head and asked suspiciously, is it possible? The old man laughed. Why don't you try, since things can't get any worse? And there are some things that you can't avoid even if you want to. In life, if you meet a hurdle, don't be afraid, you just have to work hard to get through it. Whether you can get through it or not, that's another matter. At least you tried. Like what you said, the Sun family can still take it. Sun Jiaxu was still hesitant. Then let me try? The old man turned to look at the sky outside the ancestral hall. Go. Don't forget, today is the day that the mountain sea turtle sets sail. Sun Jiaxu took a deep breath and turned to leave the ancestral hall. Although he had made up his mind, the young man's footsteps were not relaxed. This time Jiaxu has truly lost miserably and is afraid of losing. He lost 3 times in a row, lost Guyu's money, and missed out on a 100-year consecrator who had the potential to become a nascent soul cultivator. He lost to the unmoving Fu family and finally lost his Dao heart, and his heart started to waver, which is the most fatal. If I were in his position, I would be even worse than him. My state of mind would have long crumbled, and I would not even have the chance to redeem myself. The old man no longer stared at Sun Jiaxu's back view and looked back at the portraits and laughed. Having such a calamity is a good thing. It's better than causing a huge disaster in the future, and not being able to mend the pen after the sheep is lost. If things go too smoothly, you will always be proud of your intelligence and wisdom, and that will not be a long-term solution. What do all of you think? The portraits hanging on the wall rustled as if they were echoing the sentiment. In Talisman City, Song Jisun was always accompanied by the Linlu Academy's deputy headmaster. The deal between Old Dragon City and Dali had been finalized long before Fu Nanhua entered the Dragon Pearl Grotto Heaven. Song Jisun's trip this time was just a symbolic appearance in public as Dali's prince, Song Mu. All of this was the strategy of Dali's imperial tutor, Tui Dong, and also the decree of the emperor. This time, Song Jisun went south from Longquan County's ferry to Old Dragon City. The emperor, who was recuperating in Dali's capital, did not make any requests to Song Jisun. So when Song Jisun was on the ferry, he had some misconception that the maidservant, GQ, was the real backbone of this long trip. Longquan County, Old Dragon City. GQ Wangzhu Weizhu. Song Jisun knew that the clues he knew and the hidden clues had been woven into a big net, which would eventually lead to a situation where one went south and the other went north. In addition, the Great Sui Kingdom's Gao family was willing to take a big step back and ally with the Song clan, and the North Continent's Lord of Heaven, Xianxia, in the middle of the Aquarius continent, had cut off Lakeview Academy's tight control over the northern region. Although the Academy's first move was thunderous and killed the signs of war among the dozens of countries in the central region, Song Jisun vaguely saw a path for the Dali Iron Cavalry to advance with irresistible force, driving south and riding on the coast of the South Sea. Song Jisun did not say anything about this. He just looked at it in his eyes and kept it in his mind. Although the situation in the Aquarius continent was beneficial to the Song clan, it did not mean that it was beneficial to Song Jisun. Not to mention that he had no interaction with the important officials in the imperial court and the country's pillars of merit. He had a twin brother in the Changchun Palace and a mother who was dead set on favoring him. When he went to the Changchun Palace, nominally, It was because he had been separated from his flesh and blood for many years, and after his son returned to the family he should take the initiative to greet his mother. However, no matter how sad the mother appeared in the Changchun palace, Song Jisun found it difficult to empathize with her. It was like watching a stranger in pain and he had no compassion for her. Song Jisun was like a wooden man without emotions at that time. Other than squeezing out a few tears, he did not say anything else to the powerful woman who was banished to the cold palace. However, when she asked a question, Song Jisun answered. It did not seem like a reunion between mother and son, but more like a rigid monarch and minister meeting. Adding to the fact that his little brother was crying at the side, when they met, the mother and son trio must have felt awkward. Song Jisun walked alone in the courtyard of the Fu family. He said that he wanted to take a walk by himself, and the vice head of Linlu Academy did not follow him. Song Jisun met many handsome men and servant girls along the way. No one knew his identity, but Song Jisun had the old dragon cloud flipping pendant and the old dragon rain pendant on his waist, which allowed him to walk unimpeded in the Fu family. Today GQ had run off to play again. Sword Immortal Su Ruo was also missing. This person was said to be a famous hero of the school of Mo in the Central Plains. Song Jisun had always wanted to befriend him, but he always felt that Su Ruo, who was always pleasant to everyone, was actually the hardest to talk to. It was hard for both sides to have a heart-to-heart. Maybe one day when he reached that position it would be better? Song Jisun endured it to prevent it from backfiring. Along the way, Song Jisun admired the landscape gardens and pavilions that the Fu family had painstakingly built. The more he saw, the more bored he felt. In the past, when he wandered around the streets of the small town, whether he had the servant girl GQ or not, he did not feel that the scenery was so boring. Song Jisun thought of GQ and the haze in his heart became thicker. He was afraid that one day she would no longer be his servant girl, and when he turned around he would no longer see her slender figure. Just like now. Song Jisun turned around and in the empty corridor, there was only the untactful parrot in the cage speaking the human language. Song Jisun turned around and walked to the front of the bird cage. He knocked on the bamboo bird cage heavily with his finger. Shut up. The parrot imitated Song Jisun quickly and accurately. It replied to him with the Baoping continent's language. Shut up. Song Jisun raised his eyebrows and said, Song Mu is the boss. That multicolored parrot turned around silently and used its butt to face Song Jisun. Then it said, Your boss. Song Jisun was not angry. Instead he laughed. His mood improved and he left with a smile. The Fu family had a dragon platform. It was a forbidden place in Old Dragon City. It was not in Talisman City, but on the cliff by the sea at the easternmost part of Old Dragon City. The dragon platform was hundreds of feet tall and was the tallest building in Old Dragon City. However, it was empty. There was always a golden core chi refinement warrior cultivating here to prevent outsiders from entering. Today Fu Li personally led a guest to the platform to view the scenery. Other than that, there was only his son Fu Nanhua accompanying him. There was no one else. And the strangest thing was that Fu Li stopped at the foot of the dragon platform, allowing the guest to ascend the platform alone. After the golden core chi refinement warrior respectfully greeted Fu Li, he took another look at Fu Nanhua before returning to the thatched cottage. He continued to comprehend the tides of the sea to train his soul. Fu Li said softly, Nanhua, you didn't choose to attack Chen Pingon previously. Did you think that someone as smart as Sun Jiaxu would do something smarter than you? Fu Nanhua answered honestly, Other than that, I have been asking myself. If I were the city lord of Old Dragon City, how would I deal with this matter? Would I use public resources for private purposes or? Fu Nanhua looked embarrassed and did not continue speaking. Fu Li praised, It seems that you really listened to what I said to you that day. The descendants of the Fu family cannot wait until the day you become the city lord before you start to act as the city lord. If you don't have this bit of foresight, even if you are the strongest person in the family, you only know how to fight and kill for your own selfish desires. Once you meet a true immortal of the upper 5 realms, not to mention the Fu family, what is the entire Old Dragon City? Fu Nanhua made up his mind and gritted his teeth. Father, but my cultivation level is low now. How can I rightfully inherit the position of the city lord in the future? Fu Li laughed involuntarily. How? Use money. Old Dragon City's Fu family has a lot of money, not to mention other things. How do you think I advanced from the Golden Core realm to the nascent Soul realm? The heavenly treasures I used were enough to buy the 300 miles of the Sun family's street outside the city. After that, how did I advance step by step to the peak of the 10th realm? Other than being diligent in cultivation, most of it was done by using money. Otherwise, what do you think? Fu Nanhua was dumbfounded. It's that simple? Fu Li placed his hands behind his back and raised his head to look at the skinny figure that was ascending the stairs. He smiled and said, other than me thinking highly of you, her opinion, even if it is unintentional, is the most important. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is the final decision. There are some people and matters in Old Dragon City's Fu family that you are currently unable to interact with. But in the future you will understand more and more. The true scenery of the Aquarius continent will also appear in front of your eyes. Fu Nanhua's eyes burned with passion. Fu Li's smile was dark and gloomy. And then one day, you will realize that the surroundings are filled with the smell of blood. The outsider that was ascending the stairs was a young lady. When she walked up to the dragon ascension stage, her face was covered in blood, and tears of blood flowed down from her golden eyes. She stood alone looking about her. The 9 continents, the 5 lakes and 4 seas, the mountains and the foot of the mountain were all graves, filled with enemies. On this day Qin Pingon was still fishing as usual, and then he started to practice the sword furnace stance. When the sun rose, he once again opened his eyes and looked towards the sky in the east. But this time Qin Pingon did not attract the golden qi to descend. But Qin Pingon smiled and stood up to wave his hands, as though he was greeting an acquaintance. Qin Pingon kept his fishing rod and fish basket, and returned to the Sun family's ancestral house. In the end, he saw Sun Jiaxu waiting for him by the riverside. He was waiting for Qin Pingon, but in truth Qin Pingon was also waiting for him. Zheng Dafeng had instigated him to remove the mask that was concealing his appearance in the small alleyways of the inner city, and after that the Yin spirit had interfered with Zheng Dafeng. The words that seemed to have nothing to do with the Sun family, Qin Pingon thought about it and could taste the hidden killing intent. Disappointment? Of course there would be. Overflowing anger? Not really. Lu Baqiao must have introduced Sun Jiaxu to him out of good intentions. Therefore, whether or not he was willing to come to the Sun family's ancestral home was Qin Pingon's own choice. In the end, it was an instinct to seek benefits and avoid harm. But looking back, this choice might not have been the worst, but it was also not the best. What was the purpose of the Fu family and Sun family's merchant path? Sun Jiaxu had actually revealed some of it in their chat. Qin Pingon's impression of Sun Jiaxu became blurry again, and his heart was filled with wariness and scrutiny. A person's nature was pure and simple, but it was not the same as being stupid. To be a truly good person, one had to know what a bad person was. If a good person could live well, that would be the greatest kindness to the world. Qin Pingon did not need books to tell him such simple things. Wasn't the chaos in the streets, the trivial matters of the neighbors, the scheming of the dragon kiln apprentices all talking about these things? Sun Jiaxu looked at the youth with a sword on his back who was getting closer and closer. He took a deep breath and did not say anything, only bowing and apologizing. Qin Pingon moved away, avoiding Sun Jiaxu's seemingly unprovoked apology. Sun Jiaxu stood up and did not mind. He smiled bitterly and said, Qin Pingon, I've already arranged for the Fan family's Osmanthus Island ferry for you. My Sun family no longer has the face to invite you to board the mountain turtle. Qin Pingon asked, Sun Jiaxu, why is that? Sun Jiaxu hesitated for a moment, then squatted down and faced the river. He picked up the pebbles beside his feet and gently threw them into the water. Previously, I wanted to seek riches and danger and obtain a large amount of wealth. I purposely hid the Fu family's control over Old Dragon City and only let you wear a face that was not enough to cover the whole truth. Then, when you walked out of the tall building that the Fu family was watching closely, I bet that the stubborn Fu Nanhua would not be able to take it lying down and would bring a lot of people to kill you. After that, I will risk half of the Sun family to protect you, Qin Pingon. After that, you will safely board the boat to the inverted hanging mountain and will feel that you owe me a big favor. I believe that sooner or later the Sun family will repay me more than what we lose. Qin Pingon was still holding the fishing rod and the fish basket. He stood in the same place and asked a key question, how can you be sure that you can protect my life? Sun Jiaxu did not turn his head and pointed above his head. There are some people and things that Fu Nanhua does not have the qualifications to know. But I, Sun Jiaxu, as the head of the Sun family, know. Old Dragon City's mayor, Fu Li, of course knows. In this dispute between the younger generation, as long as I put all of my family's assets on the line and show that I will not hesitate to destroy the Fu family, then Fu Li will fiercely beat the Sun family, and at a certain point he will take the initiative to stop. You Qin Pingon will naturally be scared but not in danger. You will not die, and I, Sun Jiaxu, will take the opportunity to become friends with you. It was only at this moment that Qin Pingon was filled with anger. His face was gloomy. He quietly circulated his qi and suppressed the anger in his heart. Sun Jiaxu threw out another stone. The Sun family has been flourishing in recent years. On the surface they have the strength to compete with the Fu family, but I can see a little further. Other than the Fu family that wants to join the Dali dynasty among the 5 major families, the Fan family is right behind the Fu family. The other 3 families also have their own supporters. There is the Lakeview Academy, the Immortal Mansion in the North Continent, and the top tycoons in the Southeast Continent. They all have their own backing and retreat routes. Only my Sun family has been indecisive because I also have my eyes on the Song clan, but I can't find a way. A few years ago I sent a Golden Core Realm expert to the capital of Dali. Not to mention Emperor Dali, even the vassal King Song Zhangqiang's palace could not enter. The feeling of a businessman carrying a pig's head and not being able to find a temple is too despairing. Qin Pingon asked the second question. It is normal that you don't treat me, Qin Pingon, as a friend. Then what about Lu Baqiao? Sun Jiaxu had thought of thousands of words to say, but none of them could answer this question. Sun Jiaxu looked at the river with a bitter face. It directly pointed at one's heart. The old ancestor of the Sun family, who was secretly observing the conversation, was worried for Sun Jiaxu. Sun Jiaxu lowered his head slightly and held his cheeks with both hands. Since there was no good way to deal with it, this extremely smart businessman simply followed his heart and said to himself, "Of course I treat him as a friend. But maybe after this I will only have you, Qin Pingon, as an enemy and Lu Baqiao as a friend." Qin Pingon asked the third question. The reason you said this is because you don't dare to kill me? Are you afraid that one day when someone returns to the world, they will trample the Sun family's ancestral house? Sun Jiaxu shook his head and said, "I don't want to kill you." He turned his head and forced a smile. Qin Pingon, do you believe this sentence? Qin Pingon did not answer. Sun Jiaxu stood up as if he had unloaded a 10,000 gene burden. He no longer looked so dispirited and finally recovered some of the Sun Jiaxu of Old Dragon City. What should be said, what should not be said, I have said it. In the future, no matter what you, Qin Pingon, do, I will not regret it. I, Sun Jiaxu, still have this bit of responsibility. Qin Pingon sighed. After taking my luggage, I will go to the dusty medicine shop in the inner city, and then take the Fan family's Osmanthus Island to Inverted Hanging Mountain. Sun Jiaxu nodded and said, "Okay." The two of them, one in front and one behind, silently walked back to the Sun family's ancestral house. Qin Pingon really did carry his bag and, relying on his memory, walked on the yellow dirt road. Sun Jiaxu ate breakfast alone, still pickled vegetables, porridge and steamed buns. The old ancestor of the Sun family sat across from him. Just as he was about to speak, Sun Jiaxu said, "I will explain the ins and outs of this matter to Lu Baqiao as soon as possible." The old man asked, "Are you afraid that Qin Pingon will be the first to report, and then it will be even more difficult? Or is it because your conscience is uneasy and you have to say it?" Sun Jiaxu put down his chopsticks and thought carefully. He said honestly, "It seems to be both." The old man probed, "Why didn't you go all the way and do something to the fairy on Peach Blossom Island?" After Sun Jiaxu untied the knot in his heart, his spirit was much better. He smiled and shook his head. "I can't use one mistake to cover another. I don't dare to take any chances anymore." After hearing this answer, the old man seemed more relieved than Sun Jiaxu. He smiled and said, "Then the Sun family didn't suffer this loss for nothing. Under the big picture, it's naturally best to be one step ahead, but it's also not easy to not make a big mistake. You already have a great cause, so you can't always think about putting all your eggs in one basket. You can't do that." Sun Jiaxu smiled and said, "Having an elder in the family is like having a treasure." The old man stood up. Eat slowly and adjust your state of mind. Don't have too many emotional fluctuations in the near future. Sun Jiaxu put down his chopsticks and stood up to send him off. When the old man left the room, he sat down again and continued to eat breakfast. The bitter taste was unbearable. As for Sun Jiaxu, if he didn't deal with it properly, he would be forcefully stripped of his position as the patriarch of the Sun family. This point was well known to the old man and the young man sitting opposite each other, and neither side felt that there was anything wrong with it. After walking out of the Sun family's territory, they came to a bustling market. After asking for directions, they hired an ordinary carriage to drive to the inner city. This time the cost was very normal. After all, they didn't have to travel 300 miles on the street with all kinds of birds and beasts and flood dragons. It was not a small cost to enter the inner city from the outer city. After sitting in the carriage, Qin Pingon was the one who showed the driver the way. This was because there was an extra spirit in the carriage. It was the one who appeared outside the dusty medicine shop. He said that his surname was Zhao, so Qin Pingon respectfully called him Mr. Zhao. Outside the alley, Qin Pingon paid the fare. Today, Qin Pingon wasn't under the locust tree. Instead, he sat behind the medicine shop's counter in a daze. When he saw Qin Pingon, he didn't find it strange. He told Qin Pingon that although the medicine shop was small, the back of the shop was very big. Qin Pingon lifted the curtain and found that the layout was actually similar to the Yang family's medicine shop. There was a large courtyard with green stone slabs at the back. Qin Pingon picked the room on the left. Qin Pingon put down the sword case and luggage in the room, only leaving the blade-strengthening gourd at his waist. Xing Dafeng copied old Yang and sat under the eaves outside the main room. He bought an old tobacco pipe from an antique shop and sat on a bench to smoke. However, in Qin Pingon's eyes, the old man's tobacco pipe was as deep as an ancient well. Xing Dafeng's tobacco pipe was just comical. Qin Pingon sat at the door of his room and told him about taking the Osmanthus Island ferry. Xing Dafeng nodded and said that it was easy. He promised that he would treat Qin Pingon like his own ancestor. Then the two fellows who didn't get along with each other didn't say anything. One of them smoked while the other drank. This made the heads behind the curtains feel very bored and they quickly dispersed. Xing Dafeng smoked in boredom. He really didn't know why the old man liked it so much. It didn't have any taste at all. From time to time he glanced at the dull teen. The moon waxed and waned and its profits and losses were determined. Along with the fall of Pearl Grotto Heaven, this kid's luck wasn't too bad. Just the timing of Qin Pingon entering Old Dragon City. If not for the arrival of the Dolly Fairy and the Yunlin Jiang family, Fu Liang might not have been so easy to talk to. Qin Pingon, on the other hand, was thinking about how to get the 5 copper coins back. Xing Dafeng suddenly asked, "I'm just asking. If Mr. Qi had said that you, Qin Pingon, would never be able to reach the 4th realm in your lifetime, what would you have done?" Qin Pingon thought for a moment. "Then I would have accepted my fate." Xing Dafeng seemed a little surprised. Then he rolled his eyes and felt even more bored. How could someone like that be his preacher? In this kind of thing, wasn't Qin Pingon the same as him? Xing Dafeng didn't want to give up. He asked, "What happened after you accepted your fate? This kind of thing didn't hurt or itch." Qin Pingon answered casually, "Of course I would continue to practice my fist. What else could I do? I needed to practice my fist to survive. Besides, practicing fist isn't just about breaking through realms. It can strengthen the body. Having more energy is always a good thing." Xing Dafeng narrowed his eyes and asked with a smile, "Then what if you accidentally reached the bottleneck of the 3rd realm and saw the hope of reaching the 4th realm? What would you do?" Qin Pingon turned his head to look at this man. He almost blurted out the catchphrase of the old sword saint from the Coming Nation. "Don't you look like an idiot? Practicing fist was a good thing. Breaking through realms was even better. Since you've reached the bottleneck, of course you should think about how to break through." Xing Dafeng clicked his tongue and said, "Don't you remember Mr. Qi's conclusion that you can't reach the 4th realm?" Qin Pingon's eyes widened. He felt that Xing Dafeng's brain must have been clamped by a door. How could a peak level 8 martial arts master be so baffled? Qin Pingon took a sip of wine. Mr. Qi is obviously very knowledgeable. However, Mr. Qi's original intention must be for my good. If breaking through is a bad thing, I'll endure it. If it's a good thing, but if Mr. Qi was wrong from the beginning, would I really not break through? At this point Qin Pingon muttered in his heart, if that's the case, then Mr. Qi will be disappointed. Xing Dafeng's expression became more and more serious. He no longer cared about smoking his pipe. How could Mr. Qi be wrong? Qin Pingon said seriously, if I had the chance to stand in front of Mr. Qi and ask him if he would make a mistake, how do you think Mr. Qi would answer? Xing Dafeng looked as if he had been struck by lightning. His face was full of pain. He threw away his pipe and scratched his head with both hands. Xing Dafeng's eyes were red and bloodshot. He stared blankly at Qin Pingon and shouted, Qin Pingon, does Mr. Qi have a message for you? Say it directly. If he does, I'll be willing to be your protector. 10 years, 100 years, it doesn't matter. Qin Pingon shook his head and said, no. Xing Dafeng stood up abruptly. Like an ant on a hot pan, he spun around in the courtyard. His footsteps were chaotic. He was worse than a level 3 martial artist. Qin Pingon muttered, don't tell me he's suffering from Qigong deviation? The Yin spirit appeared beside him. He had already covered up the atmosphere of this small part of the courtyard. No sound or movement could pass through that curtain. Xing Dafeng ran around wildly. Mr. Qi, I've heard you preach many times. You must have told me something. It's just that I didn't understand it back then. Think carefully. Xing Dafeng, don't rush. Inside the small courtyard, strands of chaotic wind appeared on the ground. They condensed into solid blades. Fortunately, the Yin spirit was carefully suppressing them from the side. Otherwise, they would have shattered the stone slabs and broken the pillars. Qin Pingon drank silently. He carefully observed Xing Dafeng and the strange scene. In the end, Xing Dafeng's face was covered in tears. He did not stop walking and only raised his head to look at Qin Pingon. Does Mr. Qi have something to teach you? Qin Pingon, hurry up and say it. No matter what it is, just say it. Whether it is the 3 immortal sages' way to immortality for scholars or the Qi family's way of conducting oneself in society, just say it. Qin Pingon held the blade's strengthening gourd and asked expressionlessly, why? Xing Dafeng was almost wailing. You're my preacher. Qin Pingon, you are Xing Dafeng's disciple. The Yin spirit reminded him softly, Qin Pingon, things are not good. If Xing Dafeng continues like this, it's very likely that he will become a martial arts madman whose soul has separated from his body. Even if he wakes up, he won't be able to reach the peak state for the rest of his life. Also, I may not be able to suppress him. This medicine shop, along with this alley and the nearby streets, will probably be destroyed by Xing Dafeng. There will be countless casualties. Qin Pingon's state of mind was actually far from as calm as his expression. But what kind of preacher was this? And he, a guy who had just reached the 4th realm, was supposed to teach a great grandmaster at the peak of the 8th realm? Qin Pingon looked at the increasing number of astral winds in the courtyard. Many of them were like streams that converged into rivers, forming tornadoes that were 7 to 8 feet tall. Wherever they passed, the bluestone floor would shatter. Qin Pingon hurriedly controlled the 15 flying swords in the sword's strengthening gourd and took out the small bamboo scrolls that were filled with his teachings. He could only try his best and read out the contents of the scrolls to Xing Dafeng. However, Xing Dafeng only shook his head in pain and said that it was wrong. Xing Dafeng's feet were like a kite with a broken string. He was floating around like a kite with a broken string. Even though Qin Pingon tried his best to recall and recite the many beautiful poems and essays that Li Shixing had written on the walls of the bamboo house, Xing Dafeng still shook his head. At this moment, this martial artist of the distant travel realm could no longer utter half a word. He could only stagger in the air and punch out, trying his best to maintain the last trace of clarity in his mind. The 8th and 9th realms of the Martial Path Mountain Peak were much more majestic and dangerous than the 3rd and 4th realms and 6th realms. It was known as the Knocking Heart Stage. As for the 9th realms, it was even more terrifying. It was known as the Heavenly Gate. One could only imagine how difficult it was to take that step. Xing Dafeng knew all of this. That was why he envied his senior brother Li Er, who was always muddle-headed. That was why he was jealous of Song Jiangqiang, who reached the 10th realm in one life-and-death battle. The number of times he was almost beaten to death by Li Er in private could not be counted with one hand. Why was it that a 40-year-old Song Jiangqiang could do it, but Xing Dafeng, who had climbed all the way to the 8th realm, couldn't? Why did the old man say that he had no hope of reaching the 9th realm in this lifetime? He was already unable to bear the burden in his heart, So how could he make it worse? Why was it that after flipping through the Pure Sincerity chapter, after seeing the preacher's 2 punches, after comprehending the meaning of pure sincerity, the bottleneck was still loosened and he couldn't cross it? The Yin master subconsciously clenched his fists and stared at Jing Dafeng, who was on the verge of a mental breakdown. The Yin master seemed to be hesitating whether to attack or not. However, he didn't dare to act rashly. If he stopped Jing Dafeng from going crazy, then Jing Dafeng's martial arts future would really be ruined. Jing Dafeng suddenly stopped and hovered in the air. He was covered in blood and his red face was blurry. There was no greater sorrow than despair. Master, I can't do it. I really can't do it. I'm sorry. Looking at Jing Dafeng, who was covered in blood, Qin Pingon, who was already at his wits' end, couldn't help but think of a little girl who wore a red cotton jacket all year round. She was lively and innocent. He remembered Li Huai saying that the little girl would often ask questions that even her husband couldn't answer. Mr. Qi never felt that there was anything wrong with that. Qin Pingon seemed to have a telepathic connection. He whispered softly, "I don't have to be inferior to my master." It was a sentence as soft as a mosquito's whisper. However, to Jing Dafeng's ears, it sounded like waves crashing against Old Dragon City. Jing Dafeng lowered his head and looked at the old tobacco pipe in a daze. He vaguely remembered that the old man who was never willing to talk to him coldly every time he looked at him through the smoke. Every time this happened, the arrogant Jing Dafeng couldn't even muster up the courage to look him in the eye. Before today, Jing Dafeng had never felt that there was anything wrong with this. The world didn't know the old man's identity and background, but Jing Dafeng knew. The world didn't know the old man's great abilities, but he knew very well. The world didn't know the old man's glorious deeds, but Jing Dafeng knew. Since that was the case, how could he, Jing Dafeng, as a disciple and a martial artist of the 8th realm, be qualified to look the old man in the eye? Jing Dafeng raised his head and took a deep breath. He wiped the blood off his face and said softly, "So that's how it is." Jing Dafeng didn't speak boldly or laugh impudently. He only walked step by step towards the sky above the courtyard. He said to himself in his heart, "Master, you're already very high up. It's okay. Disciple Jing Dafeng will come to see you step by step." On this day, someone ascended step by step. He broke through the sea of clouds and stepped on the high sea of clouds. That person ascended and looked even higher. In an old dragon city, the wind blew and the clouds flew. You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.